Chapter 139. After throwing a few more big stones and repeatedly confirming that there was no danger, the white brawny man was relieved to pick the lotus, but before he could get close to the lake, suddenly there were four people with powerful momentum whistling from distance. Spirit Yin stage. Stop! William, stop! Four Spirit Yin stage martial artists shouted in different languages. They came from different countries. One of them was a martial artist from the Xia Empire, and the other three were four martial artists. When William saw so many strong martial artists of the same realm, his face suddenly changed, and his speed increased. He wanted to pick up all the lotus as soon as possible. Boom, boom, boom. The four later Spirit Yin stage martial artists each condensed their spirit energy, and powerful attacks directly blasted at William from a distance. In desperation, William could only backhand. Boom! The huge energy collided and exploded over the lake, setting off a strong shock wave. The wind and clouds surged, and the thick fog on the lake dissipated. That is, in the distance, Jiang Xi, who was hiding in the dark, widened his eyes and was shocked. He saw that in the center of the lake where the fog dissipated, there were large lotus leaves. Hundreds of lotus plants exuding spiritual charm, swaying in the wind under the lotus leaves. Looking at their spiritual charm, these lotus plants were stronger than the dozens of lotus plants by the lake. They were at least a millennium spiritual object. Jade Lake Secret Realm. Is this lake really the Jade Lake? Otherwise, there was no way to explain the magic of this lake. It actually grew so many millennium-old spiritual objects. 100-year-old spiritual object could cultivate an ordinary ill-level martial artist. How many of these could be cultivated? Thinking of this, Jiang Xi smiled bitterly, because the strong martial artists of Jinten Budokan had not arrived yet. Now, only one of the 5 Spirit Yin stage martial artists was a martial artist from the Xia Empire. If this goes on, he can only watch these spiritual objects being plundered by these foreign martial artists. In the distance, William and the other 4 Spirit Yin stage martial artists were all excited. Tempted. They knew the value of the millennium spiritual objects better than Jiang Xi. The 100-year-old spiritual objects were not very helpful for the cultivation of Spirit Yin stage martial artists. Only the millennium spiritual objects were truly suitable for the cultivation of Spirit Yin stage. Boom! The war broke out in an instant, and the 5 Spirit Gathering stage martial artists immediately fought. They all had their own forces and interests, and none of them were willing to submit to the other. In the world of martial arts, the strong were revered. Whoever won in the end, these spiritual items would belong to them. For a moment, because they were continuously condensing spiritual energy, the surrounding spiritual energy became violent. Strong winds blew, and sand and stones flew. That martial artist from the Great Xia Empire was the first to be targeted and suffered the most attacks. Not only because he came from the Xia Empire, but also because his strength was the strongest among the 5 Spirit Yin stage cultivators. He wielded a long black alloy staff. The shadow of the staff was like a dragon. Facing the attacks of 4 powerhouses of the same level, he barely managed to defend himself. However, if they continued to defend, they would definitely lose. If this continued, they would definitely lose. This made Jiang Xi secretly anxious, and he resisted the urge to make a move. His strength was close to the first stage of the spirit nurturing stage, but it was only close. Under the pursuit of the strong white man, William, Jiang Xi confirmed that his speed was not worse than those of the spirit nurturing stage. But in terms of attack, it was much weaker. If he went up now, it would be useless. Soon, the situation developed in a bad direction, and the martial artist from the Great Xia Empire who used the staff gradually fell into a decline. Jiang Xi sent the emergency rescue signal again, urging the black-robed woman to come as soon as possible. Then he contacted Tang He again. Tang He seemed to be waiting for Jiang Xi's phone call, and he picked it up immediately. He asked about the current situation. After Jiang Xi finished briefly and quickly, Tang He said, "Our people are already on the way, and they will arrive in 10 minutes at most. I will now send you a list of world-renowned powerhouses. Pay attention to it. Information of well-known powerhouses? When Jiang Xi heard this, he was overjoyed. He didn't have to search blindly when he was chased by the strong white man. He only knew the other party's name, but he didn't know his information. He didn't know any of the 4 later spirit Yun stage cultivators. After ending the communication, Jiang Xi received a document and opened it. After a rough glance, the powerhouses recorded in this document were more than 300 people. The weakest of them was A-class 3rd tier. He also saw the information of Feng Xian, Zhong Su, and Ta Shi. The information was very detailed, directly pointing out that the 3 of them were martial artists from the Liberal Alliance, and Feng Xian was one of the directors of the Liberal Alliance. Jiang Xi searched this document and quickly found the information of 5 spirit Yun stage cultivators in the distance. Lu Rong, founder of the Great Xia Empire's Longxiang Martial Arts School, mid-stage spirit Yun stage. Sharuk, high priest of the Peacock Country's Brahmanism, mid-stage spirit Yun stage. Johansson, archbishop of the Sacred Alliance, mid-stage spirit Yun stage. William, leader of the Shadow National Shadow Organization, early stage spirit Yun stage. Ivan, leader of the Alpha Star Shell Organization, early stage spirit Yun stage. Sure enough, they are all spirit Yun stage. Jiang Xi let out a long sigh. The pressure was great. After his strength had improved greatly, his confidence had increased greatly. Now, seeing this, he understood that he was still far from it. He turned his gaze to the battle in the distance. The 3 major martial arts dojos in the Xia Kingdom, Jinten Budokan, Tsukishin Budokan, and Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo, were the 3 strongest martial arts forces among the people. The first 2 were created by the world's strongest, Xin Tian, and the second strongest, Li Baibai. The founder of Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo was Lu Rong, who was fighting 1 against 4 in the distance. Lu Rong was indeed the founder of Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo. His strength was very strong. He had a square face and a determined expression. It could be seen that this person's character was very tough. Facing the siege of 4 spirit Yun stage cultivators, even if he was in a disadvantageous position, he did not back down. The black alloy staff danced wildly like a dragon. The battle was extremely fierce. Whoosh! The wind whistled at this time. A black shadow flew from the bottom of the mountain. She's here. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. It was the black-robed woman. He also saw the black-robed woman's information in the information just now. Hey, one of the 2 bodyguards of the Jinten Budokan's dojo master, Xin Tian, early stage spirit Yin stage. The 5 people who were fighting stopped one after another. Lu Rong flashed and came in front of Tuesday. The Jinten Budokan is too careless. Lu Rong frowned. His breath was a little unstable. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured in the battle just now. Master arranged it. I didn't expect such an accident to happen. Tu's voice was cold and helpless. Then she took a step forward and shouted to the 4 foreign martial artists. This place belongs to my Xia kingdom. Please leave immediately. The 4 people looked at each other. One of them smiled in broken Mandarin and said, according to your Xia kingdom's ancient saying, treasures belong to those who are fated. These spiritual objects were discovered by us first. Naturally, they are fated to be with us. The person who spoke was the Peacock Country's strongest, Shaluk. Among the martial artists present, except for Lu Rong, he was the strongest. Chapter 140. Then there's nothing to talk about. Let's fight. Tu pointed his blade at the 4 of them. She was petite, but her aura was not weak at all. Fight! Lu Rong waved his staff, indicating his attitude. The 2 of them were going to fight the 4 foreign spirit nurture martial artists together. This old man will join in as well. Just as the battle was about to begin, another person rushed over. The figure stood still. Everyone realized that it was a plain-looking old man. His whole body was emitting a powerful aura, and he was also at the mid-stage of spirit nurture. Elder Huang, why are you here? Tu and Lu Rong were surprised. How can this old man be left out of defending against foreign enemies? Huang Kuan laughed loudly. Tu and Lu Rong were in awe. The old man in front of them was much older than them. Long before the Spirit Qi revival, he was already an iron-blooded general of the Xia Kingdom's military. During the first Spirit Qi revival, he fell behind on the path of martial arts due to his age and lack of qi and blood. However, he did not give up. In the battles against monsters and foreign enemies, he forced his way through and finally stepped onto the peak of martial arts. Now, although he had retired for many years, he had always been the stabilizing force of the Xia Kingdom. The four foreign martial artists' faces changed when they saw Huang Kuan. Obviously, they also knew of the old man's reputation. Go! The Peacock Country's expert, Shaluk, roared as he formed a huge fist and blasted it out. They had to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Among the four foreign martial artists, 2 were at the mid-stage of spirit nurture and 2 were at the early stage of spirit nurture. On the Xia Kingdom's side, only Huang Kuan and Lu Rong were at the mid-stage of spirit nurture. However, the 3 of them attacked crazily without caring about their lives. They were not at a disadvantage against the 4 foreign martial artists. The Xia martial artists in the martial arts world were famous for being able to fight and having guts. Shaluk, Johansson, and the others were shocked and angry, but there was nothing they could do. However, it was impossible for them to give up on the hundreds of thousand-year-old lotus seed heads in the lake. Because of this, the thousand-year-old spiritual item itself was a priceless treasure. And this lotus seed head was extremely special. There were usually more than 10 lotus seeds in a single lotus seed head. The effect of 1 lotus seed was definitely comparable to a 100-year-old spiritual item. Based on this calculation, the value of these lotus seed heads was even higher. It could even affect the fate of a nation. After the Spirit Qi revival, the Great Xia Kingdom relied on its ancient heritage to become the strongest country in the world. This made the other countries envious and jealous. They were all trying their best to catch up with the Great Xia Kingdom in terms of martial arts strength. Now, with so many spiritual items in front of them, no one was willing to give up. The martial Dao must be fought. Huge saber shadows, sword shadows, staff shadows, fist prints, and palm prints constantly collided and exploded. The berserk spiritual energy rolled up waves of up to 10 meters high on the surface of the lake. The situation was in a deadlock. Jiang Xi was hiding in the dark. Although he was shocked by the scene, he was relieved at the same time. If this stalemate continued, they would be able to wait for the experts of Jinten Budokan to arrive. Unfortunately, this relief only lasted for a minute before the situation changed again. A series of messy footsteps rapidly approached from all directions. After a few breaths, the footsteps became clear. More than 30 figures gathered from all directions. So many. Jiang Xi's heart sank. Because he had just seen the comprehensive information of the experts, he still had a deep impression of them. Therefore, he could recognize the origins of these warriors at a glance. They were all A-class warriors, and their strength was at least at the 3rd tier of A-class. These people would be important figures in any country. What was worrying was that more than 20 of these A-class warriors were foreigners. There were only a dozen A-class warriors from the Great Xia Kingdom. In addition, Jiang Xi noticed that Shu Qiqi had also come. Her aura was not inferior to those A-class 3rd-tier warriors. It seemed that she had received some news. Other than her, no other Heaven-level training camp trainees had come among the Heaven-level training camp trainees. Only the top 10 on the Heaven list had A-class combat strength. However, they were mostly at the 4th or 5th tier of A-class. In this situation, they can't help even if they come. Jiang Xi shook his head. After looking around carefully, he saw the figures of Feng Xian, Zhong Su, and Sam in an inconspicuous dark corner of the peak. They had come back, wanting to fish in troubled waters. These 3 still haven't given up. Jiang Xi sneered. At this time, the 4 foreign spirit yin stage warriors were fighting with Huang Kuan and the others. Then, they shouted at the newly arrived A-class warriors in their own language, as if they were giving orders. "Grab them!" Someone shouted. Immediately, the foreign warriors rushed to the lakeside to pick the lotuses. The spirit yin stage warriors from both sides were entangled with each other, so they couldn't take care of this side. "Stop them!" Huang Kuan shouted. Then, he clenched his fist and smashed it toward the Sacred Alliance warrior, Johansson. At the same time, more than a dozen A-class warriors from the Great Xia Kingdom also moved to stop the foreign warriors from rushing to the lakeside. The scene became even more chaotic. However, it was obvious that the Great Xia Kingdom was at a disadvantage here. They had lost half of their people. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. Then he relaxed. It seemed that he couldn't keep a low profile anymore. As a citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom, his own interests were important. However, at this time, the interests of the country were more important. Shu Qiqi only knew that something big had happened when she received news from her family. Under the request of her family elders, she came to investigate the situation and wait for an opportunity to act. If possible, she had to protect the interests of the Great Xia Kingdom. Among the dozens of A-class warriors from the Great Xia Kingdom, she wasn't the strongest, but she wasn't the weakest either. However, because of her young face, some of the foreign warriors started to focus their attacks on her. Her situation had become very dangerous. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 powerful attacks came at the same time. 2 of the attacks came from the second-tier A-class warriors. Shu Qiqi's expression changed. If she couldn't block it, she would die. She waved her sword and used her strongest move. Dang! She had already tried her best, but she could only block 2 attacks. There was another attack from the second-tier A-class warrior that she couldn't block in time. The sharp blade was about to stab her vital part from the side. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a cool breeze blew past. The cold gleam of the sword flickered and knocked away the blade that was attacking Shu Qiqi. Baka, a short middle-aged man, shouted angrily. He was the one who had attacked with the blade. A Japanese? Jiangxi's expression turned cold. Killing intent burst out from his body. Whoosh! He exerted force with his feet and used his body to lead the sword. The long sword stabbed out like lightning. 4 testicles! The Japanese man was shocked. He took a step back and tried to dodge. However, his speed was far inferior to Jiangxi's. The killer's shadow sword streaked across the air and pierced his throat, killing him in one blow. After killing the man, Jiangxi remembered that the Japanese had been destroyed by the sea monsters in the early days of the Spirit Chi revival. This Japanese man should be a wandering warrior. Chapter 141. Jiangxi's attack shocked all the A-class martial artists present. Whether it was the Xia Empire's martial artists or the foreign martial artists, they all forgot to make a move. Their shocked gazes converged on Jiangxi's body, killing a second-tier A-class martial artist with 1 slash? Who was this young man? Was he at the Spirit Yin stage? However, they couldn't feel the spiritual pressure of a Spirit Yin stage martial artist from Jiangxi's body. Jiangxi, you. Shu Qiqi was the first to react. She was shocked. Her voice was filled with disbelief. 7th sister. Jiangxi smiled and nodded. When he first entered the heaven-level training camp, Shu Qiqi gave him a lot of help. Then, Jiangxi turned his gaze to all the A-class martial artists present and said coldly, "This place belongs to my Xia Empire. If you take another step forward, don't blame me for being ruthless." Although his current strength wasn't as good as the first-tier Spirit Yin stage martial artists, he had the speed of a Spirit Yin stage martial artist. Dealing with these A-class martial artists was a piece of cake for him, because he had the speed of a Spirit Yin stage martial artist. As soon as he said that, some of the foreign A-class martial artists had the intention to retreat. There are so many of us. Why should we be afraid of him? Let's kill him together. Someone suddenly shouted in a foreign language. In the distance, William, who was fighting with Huang Kuan and the others, also shouted, "Kill that kid." Jiangxi sneered and looked at the back of the 4 martial artists. Feng Xian, Zhong Su, and Sam are hiding there. The sentence just now was shouted by Feng Xian. Although he used a foreign language, his voice didn't change. Jiangxi recognized it immediately. "You're courting death." Without waiting for the 4 martial artists to make a move, Jiangxi took the lead and used the wind shadow step. His figure flashed as he wanted to pass through the crowd and kill Feng Xian. Kill him. Feng Xian was a little frightened and quickly shouted again. The foreign martial artists besieged him. You really think you're at home? Jiang Xi laughed angrily. Under the siege, he stepped lightly and his figure flashed like the wind. Perfectly dodging everyone's attacks, Shu Qiqi shouted, Are you trying to bully us? Let's go. The dozens of great Xia Kingdom's A-rank martial artists also recovered from their shock and attacked the foreign martial artists. As a result, the pressure on Riverward suddenly decreased, and he began to counterattack, continuously attacking with his sword. The killing shadow sword was as fast as lightning. PFFF. Instantly, 5 A-class martial artists fell to the ground, killed by him. In just 5 seconds. Killing an A-class martial artist in 1 second. With this kind of killing speed, it seemed that these 20 or so foreign martial artists were not enough for him to kill. Ha, good. Kill them all. Huang Kuan laughed heartily. Hey, surprise. She didn't expect that Jiangxi had become so strong. She was only 1 step away from the spirit gathering stage. Lu Rong Rong Rong, Lu Rong Rong Rong. He had heard of Jiang Xi before, but he didn't pay much attention to him. Unlike the 3 of them, the 4 foreign spirit Yun stage martial artists were shocked. Their faces were ugly. Jiang Xi's sudden appearance made their plan to snatch the lotuses fail. William, the spirit Yun stage martial artist, Johnson, of the Sacred Alliance gave a signal to the spirit Yun stage martial artist, William. William understood the signal. Among the 4 of them, only William had a chance to escape. The other 3 were entangled by Huang Kuan and the others. On this side, Jiang Xi was in the mood to kill. The only pity was that because of these people, Feng Xian escaped. Kill! The sword flashed, so fast that it was hard to block. In the blink of an eye, another 3 people were killed. The remaining foreign grade A martial artists who were still alive were all shocked, and the thought of retreating rose in their hearts. Suddenly, Jiang Xi's hair trembled. His sharp spirit sense told him that there was danger. Be careful! A few anxious shouts sounded at the same time. It was Huang Kuan and the others who warned him. Jiang Xi caught a glimpse of a cold light from the corner of his eyes. Before Huang Kuan and the others finished speaking, a cold light had already appeared beside him after the cold light. It was the white brawny man, the early spirit Yun stage martial artist, William. Almost instantly, Jiang Xi responded. The mysterious footwork of the wind shadow step turned, and the long sword slashed out more than 100 times in an instant. Bang! The cold light hit the body of the killing shadow sword. A strong force, together with the long sword, fell on Jiang Xi's body and exploded in an instant. Boom! Jiang Xi was sent flying like a cannonball and heavily smashed into a mountain peak 1,000 meters away. The mountain peak, which was dozens of meters high, was torn apart and turned into a pile of rubble. Genius? You're not a genius if you're dead. William sneered. Jiang Xi, Huang Kuan, and the others were very anxious, especially Huang Kuan. In his eyes, Jiang Xi was more important than the hundreds of lotuses in the lake. No matter how strong Jiang Xi was, he was still an A-level martial artist. Could he block the attack of an early spirit Yun stage martial artist? A figure jumped up from the rubble and ran wildly into the distance. Blood kept flowing out his mouth. Crack! The killing shadow sword, made of a level alloy, was full of cracks and cracked. Jiang Xi was seriously injured. He's not dead. William was stunned. That was his strongest attack just now. Even a mid-stage spirit Yun stage martial artist might not be able to block it. You can't escape this time. He saw that Jiang Xi's injuries were very serious, and his speed had slowed down a lot. He took a step forward and traversed 7,000 to 8,000 meters. A cold light flashed, and he attacked again. If Jiang Xi was hit by him again, he would definitely die. Huang Kuan, Lu Rong, and He Tu were all crazy. They tried their best to rush over, but they were held back by Shaluk and Johnson. Damn it, I lost big time. Jiang Xi only felt that his internal organs had shifted positions. Fresh blood kept spurting out. It wasn't because he was weak, but because his opponent's methods were too insidious. If he faced the attack head-on, he might have the strength to retaliate, but William's sneak attack caught him off guard and caused him to be seriously injured. It's really dangerous this time. Jiang Xi's face was solemn. Because of his injuries, it was hard for him to use his speed. Behind him, William was getting closer and closer. "Go to hell!" William shouted excitedly. He was excited because he was about to eliminate the young genius of the Xia kingdom. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort echoed on the peak of Mt Tongtian. The fog in the sky instantly dissipated. An extremely strong spiritual pressure covered the entire area. William, who was about to catch up to Jiang Xi, seemed to have been attacked by some invisible force. His face turned pale, and he staggered to a stop. While everyone was still in shock, a group of 3 people slowly walked over from afar. 2 men and 1 woman. All of them looked young. There was a man and a woman walking side by side at the front. Their appearance stunned everyone. The young man in black had a sharp face. His eyes were bright and full of vigor, hiding some vicissitudes of life. He emitted a spiritual pressure that made people not dare to look at him directly. The woman in white was very beautiful, but her cold expression made it seem like she wanted to keep people 1,000 miles away. Her powerful aura made people automatically ignore her beautiful appearance. Xian Tian, Li Baibai, the world's number 1 and number 2 martial arts experts. The 2 experts had arrived personally. Chapter 142. Behind Xian Tian and Li Baibai, there's a young man in white. Many people know him. Xian Tian's guard, White Cloud, is also a powerful spirit-gathering stage martial artist. White Cloud, Black Earth, Jinten Budokan's 2 great guards. Both of them have made a name for themselves in the martial arts world. Can you still hold on? Xian Tian smiled and walked to the front of Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi was a little confused and nodded subconsciously. "Very good. You did a good job." Xian Tian smiled and turned to White Cloud. "Heal Jiang Xi." Then, he walked to the front of William. At this time, William did not dare to move at all, and his face was full of horror. "Xian Tian." William opened his mouth in awkward Mandarin, and his trembling voice had a hint of pleading. "I am a very fair person, and I will not bully the weak. You hit my people, and I will help them get back at you. It shouldn't be too much, right?" Xian Tian chuckled. "Spare me." William's body was trembling. "Smile, I won't kill you." Xian Tian smiled. William squeezed out an ugly smile on his face. "That's right." Xian Tian nodded gently. William breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! Suddenly, Xian Tian kicked out, and William was directly kicked away. Boom! Boom! William's strong body flew out more than 10 times the speed of sound and smashed on the top of the mountain, smashing one peak after another. Finally, his whole body was embedded in a peak. A powerful spirit-gathering stage martial artist was actually defeated by Xian Tian's kick. Everyone was dumbfounded. "You can testify that I didn't kill him." Xian Tian shrugged. Li Baibai shook his head gently, somewhat helpless. Jiang Xi was still vomiting blood, but he was shocked by this scene, and the blood was stuck in his throat. Cough, cough. For some reason, he felt that this legendary dojo master, the world's #1 expert, was somewhat different. Don't be surprised. Master is such a person. White Cloud smiled and handed Jiang Xi a small blue medicine bottle. This is a healing medicine specially made with phase. After drinking it, your injuries will be healed very quickly. Thank you. Jiang Xi took it and drank it without asking any questions, and energy that contained rich vitality quickly circulated throughout his body. The injuries on his body were also recovering rapidly. How magical! Jiang Xi was amazed. Watch carefully. Master is about to make his move again, White Cloud reminded. Jiang Xi hurriedly looked over. On the field, everyone was shocked by Xian Tian. No one dared to make a move. Xian Tian and Li Baibai walked side by side to the lotus heads by the lakeside. Looking up from this direction, they could still see hundreds of lotus heads in the center of the lake. There are so many thousand-year-old fays. I was careless. I almost made a mistake. Xian Tian patted his forehead. It should be because of the third spirit chi awakening that some changes have occurred here. When we came a few days ago, these are not here yet, Li Bai said, while the two were chatting. Not far away, Sharuk, Johansson, and Ivan, three foreign spirit nurturing stage martial artists, were too tense to move. It seemed that no one paid attention to them, but there were two extremely strong spiritual pressure that had been enveloping them. At this time, the three of them were full of fear and regret. 2 hours ago, they learned about the changes here through the spies planted in the training camp and immediately rushed over. They wanted to take this opportunity to explore the secret of Xian Tian and Li Bai's rise in the Jade Lake secret realm. Before they came, they were full of confidence. Because of the third spirit chi awakening some time ago, their strength had improved and they had gained a lot. Especially Sharuk of the Peacock Country and Johansson of the Sacred Alliance. These two mid-stage spirit-nurturing stage martial artists thought that they had the strength to challenge Xian Tian and Li Bai. But now, when they saw Xian Tian and Li Bai, they realized that they were still far behind. With one kick, William, who was at the early-stage spirit-nurturing stage, could easily cripple them. Yes, William had been crippled. With a unique spiritual sense of the spirit-nurturing stage, they just scanned and knew that William's bones and meridians were shattered. Although he was not dead, he was really crippled. When the three of them were uneasy and became more and more nervous, Xian Tian finally turned his gaze to them and chuckled. I said, "Everything here belongs to my great Xia. You should have no objections, right?" Sharuk and others quickly shook their heads. "Don't joke. Who dares to have objections? Jiang Xi is my man. You should all remember that, right?" Sharuk and others hurriedly nodded. "Very well, with all of you as witnesses, if anything happens to Jiang Xi in the future, I will take a knife and kill all the young talents of your country." When Xian Tian spoke, there was no murderous intent. He revealed a mouthful of big white teeth and smiled brightly. Sharuk and the others shuddered. In the distance, White Cloud smiled and said, "Jiang Xi, you don't have to keep a low profile in the future." Jiang Xi nodded gently, his mood a little complicated. The world's strongest person personally supported him. "So domineering, I like it." At this time, Xian Tian shouted, "White Cloud, send the list you compiled to these three friends." List? Everyone was puzzled. Only Sharuk and the other two secretly felt that something was wrong. White Cloud ran over and sent a document to the three of them with his tactical communications watch. When they saw the contents of the document, their expressions changed. Xian Tian chuckled and said, "The students on the list are all your people. I have helped you train them for so long and spent a lot of resources. It shouldn't be too much for you to pay their tuition fees, right?" Sharuk, Johansson, and Ivan came from the Peacock Nation, the Holy Alliance, and Alpha Star, respectively. They all held high positions in their respective countries. Naturally, they had an impression of the spies they had planted in the Jintan Budokan training camp. Usually, the spies could hide their identities in the training camp through various measures. This time, in order to convey the information of the changes in the Tongtian Mountain, the spies had a high possibility of their identities being exposed due to the lack of confidentiality measures. In the end, Jintan Budokan found all the spies. "How much?" Sharuk asked with an ugly expression. "I don't want much. 1,000-year-old Fey or something of equivalent value each." "I don't accept payment in installments," Xian Tian said with a smile. This was a blatant robbery. "Of course, if you don't want to pay, you could be like the one from the Dark Shadow Nation and let me kick you. Then, you don't have to pay." This was a blatant threat. How could it be good to be kicked? In the end, the three of them handed over something of equivalent value to the 1,000-year-old Fey with bleeding hearts. Sharuk handed over an old sheepskin scroll full of Sanskrit. Johansson handed over a simple dagger. Ivan was slightly weaker and didn't have as much wealth as the other two. He took out trillions of new moon dollars and handed over his usual weapon. Only then was the matter settled. Xian Tian threw these things to White Cloud and asked White Cloud to keep them. Then he shouted to the foreign martial artist, "Someone from the Dark Shadow Nation, come out." Everyone looked at each other. Who dared to move? Many people looked at Sam, who was hiding in the back. He was an A-rank martial artist from the Dark Shadow Nation and was very famous. It's you. Take your boss away. Shin Tian pointed at Sam. Sam's face was dark as he trembled with fear and went over to bring back the crippled William. At this time, Shin Tian waved to Sharuk and the others. Okay, you can go now. Remember to take everyone away. Finally, you're welcome to come again, but you must prepare the tuition fees in advance. These four martial artists, led by Sharuk, Johansson, and Ivan, quickly went down the mountain with sullen faces. They swore that they would never come to Great Xia again. The people of Great Xia were all bandits. Chapter 143. After Xian Tian's deterrence, only the martial artists from the Xia kingdom were left at the top of Mount Tongtian. Xian Tian and Li Bai first went over to greet Huang Kuan to show their respect. Then, together with Lu Rong, White Cloud, and He Tu, a total of 6 martial artists from the Xia kingdom walked to the lake together to observe the lotus pods. Xian Tian, you mean these spiritual plants have just grown in the past few days? Huang Kuan was very surprised. That's right. 5 days ago, Li Bai and I came here and checked the entire Jade Lake secret realm. We were worried that the third spirit Qi revival would cause changes to this place. Xian Tian nodded. I just didn't expect that there would still be an oversight. Li Bai added, the spirit Qi revival is indeed magical and mysterious. Lu Rong also sighed. In the distance, Jiang Ci stood together with many A-class martial artists. These people came from various martial artist forces in the Xia kingdom. Some of them were even from reclusive families. They were all very famous in the circle of A-class martial artists. Except for the young Shu Qi, everyone else had made a name for themselves. But at this time, everyone greeted Jiang Ci warmly and took the initiative to make friends with him. They had all seen Jiang Ci's strength just now. In the chaotic battle, 8 foreign A-class martial artists, 2 of which even had the strength of the second tier of A-class, were easily killed by Jiang Ci. In other words, if they were to face Jiang Ci, the result might not be any better. Jiang Ci politely exchanged contact information with everyone. He could handle this kind of situation with ease. At the same time, he was also very emotional. This was the world where the strong preyed on the weak. When you were weak, no matter how much you paid, it was difficult to enter the higher circles. But when you were strong, those circles would take the initiative to approach you. If you were in full bloom, a cool breeze would come. That was the principle. Shu Qi knew Jiang Ci, so she didn't join the fun. She could also be considered as a witness to Jiang Ci's growth. In less than a year, Jiang Ci went from a genius trainee in the heaven-level training camp to a top A-class martial artist in the world. He was sought after by many powerhouses. Shu Qi sighed in her heart. Ingxue, what kind of monster do you like? She was worried for her cousin Han Ingxue. While everyone was chatting, in the distance, Xian Tian and the others seemed to have discussed something. I shouted from afar, all of you, retreat to 10,000 meters away. Everyone retreated 10,000 meters away with doubt. They each found a high peak and stood on it, looking over there. Of Ingxian, 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 Ingxuanwen, he Ingxian, Ingxianing. Ingxian, Ingxian, Yuan, Ingxian, Ingxian. Ingxian, Ingxian, Ing of Yinggoff, Ingxian. Apart from the hundreds of thousand-year-old lotus seed pods in the center of the lake, there were also dozens of them by the lakeside, which were within reach. However, several masters of the spirit formation stage did not rush to make a move. It seems that there should be a big guy sleeping at the bottom of the lake. Even with my spiritual sense, I can only vaguely sense a strong aura, but I can't detect the specific situation. Xian Tian's expression became serious. Li Bai also nodded. Even the 2 of you can't detect it. Huang Kuan and Lu Rong's expressions changed. Xian Tian was just serious for a moment, and then he suddenly laughed. Haha, don't be so serious. With the current concentration of spiritual qi, there won't be any existence above the spirit nurturing stage. White Cloud and He Tu's hearts skipped a beat when they saw their master making such a solemn vow. Li Bai also understood Xian Tian very well. She gently touched her forehead, helplessly. Huang Kuan and Lu Rong were at a loss. What? You don't believe me? Just now, we agreed that whoever solves the danger at the bottom of the lake will get an extra 10% of the spiritual items. Xian Tian smiled, put his hand on the saber handle, and acted as if he was about to make a move. Then let me try first. Lu Rong took a step forward with his staff. Xian Tian and Li Bai tacitly retreated, as if they had been waiting for this sentence. White Cloud and He, too, naturally followed Xian Tian's rhythm. Huang Kuan also had no intention to compete. With a smile on his face, he sat calmly on the fishing platform, because he represented the great Xia Kingdom's official. No matter how these spiritual items were distributed, the spiritual items he brought back in the end would not be less even if he really took less. It didn't matter. He was very open-minded, as long as these spiritual items did not fall into the hands of foreigners. At this moment, Lu Rong took a deep breath, and the spiritual qi around his body began to gather, rolling up bursts of whirlwinds. Immediately after, he jumped up, crossed a few thousand meters in the air, and arrived above the lake. The long staff turned into a huge staff shadow, waved like a dragon, and smashed straight at the lake's surface. "Come out!" Lu Rong shouted. Boom! The lake's surface exploded, setting off huge waves that were dozens of meters high, forming a huge whirlpool. Woo! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar resounded through heaven and earth. At the same time, the lake's surface shook violently, and the whirlpool became turbulent, creating a strong suction force. All of a sudden, a white shadow swept out from under the water. Upon closer inspection, it was a crystal white bone that was hundreds of meters long. Retreat! Lu Rong was shocked. However, he was in the air and had nowhere to borrow strength, so he couldn't dodge at all. He was instantly swept by the huge white bone. Bang! Accompanied by a huge impact, he was directly sent flying. His figure whistled and disappeared into the horizon. What a huge white bone! Could it be an undead creature? Jiang Xi's breathing stagnated, and he was stunned. Even Lu Rong, who was in the mid-stage of spirit nurture, couldn't block a single attack. Furthermore, this was only a white bone. How big was the white bone under the water? Splash! Huge waves slammed against the lake shore, and a rapid whirlpool rose into the sky, forming a waterspout. Under everyone's gaze, a huge white bone figure rushed out of the water, walked on the water, and roared at the sky. A strong aura suddenly spread out. This was a skeleton of the tiger tribe, and it was 100 meters tall and 400 meters long. What had sent Lu Rong flying earlier was its 100-meter-long white bone tiger tail. Although the dozens of the Xia Kingdom's A-class martial artists were 10,000 meters away, they felt a strong spiritual pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. Could it be an undead creature transformed from the wind demon White Tiger? Jiang Xi felt better, but he was still shocked. All of you retreat further. This time, it was the Xian Tian who shouted at them. Everyone flew back another 10,000 meters, and the spiritual pressure from the skeleton of the tiger tribe became much lighter, and they could withstand it. Jiang Xi's endurance was much better than theirs, and he didn't retreat too far. He had been observing the battle situation in the distance. The huge skeleton of the tiger tribe stepped on the water, staring at the people by the lake covetously. At this moment, Li Bai shouted, "Let me try." She turned into a streak of white light and flew out. The long sword in her hand instantly condensed a layer of pure spiritual energy, and its power was astonishing, and it went straight for the huge skeleton of the tiger tribe. 9 elements, sword technique. Her famous ultimate move. The speed of the sword was so fast that even its afterimage couldn't be seen, and it was beyond the speed that ordinary people could catch. Clang! Clang! The skeleton of the tiger tribe's white-boned tiger tail was not slower than Li Bai, and it was even faster. It blocked all Li Bai's fast sword attacks. Whoosh! The white-boned tiger tail made a shocking sound, and it swept toward Li Bai. It seemed that Li Bai was about to fall into the same situation as Lu Rong, where she couldn't borrow strength in the air and was hit by the white bone. Suddenly, her footsteps became illusory, and it was as if she was stepping on stairs, and she moved hundreds of meters in the air. Walking in the air? This scene shocked everyone once again. Chapter 144. Is this something a martial artist can do? Jiang Xi couldn't help but ask himself. Walking in the air was a mythical technique. This is Senior Li's unique skill. Even Master can't do it. It is said that when her speed reaches the extreme, she can walk quickly in the air for a short period of time. A gentle voice suddenly sounded out by Jiang Xi's side. Jiang Xi was shocked and looked back. It turned out to be White Cloud. He didn't know when she came to him. It should be that his attention was completely attracted by the battle on the lake, and he relaxed his vigilance, so he didn't notice her. Of course, this was also related to White Cloud being in the Spirit Yin stage. If she didn't actively emit her aura, Jiang Xi wouldn't be able to find her. What White Cloud said surprised Jiang Xi. Walking in the air can be done when one's speed reaches the extreme? Unheard of. You're also good at speed. If you have a chance later, you can ask her for advice. White Cloud chuckled. Thank you for your reminder, Senior White Cloud. Don't be restrained. Just call me White Cloud. With the speed of your strength improvement, you should be able to reach the Spirit Yin stage in 1 or 2 years. You don't have to call me Senior. Jiang Xi nodded gently. The two turned their eyes to the battle on the lake. On the other side, Li Bai walked in the air as if she was walking on flat ground. Her speed reached the extreme, and her whole person turned into a white phantom. In addition to Jiang Xi's speed, her fast sword had an additional charm. With the spiritual energy on the sword body, the power was even stronger. The sword's shadow fell on the huge body of the tiger tribe skeleton, making a muffled sound that kept echoing on the top of the Tongtian mountain. Roar! The tiger tribe skeleton, which was 100 meters high and nearly 400 meters long, walked on the water with its huge body, roaring at Li Bai in the air. The two sides fought one after another, and the amazing airwaves that broke out even lowered the water level of the lake on the top of the mountain by several meters. What a fast sword! Even if Jiang Xi's 9-element sword art had been perfected, now that he saw the creator of the 9-element sword art perform it, he also gained a lot of insights. However, after looking at it for a while, Jiang Xi shook his head. If it wasn't for White Cloud's reminder, he might have thought that Li Bai and the tiger skeleton were evenly matched. But now, Jiang Xi knew that the possibility of Li Bai losing was very high. Although Li Bai's sword was fast, once he lost the means to borrow power from the air, the speed of his sword could not be maintained. After a while, Li Bai still failed to subdue the huge tiger skeleton. Suddenly, Jiang Xi sensed someone approaching. This time, he diverted part of his attention to guard his surroundings. He turned his head and saw that it was the plain-looking old man, Huang Kun. Jiang Xi had already learned about Huang Kun and knew that he was a respectable elder. Greetings, Elder Huang. He greeted respectfully. There's no need to be so formal. We're just having a casual chat. Huang Kun smiled and waved his hand. Jiang Xi nodded. He was a little puzzled. He did not know why Huang Kun was looking for him. You did well just now. You killed 8 foreign A-rank martial artists and spread the name of Great Xia. This old man is also proud of you. Huang Kun laughed loudly. Thank you, Elder Huang, for your praise. Jiang Xi was still puzzled. Huang Kun smiled and nodded. Then, he changed the topic and said solemnly, Jiang Xi, are you interested in joining our military and becoming a military martial artist? Jiang Xi was stunned. Last year, the deputy commander of the Northern Mountains Army, Zhao Yin, had made a similar invitation, but he had rejected it. This was because his experience points panel was not suitable for a group environment. It would be easily exposed. Now, facing Huang Kun's second invitation, Jiang Xi hesitated. If he directly rejected it, it would be very disrespectful. Moreover, he had already joined the Jenten Budokan. It would be inappropriate for him to become a military martial artist. Jiang Xi glanced at White Cloud. The second in command of the Jinten Budokan was standing next to him. Seeing Jiang Xi's hesitation, Huang Kuan smiled and said, "Let me add, after you join our military, you will be treated differently from ordinary military martial artists. You will be promoted to the rank of Major General. You will not be in the military camp usually. You will only be invited to participate in some important missions. For example, your dojo master Xiantian has the rank of general in our military. You can ask White Cloud about this." Bai Yin nodded and said with a smile, "Senior Huang is right. Jiangxi, although having an additional identity means having an additional responsibility, the benefits you obtain are also obvious." Jiangxi thought for a while and did not continue to argue. He immediately agreed. With his current strength, there was no need for him to hide anymore. He had just killed so many people. It was estimated that all the strong martial artists in the world knew about his existence. After Huang Kuan accepted the invitation, he laughed heartily. At this time, the battle situation in the distance suddenly changed. Just as Jiang Xi expected, Li Bai could not maintain the method of borrowing strength from the air and was in a disadvantageous position. In the end, he could only wave his sword helplessly to block the white-boned tiger's tail and retreat to the lake in a flash. Roar! The gigantic skeleton of the tiger tribe stepped on the surface of the water, its roar shaking the heavens. It was as if it was mocking the fact that no one could fight. Everyone's heart sank. If they could not subdue this monster, they would not be able to pick the lotus pods. "Ha! It's finally my turn." At this time, Xiantian laughed wildly and attacked. He held his saber and jumped lightly, but he did not jump into the air. Instead, he jumped on the water and walked on the water like the tiger tribe skeleton. His aura was like that of an ancient demon. He ran on the water, and a huge saber shadow shot out from his saber. The tiger tribe skeleton, which was the wind demon white tiger, roared and spat out a sharp white light, which collided with the saber shadow. Bang! 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 The shockwave from the explosion set off a violent gale. Again, Xiantian roared, and the wind around him swept out like a saber. Roar! The tiger tribe skeleton pounced and swept its tail. Bam! This time, it was at a disadvantage and was sent flying by Xiantian's saber. Splash! It fell into the water, and dozens of its sparkling white bones were also broken. Xiantian followed up with another attack. He waved his saber, and an invisible saber wind broke the water surface. Whoosh! The tiger skeleton charged out once more, spewing out streaks of astonishing white light from its mouth continuously, creating a huge commotion. However, Xiantian's saber was too powerful. It was as if it could shake the space and bring great damage to the tiger tribe skeleton. Its body was made up of white bones. After its bones were shattered, it recovered very slowly. If this continued, it would definitely be defeated and die. The tiger tribe skeleton also sensed the fatal danger. Roar! It roared, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on the mountaintop gathered toward it. A shocking scene appeared. Its huge body was shrinking rapidly. Its body, which was close to 400 meters long, turned into the size of a normal tiger in the blink of an eye. Its sparkling white-boned body seemed to have a dazzling luster circulating around it, making it look extraordinary. Its aura also increased by a level because of this. This transformation was really like a demon in the legends. Chapter 145. Several spirit gathering cultivators noticed the change in the tiger skeleton's aura. This is above spirit gathering. Even someone as strong as Li Bai couldn't keep calm. Just now, Xiantian said that with the current concentration of spiritual energy, there wouldn't be any existence above spirit gathering. But now this tiger skeleton showed an aura above spirit gathering. "Master!" White Cloud and He too shouted anxiously. They were worried about Xiantian. "Xiantian is in danger," Huang Kuan said in a serious tone. Was it really so? Jiang Xi was a little confused. It wasn't that he wasn't worried about Xiantian. He was worried too, but with his sharp spiritual sense, he found that Xian Tian seemed to be calm, or rather, excited. Humph! When everyone was worried and anxious, Xian Tian snorted angrily. He flipped his saber, and an inexplicable charm spread out from his body and covered the saber. This time, he left the water and rose into the air, slashing out with his saber. The inexplicable charm attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, condensing into a 100-meter-long invisible saber, slashing at the tiger skeleton on the water. It was like a legendary technique, terrifying. The moment the saber appeared, everyone was shocked. They could feel an invincible and unstoppable saber intent wreaking havoc in this space. Roar! The tiger skeleton turned into the size of a normal tiger. The white bones all over its body were flowing with spiritual energy, looking very sacred. It roared angrily and rushed into the sky. The white-boned tiger tail suddenly swung, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth turned into a long whip, facing Xian Tian's saber intent. Boom! The sky and earth were bright, and the collision produced a dazzling light, making people unable to see what happened. Xian Tian shouted angrily, "Die!" The 100-meter-long saber intent soared again by 10 times, and the spiritual energy went berserk. Woo! Then the tiger skeleton wailed. When the light dissipated, everyone found that there was only Xian Tian standing on the lake with a saber. The imposing tiger skeletons had already disappeared without a trace. All that was left was a sky full of shattered bones that fluttered in the air and scattered in the lake at the top of the mountain, just as the tiger skeleton used its godlike transformation technique and revealed its strength above the spirit vessel realm. It was killed by Xian Tian with a single slash. At the same time, a group of foreign warriors led by Sharuk, Johansson, and Ivan had returned to the barrier at the edge of the Jade Lake secret realm. As long as they stepped into the clouds, they would be sent out of Kunlun Mountain's Death Valley by the mysterious teleportation power. About to leave, the three spirit gathering stage martial artists are very unwilling to look in the direction of Tongtian Mountain, where they find the opportunity to rise to prominence. But they could only watch. Just one Xian Tian could easily kill the martial artists of the Great Xia Kingdom. Needless to say, there was also Li Bai, who was not weak at all, and several other Xia Empire's Spirit Yin stage martial artists. If Xian Tian and the others really wanted to kill them, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Could it be? God wants us to die. Their hearts were full of despair and powerlessness. Just now, they had seen the scene of Jiang Xi killing 8 A-level martial artists in an instant under the siege. Such a genius. In the future, will definitely be another Xian Tian. The Xia Kingdom not only has Xian Tian, a strong martial artist at the peak of martial arts, but also a young genius like Jiang Xi. If this continues, these countries and forces can only live under the deterrence of the Xia Kingdom. Damn it, they all wanted to kill Jiang Xi, but they didn't have the courage. No one dared to challenge Xian Tian. Just when they were about to turn around and cross the barrier of the Jade Lake secret realm, they saw a shocking saber shadow suddenly rise from the depths of the Jade Lake secret realm, as if it was going to cut the sky. Everyone was shocked, especially Sharuk and the other two. They knew that this was Xian Tian's saber. With such power, they were afraid that one slash could kill all 3 of them together. Forget it. The 3 of them stepped over the barrier with a bitter face. The last shred of resistance disappeared without a trace. However, they had retreated in fear, so they missed another shocking scene. The shattered white bones quickly sank into the lake. Master has touched the threshold. White Cloud exclaimed, his voice full of envy. Threshold? Jiang Xi was a little surprised. The threshold above spirit nurturing. Huang Kuan explained to Jiang Xi. Hearing this, Jiang Xi was even more surprised. Xian Tian could kill a tiger skeleton above spirit nurturing with one slash. And he was still at spirit nurturing, killing an enemy above his level. No wonder he was the world's strongest martial artist. While everyone was exclaiming, suddenly the wind and clouds changed. Boom! Thunder roared, and the dark clouds covering the sky quickly dissipated. However, there was no sunlight. Everyone looked up at the sky, and their expressions changed. Even Xian Tian's expression changed greatly. Shocking. After the dark clouds dissipated, there was a reflection of a lake in the sky. It looked 100 times bigger than the lake at the top of Mount Tongtian. It was vast and boundless. The lake was filled with thick mist, hazy, like a celestial lake in heaven. What was even more shocking was that within the mist, there seemed to be a sky-reaching pavilion standing on the surface of the lake. Is that the Jade Lake? This thought flashed through everyone's mind. At this time, everyone was looking up at the sky, so no one noticed the change in Jiangxi's expression. Because Jiangxi found that after the lake appeared in the sky, the inexplicable attraction that had been lingering in his heart suddenly became stronger. Previously, when he was chased by Feng Xian, it was because of the inexplicable attraction that he came to Mount Tongtian. Then on the top of the mountain, he found the peak with the traces of Ling Wan Road and Wonderful Stone Mountain. However, he always felt that the inexplicable attraction did not come from the peak. However, on the top of the mountain, he could not find any other source of attraction. No wonder I couldn't find it. It's in the sky. Jiang Xi came to a realization. Do you want to go to the sky? How to go up? With a ladder? Jiang Xi shook his head. Don't be ridiculous. The reflection of the lake seemed to be in another world soon. Xian Tian gave him a demonstration. Xian Tian stepped on the surface of the water and suddenly borrowed the force, splashing waves dozens of meters high and leaping thousands of meters. However, in the end, he fell back to the water. Obviously, this method could not go up. Xian Tian returned to the lake with a frown, but his eyes were fixed on the lake in the sky. Li Bai and the others hurriedly went up to him. Jiang Xi thought for a moment and followed. What did you find? Li Bai asked. Under everyone's questioning gaze, Xian Tian shook his head. I can't figure it out yet. I suspect it's another secret realm. Another secret realm? Seeing everyone's surprise, Xian Tian explained with a smile. I once read in an ancient book that in ancient times, there were powerful people who could open up space and build small worlds, which are the so-called Grotto Heaven secret realms. Presumably, with such strength, it would be easy for them to open up another world in the original Grotto Heaven secret realm. In that case, the lake in the sky is a real world. How do we go up? Lu Rong raised the question that everyone was concerned about. Just now, he was swept away by the tiger skeleton's tail and rushed back from the foot of the mountain. Chapter 146. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Xian Tian crossed his arms and pondered for a while. After a while, he suddenly said, Use a ladder? Everyone was silent. Boss, are you serious? This is the answer you came up with after thinking for so long? I'm just kidding. I don't know how to go up, but the way up must be at the top of this mountain. Xian Tian laughed. However, Jiang Xi noticed that Xian Tian seemed to be joking, but inadvertently, he glanced at him meaningfully. This action caused Riverward to be alarmed. Could it be that Xian Tian noticed his abnormality and knew about the inexplicable attraction? He looked carefully and found that Xian Tian was acting normal. He was joking with everyone. Did I see wrongly? The others did not notice Xian Tian's action because they were focused on finding the way up. Next, everyone, including the dozen or so A-class martial artists, searched the mountain top together. Unfortunately, after looking around for a while, he still couldn't find the path. Jiang Xi thought of the 100-meter-tall mountain peak. However, Xian Tian and Li Bai also thought of it. The two of them went there and studied for a long time, but they did not find anything. In the end, everyone gathered at the lake at the top of the mountain. Only this lake has not been found. It should be down there. Xian Tian looked at the rippling water and guessed. However, the Tongtian mountain had a radius of more than 50 kilometers. This lake took up 70% of the area. It was so big that one could not see the end of it. It was very difficult to search such a big lake in a short time with only manpower. After all, the situation underwater was different from the situation on land. Leave it to me. Our military has professional underwater detection equipment. Huang Kuan smiled. Okay, with Elder Huang in charge, everyone can rest assured. Xian Tian laughed. However, even so, he still asked He Tu to help in the end. Huang Kuan did not object. The Jade Lake's secret realm had always been guarded by Jintan Budokan. It was reasonable for He Tu to participate in the search. After this matter was settled, everyone plucked the lotus heads from the lake at the top of the mountain. He had obtained a total of 145 1,000-year-old lotus pods. The various forces of the Great Xia Kingdom that were present would distribute the spoils according to the ratio that was agreed upon beforehand. The government of the Xia Kingdom and Jinten Budokan received the most. Next were Tsukishin Budokan and Longxiang Martial Arts School. As for the A-class martial artists, they had also contributed a lot in the battle against the foreign enemies, and each of them had been given at least one lotus pod. No one was dissatisfied with the happy ending. A single 1,000-year spiritual item was enough to raise the strength of their faction to a whole new level. Of course, some of them were also very interested in the lake world and the sky. However, they were also self-aware. They knew that this kind of opportunity belonged to the few spirit nourishment stage cultivators present. A-class warriors were not qualified to compete for it. The series of battles that occurred around the Heavenspan Mountain also came to an end here. Apart from He Tu, who was requested by the Xiantian to stay behind to guard the sky-piercing mountain, everyone else had to leave. As the dark clouds at the top of the mountain had dispersed, the fog that shrouded the upper half of the sky-piercing mountain and the lower half of the lightning had all disappeared. Therefore, when going down the mountain, Jiang Xi did not have to worry that others would discover the strange scene where the lightning could not hit him. After going down the mountain, he watched as everyone left with their respective spoils. Jiang Xi and Shu Qiqi were a little confused and only then reacted. As the students of the heaven-level training camp, they seemed to be undergoing survival training. The two of you should leave together. This kind of training is no longer useful to you. At this time, White Cloud called for them to leave together. Soon, everyone returned to the barrier at the edge of the Jade Pool's secret realm. They stepped into the clouds and were sent out of the Death Valley of Kuan Mountain by the teleportation force. After coming out, Jiang Xi stood at the edge of the Death Valley and turned around to take a look. An inexplicable attraction came from a mysterious lake in the sky. His intuition told him that he would come here again soon. After that, they took the transport plane with White Cloud and returned to the camp town. As for the other training camp students, they were still undergoing survival training. On the transport plane, no one said anything. Jiang Xi also closed his eyes to rest, but in his heart, he was reviewing this experience. Only by being good at summarizing can one grow faster. Jinten Budokan had guarded the Jade Pool's secret realm for many years, and there had never been such a large-scale infiltration of foreign enemies. This time, it seemed that someone deliberately let go of the guards and let those with bad intentions in. Looking at the whole thing, Jiang Xi felt that this was like a successful and failed fishing operation. The success was that the martial artists of the Great Xia Empire deterred those foreign martial artists who had become restless because of the third recovery of spiritual energy. The failure was that before the operation, they did not make sufficient preparations for possible accidents. Judging from the reactions of Xiantian and Li Bai, they had also checked the situation of the Jade Pool's secret realm in advance to ensure that there would be no accidents. But they did not expect the recovery of spiritual energy to be so magical that the Tongtian Mountain would change so much because of it. In just a few days, so many 1,000-year-old spiritual creatures had grown. As a result, the number of fish caught exceeded the expected number. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi chuckled in his heart. He seemed to be an accident, too. If he had not been chased by Feng Xian, discovered these changes in the Tongtian Mountain, and promptly notified the martial arts school's higher-ups, these 1,000-year-old spiritual creatures would have been obtained by the foreign martial artists. 100 years, 1,000 years, was just an exaggerated description of spiritual creatures. It did not mean that the spiritual creatures had really grown for 100 years or 1,000 years. It was undeniable that the effect of spiritual creatures was very powerful. Under normal circumstances, a 100-year-old spiritual creature could cultivate an ordinary A-rank martial artist. And 1,000-year-old spiritual creatures were important cultivation resources for spirit accumulation stage martial artists to improve their strength. It could be imagined that if so many 1,000-year-old spiritual creatures fell into the hands of foreign martial artists, it would definitely cause a huge blow to the Great Xia Empire. It would even affect the Great Xia Empire's leading position in this era. Fortunately, Xin Tian and Li Bai were strong enough to complete the goal of deterring foreign martial artists. In addition, there was another unexpected accident, which was the appearance of the Sky Lake. This kind of accident was not something that could be controlled by humans, so it could be said that it was not an accident. In conclusion, there are still some things that Jiang Xi did not understand. For example, before everyone discovered the changes in the Tongtian Mountain, what was the bait that Xin Tian and the others used to fish? But in general, he had roughly figured out everything and felt that his whole person was much more relaxed. Jiang Xi warned himself in his heart that even if his strength had become stronger, he still had to act cautiously. Before doing anything, he had to try his best to be fully prepared and consider the possible accidents that might happen. Otherwise, it would be like this fishing operation where powerful experts like Xin Tian and Li Bai almost failed. In the end, putting aside these successes and failures, this battle of the Tongtian Mountain made Jiang Xi realize one thing. The Great Xia Empire was as strong as ever. Chapter 147, September 8th, 93rd year of the New Moon Era. This year's survival training in the training camp had ended. When they set off, a total of 601 trainees had gone to the Heaven Level and Earth Level training camps. In the end, less than 500 people returned. They had lost nearly 20% of their trainees. This data gave the instructors of the training camp a fright. There had never been such a tragic record. After some investigation, they found out that more than 50 trainees with the identity of secret agents had been expelled from the training camp. But even so, the mortality rate had reached 10%. It was twice as high as the previous years. They quickly found the reason from the trainees' experiences. It was because the undead creatures in the Jade Lake secret realm had become a lot stronger after the third awakening of spiritual chi. Many trainees had lost their lives because of it. The instructors had the responsibility of training the trainees. Therefore, they unanimously decided to increase the requirements for the trainees in the future training. Because of this, the camp town set off another wave of training craze. The strength of the trainees increased rapidly because of this. And all this had nothing to do with Jiang Xi. In the number 3 Shanshuiyuan Manor, Jiang Xi was asking his teacher, Yulin, about some questions regarding the Swift Sword. He didn't become arrogant just because he had become stronger. Jiang Xi knew the importance of brainstorming, and Yulin had a unique understanding of the Swift Sword. Just the rhythm of the Swift Sword had benefited him a lot. The two of them practiced, as usual, one teaching and the other learning, until 8 o'clock in the evening. In the end, Yulin smiled and said, Jiang Xi, as your teacher, I have nothing to teach you. Teacher, you must be joking. I think you are better than Li Bai and Senior Bai when it comes to the details of the Swift Sword. Jiang Xi shook his head. You can't say this carelessly. Yulin smiled helplessly. His strength was in the 3rd tier of A-class. In the circle of A-class fighters, he had a lot of connections. In the past few days, he had received many congratulations from his old friends. Because he was Jiang Xi's teacher, Jiang Xi's shocking actions in the Jade Lake secret realm had spread throughout the martial arts world. Under the encirclement, he had easily killed 8 A-class warriors. 2 of them were even 2nd-tier A-class warriors. When the students were successful, the teachers would also feel proud. The only thing that Yulin felt was a pity was that he couldn't witness Jiang Xi's massacre with his own eyes. On the day of the Heavenspan Mountain battle, he happened to not be in the training camp. He went somewhere else, so he did not make it in time. I don't think you'll be staying in the training camp for long. Have you thought about where you want to go? Yulin asked again. Jiang Xi smiled. Let's go home. Now that his martial artist level has reached the A-level bottleneck, the next step is to consider how to break through the bottleneck and become a spirit vessel stage martial artist. The resources of the heaven-level training camp were only used to nurture A-class fighters. It was no longer of much help to him, so he could apply for graduation. In addition, he was a Jinten Budokan warrior, so after graduating from the training camp, he had two choices: stay in the Jinten Budokan headquarters or work in the branch library. If it were anyone else, they would definitely choose to stay in the headquarters because it was easier to get good cultivation resources there. In comparison, it would be more difficult to get good cultivation resources in the branches of the prefectural cities. However, these were not a problem for Jiang Ci, because he had the experience points panel. Therefore, he decided to go back to the branch library in Pak Sun province. Late at night, the two moons were hanging in the sky. Jiang Ci sat cross-legged on the balcony of Villa 101 in Tianyuan district, running the 9 elements cultivation method and cultivating qi. Because the data on the panel was in a bottleneck state, he could not carry out daily improvement at present. He could only use all his time to cultivate the 9 elements cultivation method. Cultivation also allowed him to gain experience points, and experience points were the foundation. Now, he could gain 27 experience points for every cycle of cultivation. It used to be 9 experience points. In other words, after the third awakening of qi, the concentration of heaven and earth qi was 3 times higher than before. Level: Pulse opening level A, 259002-5900. Cultivation method: 9 elements cultivation method martial technique. 9 elements swordsmanship, combined 300-003-0000. Wind shadow step, combined 400-004-0000. Force exertion, 10 experience points, 124685. It had been 6 days since he returned from the Jade Lake's secret realm. Judging from the data on the experience points panel, his biggest gain in the Jade Lake's secret realm this time was that his martial artist level had reached the A-level bottleneck. He was only 1 step away from advancing to the spirit nurturing stage. In addition to this, his experience points had increased by more than 3,000 points. It was a little less, mainly because he did not hunt those undead creatures this time. If he had not killed 9 A-level martial artists, he might have gained much less experience points this time. Why not? Jiang Ci would not forget the first A-level martial artist he killed, Mayu. Apart from the experience points, the other gains this time were not small. The main ones were the 5 spiritual fruits. 2,000-year-old spiritual fruits, the peach and the dragon fruit. 300-year-old spiritual fruits. He had already used 1 dragon-marked spirit fruit in the Tongtian Mountain, leaving 2 fruits that looked similar to apricots. In addition, Jiang Ci was still thinking about those lotus pods. No matter what, he had contributed to the organization in the Battle of the Tongtian Mountain. There should be a reward, right? It had been almost a week, and he had not received a reward yet. When it was close to midnight, his tactical communications watch vibrated. It's the middle of the night. Don't tell me they're pulling me to watch a horror movie again. Jiang Ci's face was a little dark, thinking that it was a call from Jiang Dedu. After clicking on it, he found that it was not. White Cloud's gentle voice came from the other side of the phone. Jiang Ci, come to the Tianyuan Pavilion 2nd floor. Jiang Ci was shocked, and he thought to himself, it's finally here. He did not ask much and went straight to the Tianyuan Pavilion. At this time, the Tianyuan Pavilion was empty, and there was no one in sight. When he came to the 2nd floor, he saw White Cloud standing at the door of the room on Lingwan Road, waiting. White Cloud smiled at him. Go in. Master is waiting for you inside. Thank you. Jiang Ci nodded and walked in. The black door, made of A-grade alloy, slowly closed. The huge room was empty, and there was only a mountain rock about 3 meters tall. It was Lingwan Road. Tian stood in front of Lingwan Road with his hands behind his back, quietly observing. You're here? Tian was very easygoing. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Jiang Ci bowed respectfully. Haha, don't be restrained. Jiang Ci just smiled. How could he not be restrained when facing the world's #1 martial arts expert? This kind of one-on-one meeting was completely different from the many people at the Tongtian Mountain. Xian shook his head with a smile and did not insist. He continued, "You should be able to guess the origin of Lingwan Road, right? I heard from Deacon Lu Kuei that it was brought back from a mysterious place by the Pavilion Master. This mysterious place should be the Jade Pool's secret realm." Jiang Ci nodded. "That's right, but the process of bringing it back is a little different from the rumors. I used a saber to cut it down from the Tongtian Mountain." Xiantian's tone was a little boastful. Jiang Ci smiled and did not say anything. He had confirmed this guess when he found the 100-meter-tall peak on the Tongtian Mountain. Chapter 148. This huge mountain rock, except for the side where the 9 steps of Lingwan Road were located, was a slope with a slight slope. The other 3 sides were completely cut down by Xiantian's saber. It was very smooth and looked uncoordinated. When Xiantian, Li Bai, and the others first ascended Tongtian Mountain, the others were very careful and did not dare to destroy things without permission. Only Xiantian, after a few slashes, dug Lingwan Road, Wondrous Stone Mountain, and the martial arts arena below back from Tongtian Mountain. For Xiantian, this was something worth showing off and being praised by others. Therefore, he often found people to listen to him talk about this achievement. However, he now found that after Jiang Ci listened, he only calmly observed Lingwan Road. Xiantian suddenly felt a burst of dullness. There was no pleasure at all. He said snappily, "You brat, can't you show some surprised expression? Wow, so powerful." Xiantian was helpless. "Forget it. I won't beat around the bush with you. I have been busy with other things these days and didn't have time to return to the training camp. You must have been waiting anxiously. In the Battle of Tongtian Mountain, you performed well and made a great contribution. According to our Jinten Budokan's rules, you will be rewarded for your contributions. Now let's talk about the reward." Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. "If you talk about this, I will be in high spirits." Xiantian continued, "I will give you 2 choices. One is a spiritual object, and the other is a cultivation method of the spirit nurture stage. Can I have both?" Jiang Ci did not even think about it. He was already an adult. What choice did he have to make? "You're not honest at all." Xiantian shook his head. Then he smiled and said, "This time, our martial arts school obtained a total of 40,000-year-old spiritual object level lotus heads. According to your contribution, you can get 5% of them, which is 2 lotus heads. Since you want both the spiritual object and the cultivation method, then I will exchange one of the lotus heads for the cultivation method. Are you satisfied?" Xiantian seemed easy to talk to. Jiang Ci immediately agreed. He was very satisfied. In terms of value alone, the cultivation method of the spirit gathering realm was definitely more valuable. The Xiantian smiled and said, "It's just these. I reckon that when you return, you'll also complain that I'm stingy." In the Heavenspan Mountain this time, apart from the phase, we also had additional gains that expert from the Peacock Kingdom, Shaluk, contributed a set of visualization techniques that can condense one's spiritual sense. It's very valuable, so I'll make a copy for you. You can study it when you get back. A visualization method to condense the soul? Jiang Ci was very interested in this. He recalled the scene at that time. That Shah Rukh had used an ancient parchment full of Sanskrit to pay for the tuition fee that Xiantian had demanded. Yes, after a martial artist reaches the bottleneck of Class A, if he wants to go further, he must condense his spiritual sense. Moreover, the strength of a martial artist in the spirit accumulation stage is also related to his spiritual sense. Thus, you should know the value of this visualization method, right? Xiantian explained. Using such an important thing as the tuition fee will Shaluk's brain. Jiang Ci did not finish his words, but the meaning was obvious. Xiantian laughed. "I'm guessing that Shaluk hasn't fully understood the contents of the sheepskin scroll. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have taken it out. If he knew that this was a visualization method that could actively condense spiritual awareness, I'm afraid he would regret it." Jiang Ci nodded. In any case, he had already guessed some of the methods of the spirit-gathering realm. At this time, Xin Tian asked again, I heard from White Cloud that you are very interested in Li Bai's flying technique. Jiang Xi was obviously stunned. Did I say that? But he reacted quickly. Even if he didn't say it, he must have said it. Yes, Senior Li Bai's flying technique is very magical. Haha, I also asked for it for you. How about it? Thank me. Thank you, Dojo Master. Forget it, forget it. You have no sense of humor. Just like, hey, Tuesday, Xin Tian waved his hand and ridiculed. Jiang Xi's mouth twitched. Once again, he confirmed that this seemingly overbearing and tyrannical man was really a joker. Now that we have finished talking about the reward, it's time to talk about your next move. Xin Tian suddenly said seriously, with your current strength, you can be called the first person below the spirit-gathering realm. So I'm going to appoint you as the 5th elder of the dojo. Are you going to stay in the headquarters or go to the branch? The 5th elder, Jiang Xi, was finally surprised in the division of power in Jinten Budokan. The dojo master, Xin Tian, naturally had the most power. Next were the 2 guards, White Cloud and Hey Tuesday. Then came Tang He and the other 3 elders. The rest were the 12 deacons of the headquarters and the dojo masters of the 7 branches. These 2 had equal power. Originally, he thought that Xin Tian would arrange a deacon position for him, but he didn't expect him to be an elder directly. Jiang Xi didn't decline. At this time, of course he should take the benefits. Then he told Xin Tian frankly that he wanted to go back to Pac Sun Province. Xin Tian obviously also expected Jiang Xi's choice. He smiled and said, It just so happens that the situation in Pac Sun Province is a little tense. When you go back, you can help them deal with some things. Jiang Xi nodded. When he went back, he would be the first person in Jinten Budokan in Pac Sun Province, above the dojo master Chen Yuan. However, the higher the position, the greater the responsibility. He could completely reject these responsibilities, but at the same time, Xin Tian would definitely take back most of the rewards just now. Xin Tian was very satisfied with Jiang Xi's attitude. He reminded him, when you go back, you must thank He Changxing, the president of the Kitasanfa Martial Artists Association. Last year, after you shocked everyone in Pac Sun Province's Martial Science College entrance examination, many people secretly looked into your information. He Changxing was the one who covered up your information. Jiang Xi's expression froze. He said, I'll remember that. So that was the case. No wonder so few people came to disturb him in the past year. Actually, Xin Tian also helped in this, but such a small matter was not worth mentioning. Xin Tian was also a person who cared about his reputation. Otherwise, He Changxing's influence alone would not be enough to wipe out Jiang Xi's information on the whole world. One more question. You killed Mayu, didn't you? That's right. Jiang Xi did not refute. Since Xin Tian asked this question, he must have investigated thoroughly. He's from a Ma family, a reclusive family in Chang'an. They have a lot of connections behind them. Although I've taken care of this for you, you must be careful not to tell anyone. Xin Tian's expression was solemn. He seemed to be quite wary of the Ma family. Jiang Xi nodded in agreement, but he was puzzled. Xin Tian was the strongest person in the martial arts world. Why would he be afraid of others? President, what's the origin of the reclusive family? It's complicated. Simply put, they're a legacy from the mythological era. They're very mysterious. After so many years, Li Bai and I have secretly investigated a lot, but we've only found the tip of the iceberg. Jiang Xi fell silent. Xin Tian's short sentence contained a lot of information that even impacted his worldview. Chapter 149. Jiang Xi was silent for a while before he digested the shock in his heart. The mythological era. Are there really gods, demons, and monsters? There must be. If there isn't, how do you explain the undead creatures in the Jade Lake secret realm and the reflection of the Sky Lake? Also, how do you explain the projection of the Moon Palace and the palaces on the 2 moons? Xin Tian said with certainty, This world is very mysterious. Jiang Xi sighed. Haha, you don't have to worry too much. As long as your strength increases fast enough, you don't have to be afraid. With the current concentration of spiritual energy, even if you pry open the door of those cowards and dig up their graves, they won't come out. Jiang Xi's eyelids twitched when he heard this. He had a feeling that Xian Tian had done this before. Aren't you afraid that others will come out and settle accounts with you? In addition, I have to remind you of something. It's best not to use the 1,000-year-old lotus before you condense your spiritual sense. Can't use it? Yes, the ancients were particular about dual cultivation. It's not without reason. The spiritual energy of the 1,000-year-old spiritual item is very strong. If you don't suppress and refine it with your spiritual sense, it's easy to hurt your body's foundation. It'll be difficult to improve in the future. Jiang Xi nodded. He understood this principle. However, it didn't apply to him, because he had the experience points panel. Whether it was a 100-year-old or a 1,000-year-old spiritual item, as long as he could digest the spiritual energy in time, there wouldn't be such a problem. After thinking about it, Jiang Xi quickly shook his head. It's better not to have such a terrible idea. Life is the most important thing. It's best not to take risks. Jiang Xi left Tianyuan Pavilion with a determined look. This world was indeed very mysterious. However, as Xian Tian said, as long as he improved his strength fast enough and became strong enough, there was no need to be afraid. Strength. He looked at the heavy alloy box in his hand. In addition to the 1,000-year-old lotus seed pod and the spirit nourishment cultivation technique that Xian Tian gave him, there was also a 100-year-old spiritual item and a spiritual weapon. Because according to the last contract that Jinten Budokan signed with him, if he could pass the 8th step of Ling Wan Road before January 1st, the 94th year of the New Moon era, he would be able to obtain a 100-year spiritual item and a spiritual weapon. According to Xian Tian, Jiang Xi no longer needed to go through Ling Wan Road to prove his strength. He could directly obtain this reward. However, Jiang Xi was very stubborn and insisted that he had to follow the contract. Therefore, in front of the Xian Tian, he climbed 2 steps and passed the 8th and 9th stages of Ling Wan Road. Actually, the real reason was for the experience points. The 8th and 9th Mirage trial had given him 85,000 experience points. Back to Tianyuan District, Villa number 101. Jiang Xi entered the practice room full of expectations and sorted out the harvest this time. First of all, there was the spiritual weapon. It was a simple long sword that exuded a faint spiritual aura. According to Xian Tian, he got it from the hidden family of Shujia in Shushan Prefecture. Its quality was at least 10 times higher than an A-class alloy weapon. A full blow could even cut an A-class alloy weapon. During the Battle of Tongtian Mountain, the Dark Shadow Kingdom's Spirit Nourishment Realm martial artist attacked me and destroyed my A-class Killing Shadow sword with 1 blow. It seems that the weapon he used should also be a spiritual weapon. With this spiritual weapon, my strength has increased a bit. The Killing Shadow sword has accompanied me until now. From today onwards, you will also be called the Killing Shadow sword. Jiang Xi gently waved the sword. The sharp blade seemed to be able to cut through the air. It was extremely powerful. Next, he turned his gaze to the 3 USB drives. The contents stored in them were the Spirit Nourishment Realm Cultivation Technique, Li Baibai's Flying Technique, and the Peacock Kingdom's Visualization Technique. Inserting the USB drive into the computer, he checked them one by one. After reading, Jiang Xi sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and understood the contents little by little. The sun rose and the moon set. It was not until the morning sun rose on the horizon that he completely digested the contents of the 3 techniques. Spiritual sense, spiritual power. So this is the Spirit Nourishment Realm. Jiang Xi opened his eyes and exhaled softly. He already had a basic impression of the Spirit Nourishment Realm. When a martial artist reaches the A-class bottleneck, he needs to cultivate the Spirit Nourishment Realm Cultivation Technique. First, he needs to condense spiritual sense, and then with the help of the spiritual sense, he needs to refine spiritual power after having both spiritual sense and spiritual power in the body. He is a real Spirit Nourishment Realm martial artist. The normal cultivation process of a spirit nourishment realm martial artist is that the spiritual sense and spiritual power complement each other. The stronger the spiritual sense, the more spiritual power he can refine. After the spiritual power increases, it will in turn nourish the spiritual sense, making the spiritual sense more powerful. At the same time, in this process, the physical fitness will also be enhanced. Jiang Ci gradually sorted out his thoughts. The spirit nourishment realm martial artist of the Peacock country is really bleeding this time. The strengthening of spiritual sense, normally speaking, can only be passively nourished by spiritual power. The visualization method recorded in the sheepskin scroll can make people actively condense spiritual sense, which is very helpful for the cultivation of the spirit nourishment realm. Although he has not been exposed to the spirit nourishment realm cultivation technique, Jiang Ci's intuition tells him that this visualization method is not simple. At dawn, Jiang Ci tidied up a little and went out to participate in the farewell dinner prepared for him by the students of Pak Sun Province. The students of the Heaven-level training camp are all elite geniuses of the prefectural cities, and they are well informed. They all vaguely know that Jiang Ci is now powerful and has an amazing performance in the Jade Lake Secret Realm. Their elders, or the high level of their forces, have also reminded them that they must have a good relationship with Jiang Ci. Therefore, during the dinner, Jiang Ci received goodwill from all sides, and everyone was very enthusiastic. Of course, the news of Jiang Ci becoming the 5th elder of Jinten Budokan has not spread. If the news spread, then the atmosphere of this dinner will not be so relaxed and happy. Because the elder-level Jiang Ci, in terms of status, is already on the same level as the leaders of the major forces. After all, the elders of Jinten Budokan are absolute figures with real power. The spirit nourishment realm martial artists of Jinten Budokan usually do not care about the affairs. The ones who are really in charge are these few elders. After the bustle, Han Xue came to Jiang Ci's side. She is now also an A-level martial artist and will soon graduate and leave Jiang Ci. Congratulations. Han Xue smiled. Thank you. Jiang Ci smiled indifferently. It seems that Han Xue already knows that he has become the 5th elder. That's right, he is going home soon, and it is normal that Pak Sun Province receives the news in advance. There is something I want to ask. In the Jasper Lake Secret Realm, Mayu took my bell. I remember that you chased after Mayu at that time. The whereabouts of the bell, do you know? Han Xue asked. Jiang Ci shook his head. I remember this matter, but the bell is not in my hands. Maybe it was lost in the Jasper Lake Secret Realm with Mayu. Han Xue frowned slightly and chatted with Jiang Ci for a while, then turned and left. Looking at her back, Jiang Ci was thoughtful. He felt that Han Xue has changed a little. Maybe the experience of being attacked by Qin Feng and the others in the Jasper Lake Secret Realm made her grow up and become more rational. That bell should be very important, but during the conversation between the two, Han Xue deliberately weakened this feeling, as if she was worried that he would notice it. But in fact, Jiang Ci has long been aware of the importance of the bell. That day in the Jasper Lake Secret Realm, after he killed Mayu, he also rummaged through his bag to look for it. Unfortunately, in the end, because of Feng Xian's sudden appearance, he did not have time to take it away. In addition, according to the death list announced in this survival experience, Mayu, Qin Feng, and Xiaosheng were all killed by undead creatures, and not even their bones were left behind. The real cause of their deaths was erased by Jinten Budokan. The only thing that was true was that there were no bones left. Therefore, it is uncertain whether the bell was left in the Jasper Lake Secret Realm with Mayu in the end, or fell into the hands of Feng Xian. He could not tell Han Xue about this situation, because Xian Tian reminded him last night that he must not reveal the matter of killing Mayu. He must also treat a force that could make Xian Tian afraid seriously. Unfortunately, Feng Xian took advantage of the chaos that day to escape. Thinking of this, Jiang Ci was vaguely worried, because Feng Xian knew that he killed Mayu. Chapter 150. Year 93 of the New Moon Era, 10th of September. The weather was clear, and the northeast wind was strong. In front of three iconic buildings in Jinten Budokan, Pak Sun Province, there was a square. At this time, the martial artists and members who came to the dojo for training saw a group of people in the square. They were anxiously waiting for something. What surprised them was that there were actually a few heavyweights among this group of people. The director of the Law Enforcement Bureau of Pak Sun Province, the dojo master of Jinten Budokan, Chun Yuan, the captain of the first law enforcement team of Pak Sun Province, the deputy dojo master, Lu Shan, the captain of the C-level martial artist team, the Mad Dragon Squad, Wang Dalong. Wait a minute. These people were the top fighters in the martial arts world of Pak Sun Province. They seem to be waiting for someone. Who is it? Who could make these people wait for them personally? It must be a top fighter in the martial arts world. Maybe it's an A-level martial artist from the headquarters. Everyone stopped to watch. There were many guesses. In the square, Chun Yuan and Lu Shan were the leaders. Jiang Daodu, Jiang Sheng, Zhang Wei, Wang Dalong, and the members of the Mad Dragon Squad stood beside them. Didn't they say they would arrive in half an hour? It's already been 32 minutes. Jiang Daodu mumbled softly. She kept looking at the sky in the distance. With so many heavyweights around, she seemed to be more obedient. From Xintian City to Pak Sun Province, the distance is close to 10,000 miles. It's across half of Xia. Although the headquarters transport plane is fast, it's still flying in the air. It's inevitable that it will encounter flying beasts on the way. It's normal for it to be delayed. Lu Shan explained with a smile. Won't it be dangerous? Jiang Daodu raised her voice. She was worried. Let's not talk about whether the flying beasts can catch up with the headquarters transport plane. Even if they can, they're no match for Jiang Ci. So don't worry. Dojo Master Chun Yuan laughed. The others also laughed. Take Zhang Wei and Jiang Sheng, for example. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes were filled with excitement. They already knew that Jiang Ci had become an A-class martial artist and had graduated from the training camp. Among the people present, it could be said that aside from Jiang Daodu, the two of them had the closest relationship with Jiang Ci while everyone was focused on the distant sky. Chun Yuan whispered to Lu Shan, Old Lu, when Jiang Ci comes, you have to say a few words for me. Boss Chun, if you really want to pull strings, you'll have to go through Daodu and Jiang Sheng. Also, you'll have to call Elder Jiang. If you call him by his name, it'll be disrespectful. Lu Shan chuckled. Thank you for reminding me. I didn't pay attention to that. You should call him Elder Jiang. Chun Yuan nodded seriously. Lu Shan, boss, you can't be serious, right? However, he understood Chun Yuan's complicated feelings right now. Originally, the person with the most power in each of the Jinten Budokan branch libraries was the library master. But now, an elder with an even higher status had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This made people a little nervous. Who knew if there would be a seizure of power? Especially since Chun Yuan and Jiang Ci hadn't interacted much all this time. They only interacted once when Jiang Ci entered the heaven-level training camp. After that, there was no other interaction. This wasn't to say that Chun Yuan was arrogant or anything like that. It was because before Jiang Ci entered the training camp, he was only a D-class martial artist with the reputation of being a genius. Compared to Chun Yuan, who was an A-class martial artist, he was far inferior in terms of status and strength. Therefore, it was normal that the two of them didn't interact much. But who would have thought that in just a few months, Jiang Ci had actually become an A-class martial artist? Some time ago, they had heard rumors that Jiang Ci had gone on a killing spree in a mysterious place and had killed nearly 10 A-class martial artists. Among them, there was even a second-tier A-class martial artist. In the beginning, the two of them had a skeptical attitude. But just yesterday morning, they received a message from the headquarters stating that the fifth elder, Jiang Ci, will be stationed in Pak Sun Province and that they should be prepared to welcome him. This time it was a match. Lu Shan still remembered that when he received the news yesterday, he and Chun Yuan were sitting there in shock for a long time before coming back to their senses. What scary guy. It's only been a little more than a year. Lu Shan sighed his heart. He still remembered that when he had signed a contract with Jiang Ci, Tsukishin Budokan and Longxiang Martial Arts School, had come a fight over Jiang Ci. In just a little more than a year, Jiang Ci had become an A-class martial artist, and the kind that was close to the peak. He looked at Jiang Dudu, Zhang Wei, and Jiang Sheng with envy. In terms of close relationship with Jiang Ci, no one could compare to Jiang Dudu, Zhang Wei, and Jiang Sheng. It's here. At this time, Jiang Dudu pointed to the sky and cheered. A black dot appeared in the sky to the west. Soon, everyone saw it clearly. It was a black transport plane. It drew a streak of light, whistling as it approached an extremely fast speed. In just 10 seconds, the transport plane landed on the square. Jiang Daodu was no longer able to maintain her composure as she ran over. Chen Yuan and Lu Shan looked at each other, then went up with everyone. The cabin door opened. Immediately after, a black-haired youth with a long sword on his back, wearing a black martial artist combat uniform, appeared in everyone's sight with a faint smile on his face. Who else could it be but Jiang Ci? Everyone long time no see. Jiang Ci smiled. Zhang Wei, Jiang Sheng, and the others were about to go up and greet him, but they did not expect that someone would be faster than them. Chen Yuan and Lu Shan took a step forward. Jinten Budokan, Paksun Province Branch Martial Arts School Principal Chen Yuan greets Elder Jiang Ci. Chen Yuan bowed respectfully to Jiang Ci. Beside him, Lu Shan stood there with an awkward expression. He was dragged over by Chen Yuan. At this moment, the scene was very quiet. Whether it was Zhang Wei, Jiang Sheng, or the original Mad Dragon Squad, led by Wang Dalong, they were all confused. What did they just see? Principal Chen Yuan and Jiang Ci were both A-class martial artists, but Chen Yuan was actually bowing to Jiang Ci. What was an elder? Chen Yuan and Lu Shan did not tell them that Jiang Ci had become the fifth elder. At this moment, Jiang Ci chuckled and said, "Uncle Chen, you don't have to do that. We're all family. Just call me by my name like before." Chen Yuan glared at Lu Shan. Feeling betrayed then, he laughed loudly. "Ha! That's how it should be. That's how it should be." Hearing Jiang Ci's words, most of the stone in his heart was put down. It seemed that Jiang Ci had no intention of competing with him for power. "Jiang Ci, we prepared a welcome banquet for you. Shall we go now?" Lu Shan asked. "Uncle Lu, we don't have to be so polite, right?" Jiang Ci smiled and declined. At the same time, he glanced at Jiang Daodu. He knew that Jiang Daodu must have prepared something as well. "Brother, you haven't seen everyone for so long. It's a good time to get together." Jiang Daodu said something that surprised Jiang Ci. This made Jiang Ci look at Jiang Daodu a few more times. The little girl had grown up and learned to be considerate. In the past, she would not say such things and would only keep a straight face. Jiang Ci nodded slightly. Chen Yuan and Lu Shan looked at each other and sighed in relief. Jiang Ci's strength and identity were different from before. They had to treat him with caution. If they did not treat him well and angered Jiang Ci, they would not do it in the future. The group left the square under the gaze of many Jinten Budokan martial artists and members. After they left, these people dared to talk loudly. Because Jiang Ci did not train in Jinten Budokan for a long time, only a few martial artists and members had seen Jiang Ci, but they did not have a deep impression of him. So, everyone started another round of speculation. Who was this young man? He actually made the dojo master Chen Yuan bow to him. Chapter 151. At the welcome banquet, no one talked about anything else. They were mainly reminiscing. It started from the first time Jiang Ci came to Jinten Budokan for training under Zhang Wei's guidance. Then, he trained under Jiang Sheng's guidance and took the Martial Science College entrance examination. After that, he joined the Berserk Dragon Squad and grew rapidly in the wilderness. Finally, he entered the sky-level training camp and returned as an elder in less than a year. So many things happened in just a year and a half. Everyone sighed. Zhang Wei, Jiang Sheng, Wang Dalong, Zhou Yang, Tian Chenfeng, Lu Hao, Lu Shan, and Chen Yuan. Everyone present was a witness to Jiang Xi's growth. After eating and drinking, everyone went their separate ways. Chen Yuan was completely relieved, because Jiang Xi said frankly at the end that he was focused on cultivation. The Jinten Budokan of Pak Sun province would remain the same as it was in the past. He could just pretend that he, the elder, did not exist. He showed that he had no intention of fighting for power. Also, before the banquet ended, Jiang Xi, Zhang Wei, and Jiang Sheng agreed to meet alone in a few days. It was obvious that with Chun Yuan and Lu Shan around, everyone was a little hesitant. Besides them, Jiang Xi also made an appointment with the 4 original members of the Berserk Dragon Squad. They were all brothers who had fought together in the wilderness. They were true friends who had gone through life and death together. Especially Zhou Yang. When he was attacked by the Bloodthirst Squad, his right arm was broken, and his martial artist career was ruined. If it was in the past, Jiang Xi would not have cared about this kind of friendship because he was afraid of trouble. But now, he paid attention to this aspect. He did not want to be alone after he reached the peak. He did not want to be left with only people who flattered him and no real friends. Loneliness, emptiness, and coldness. Tongtian District Villa 92. Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu returned home together. The familiar environment made Jiang Xi feel the warmth of home. When they were eating earlier, Chen Yuan had even suggested that he move to the mansion in Tongtian District No. 1. Jiang Xi refused, because the feeling of home was not determined by the size of the house. Even though Villa 92 was 2 to 3 times smaller than Villa 1, it was close to 1,000 square meters in size, which was more or less enough. Jiang Dudu didn't say much at the welcoming banquet, but after she came back, she became a familiar scent to Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi, are you hiding something from me? Jiang Daodu asked with a straight face. In all honesty, Jiang Xi patted his chest and said, Hee hee, then why do Uncle Lu and Uncle Chun know that you become an elder, but I don't? I just wanted to give you a surprise. I don't want surprises. I just want peace of mind. Jiang Dudu's calm tone made Jiang Xi fall into silence. Just want peace of mind. These 4 words hammered Jiang Xi's heart heavily. He seemed to have done something wrong in this matter. He ignored Jiang Dudu's feelings. Because of her early experience as a homeless child, Jiang Dudu's mind seemed to be much more mature than her peers. But in fact, Jiang Dudu was only 14 years old. She was just a little girl who lacked a sense of security. It had been more than 8 months since he went to the training camp. Jiang Dudu lived alone in this empty villa. She went to school alone and ate alone. Some time ago, on the night of the 3rd awakening of spiritual aura, she heard a terrifying low chant, and her strength jumped to level C. Even if this kind of thing happened to an adult, they would feel terrified and uneasy, not to mention a 14-year-old girl. If her mentality was slightly worse, she might have broken down long ago. Jiang Du, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened and lived alone for nearly a month. Right now, Jiang Daoda's questioning of him was very reasonable and didn't cause trouble for no reason. It was normal for her to be unreasonable. After all, she was a girl. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Jiang Xi admitted his mistake honestly. Then tell me, what did you do wrong? Jiang Dudu sneered. Don't be unreasonable. Who's the unreasonable one? Since you admitted your mistake, you must have a guilty conscience. Maybe you're hooking up with a vixen outside. What the fuck? What a waste of my psychological speculation. In the end, Jiang Xi gave in. The price was to accompany Jiang Dudu to watch midnight horror movies for a month. For Jiang Xi, this was definitely the harshest punishment in history. Therefore, when Jiang Xi went to the Martial Artist Association to visit He Changxing the next day, he went out with dark circles under his eyes. This visit was something that had been confirmed before returning to Pak Sun Province. On the 99th floor of the Kitasanfa Martial Artists Association building, He Changxing's office, Jiang Xi met He Changxing for the second time. That's right. After all this time, he had only met He Changxing once. It was during the Martial Science College entrance examination last year. At that time, He Chongqing had flashed from the stage to stand in front of him when he was tested with 100 points in martial arts talent. He said, "I'll remember you," which was similar to a declaration of vengeance. He shouted a few times and then stopped. However, through Xin Tian, Jiang Xi learned that this president of the Kitasanfa Martial Artists Association had done a lot for him behind the scenes. For example, when Feng Xian investigated him, He Chongqing had covered up for him and did not find much information about him. Otherwise, he would not have made it to the sky-level training camp and would have been killed by Feng Xian. Therefore, Jiang Xi showed respect to this senior from the bottom of his heart. He had prepared a 100-year-old spirit item for this visit. Although He Chongqing tried his best to decline, he could not persuade Jiang Xi. After all, Jiang Xi was stronger, so he had no choice but to accept it in the end. He Chongqing had a square face and a wide mouth. He had a dignified face and was not a talkative person. However, he was very enthusiastic and happy to talk with Jiang Xi. Haha, I really didn't expect that the genius kid from last year's Martial Science College entrance examination would grow to such a height in just 1.5 years. He's bringing glory to the martial artists of Great Xia. He Chongqing sighed. As the president of a prefecture city's martial artists association, he was also a second-tier A-class martial artist. However, it was difficult for him to take out a 100-year-old spirit item as easily as Jiang Xi. It's all thanks to Uncle He's help that Jiang Xi can achieve what I have today. Jiang Xi regarded himself as a junior. There's no need to say such things. We Great Xia people value passing on the torch. Today, I'm helping you. In the future, you should help those who come after you. Never forget that you're a martial artist of Great Xia. Jiang Xi will remember this. After that, the two of them talked about cultivation and life as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for many years. He Chongqing also mentioned Jiang Dudu. He told Jiang Xi not to neglect Jiang Dudu's cultivation. After all, Jiang Dudu's talent was shocking. She had the same talent as the world's second strongest person, Li Baibai. Jiang Xi noted everything down. In the end, He Chongqing proposed to hold a celebratory banquet for Jiang Xi half a month later. He would invite people from all walks of life in Pak Sun province to attend. Jiang Xi thought about it and did not refuse. This was the care of an elder. He Chongqing did this to introduce him to these people and expand his social circle. Chapter 152. In an unknown barren mountain in the wilderness, there was an empty cave hidden inside. 12 virtual figures appeared in the cave. They were the 12 directors of the Liberal Alliance. They were scattered all over the world, and through this virtual projection, they held remote board meetings. In the past, the board meetings were mostly presided over by the white-clothed director, Sam. But today, Sam was very quiet. He still hadn't recovered from the loss 10 days ago. In the Battle of Sky Pass Mountain, he gained nothing and was even injured. Not only that, the Dark Shadow Kingdom suffered heavy losses in this battle. A Spirit Nurture martial artist was crippled, and 3 A-class martial artists were killed. Sam was a powerhouse of the Dark Shadow Kingdom, so he naturally felt pained by such losses. Of course, there was another reason why he remained silent today. Because today's board meeting was different from the past. This time, it was convened by the most mysterious founder. The Liberal Alliance had a total of 13 directors, among which the founder was the most mysterious. He had only appeared in the board meeting 3 times. Today was the 4th time. Everyone knew the purpose of this board meeting. It was because Feng Xian had obtained the bell that the Liberal Alliance had been looking for a long time. It was a key item related to the next step of the Liberal Alliance's plan. While everyone was waiting for the mysterious founder to arrive, one of the directors, whose face couldn't be seen clearly, asked Feng Xian, "Feng Xian, can you reveal the process of how you obtained the bell?" "Oh, Mr. M is also interested in this?" Feng Xian asked in reply. Among the 13 directors, except for the founder, only Mr. M's identity was still unclear. He was also a mysterious person. Mr. M, whose face was blurred, didn't speak. He just kept staring at Feng Xian. Feng Xian smiled and said, "The process was very simple. Not long after I entered the Jade Lake's secret realm, I received a message from a spy. He said that he had obtained the bell, but was being hunted down. Coincidentally, the person who was chasing him was the murderer of my son, Jiang Ci. Speaking of this, he stopped. Mr. M quickly asked, and then? Feng Xian gave Mr. M a meaningful look and continued. Then, when I arrived, the spy had already been killed by Jiang Ci, but Jiang Ci didn't have time to take the bell, so it was taken by me. Oh, in order to let everyone remember the spy who made great contributions to the Liberal Alliance, I'll tell everyone his name. His name is Mayu. As far as I know, he should be from the Ma family of the great Xia Kingdom's Chong and Prefecture. As soon as he said this, everyone noticed that Mr. M's body trembled. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the cave, and a virtual figure appeared in front of everyone. Greetings, Hermit Yuan Qing. The 12 directors hurriedly bowed. Yuan Qingshan's face was also blurry. What was different was that even though he was in the state of light and shadow, everyone could feel a bone-piercing chill from him. It was extremely gloomy and cold. He grunted softly and said, Feng Xian, take out the bell and let me take a look. Feng Xian nodded and waved his hand. The silhouette of a simple and unadorned bell appeared in front of him. That's right, this is it. After some time, send it to the same place. Yuan Qingshan's voice was also very cold and harsh. Then he looked around. The only thing that could be seen on his blurry face was a pair of similarly cold eyes. Now that we have the bell, the next step of the plan is to prepare to open that arcane realm. As long as the plan succeeds, it's not impossible for our strength to surpass Xian Tian and Li Baibai. Therefore, before that arcane realm opens, I only have one request. Keep a low profile. I don't care what grudges you have with others. Even if it's a blood feud, you'd better let it go. Otherwise, don't blame me for personally killing him. When Yuan Qingshan said this, his cold gaze paused on Feng Xian and Mr. M. That bone-piercing coldness instantly enveloped the two of them. Even though they were separated by a holographic projection, Feng Xian could not help but shiver. He was different from the other directors. He had been in close contact with Yuan Qingshan before. Therefore, he knew Yuan Qingshan better than the others. In his opinion, Yuan Qingshan, Xian Tian, and Li Baibai should be powerhouses on the same level. If Xian Tian was a dragon and Li Baibai was a tiger, then Yuan Qingshan was a poisonous snake. Compared to the dragon and the tiger, who were open and above board, the poisonous snake was hidden in the dark. It was impossible to guard against it. And it was even more terrifying with the end of this meeting. The Liberal Alliance's secret forces began to operate. Although martial artists from all over the world were monitoring the Liberal Alliance, on the surface, the Liberal Alliance did not change much this time. Therefore, no one knew about the Liberal Alliance's actions. In the next few days, Jiang Ci was basically visiting friends and connecting with old friends. Then, he brought Jing Didu to visit his former neighbor, Old Yang, in Looming District's apricot flower garden. Ever since Jiang Ci bought Old Yang's family a house in Sunshine Mansion, their family had completely turned over a new leaf. The family was doing well now. After visiting these friends, Jiang Ci cut off all contact and completely entered a state of cultivation. His current goal was to break through the current bottleneck and reach the spirit gathering stage. In the underground training room of Villa number 92 in Tongtian District, Jiang Ci sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. He was not absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Instead, he was cultivating through visualization. Before reaching the spirit gathering stage, martial artists would absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through the qi drawing method. It would circulate throughout the body in the form of spiritual energy and strengthen the body. However, the spiritual energy could not be stored in the body for a long time. If it was not used in time, it would eventually dissipate and become the spiritual energy of heaven and earth again. Only after reaching the spirit gathering stage can one truly refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and turn it into spiritual energy that can be stored in the body. Jiang Ziyi already knew the way to reach the spirit gathering stage. But knowing and doing it are two different things. To become a spirit gathering stage martial artist, one must first condense their spiritual consciousness into spiritual consciousness. Only with spiritual consciousness can one refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into spiritual energy. Although Jiangxi had been visiting friends these past few days, when he came back at night and finished watching a ghost movie with Jiang Daodu, he would always come to the training room to cultivate and try to condense his first strand of spiritual sense. The spirit gathering stage technique that Xian Tian gave him was called 5 Elements Kinship Deed, and he had studied it thoroughly. The opening of 5 Elements Kinship Deed talked about the method of condensing spiritual consciousness. However, Jiang Ziyi found that the so-called condensing spiritual consciousness was actually a visualization process. It was similar to the visualization method that the expert of Peacock Country contributed. It was worth mentioning that in order to thank the selfless contribution of the expert of Peacock Country, Jiang Ziyi named this visualization method Peacock Visualization. In comparison, the visualization method in the opening of 5 Elements Kinship Deed was to observe things with one's heart. However, this visualization was only used to condense the first spiritual consciousness, and it was useless afterwards. On the other hand, Peacock Visualization was to observe oneself with the heart. After condensing spiritual consciousness, one could continue to visualize and cultivate in the later stage, constantly condensing spiritual consciousness. In comparison, in terms of visualization, Peacock Visualization was of a higher level. Of course, it did not mean that 5 Elements Kinship Deed was bad, because the focus of 5 Elements Kinship Deed was to refine spiritual energy after reaching the spirit gathering stage. However, Peacock Visualization could only be used to condense spiritual consciousness. Spiritual consciousness and spiritual energy were equally important to a spirit gathering stage martial artist. Chapter 153. Visualization Cultivation. It sounded easy, but it wasn't easy to do. It didn't mean that just imagining things in one's mind was enough. According to the Xiantian, warriors who were stuck at the bottleneck of rank A were basically stuck at the visualization stage. Only a very small number of people who were gifted by the heavens and had outstanding perception could successfully visualize and condense spiritual awareness. Object visualization is to choose an object and visualize it in one's mind. The more realistic it is, the higher the possibility of successfully condensing spiritual awareness. Self-visualization is to use one's own body as the object of visualization. However, due to the complexity of the human body, it is very difficult to visualize a realistic image. In line with the idea of practicing, Jiangxi chose the Peacock Visualization method, observing oneself. He had tried to visualize many times over the past few days, but he didn't succeed even once. At most, he could visualize a blurry human figure in his mind. Unfortunately, the experience panel is of no help to this kind of cultivation. He could only rely on himself to break through this bottleneck. As long as he broke through the bottleneck, he could use the panel to continue leveling up. In addition to practicing the Peacock Visualization, Jiang Ziyi was also practicing Li Baibai's flight technique. This kind of flying technique was an application of speed. It was similar to the quick sword rhythm that Yulin had taught him. It could only be considered a technique, not a martial technique. Therefore, the experience panel couldn't record it to master this technique. There was no other way but to practice. Practicing the flight technique required a certain environment. In Pak Sun Province, it definitely couldn't be done. Therefore, Jiang Ziyi would go to the wilderness outside the city every day, find a ruined city, and practice there. Ruin 0723. There were many tall buildings that hadn't collapsed yet. Jiang Ziyi ran between these tall buildings at top speed. Within the ruins, terrifying sonic booms kept ringing out. Then, Jiang Ziyi turned into a blur and rushed to the top of a tall building. He stomped down hard and soared into the air. Crash! This tall building that hadn't collapsed for 100 years turned into a pile of ruins in the blink of an eye. As for Riverward, he borrowed this force to continuously step in the air. However, after a dozen steps, he lost the strength to continue. He fell rapidly. Bang! Jiangxi's entire body smashed into the ground, leaving behind a large crater. Of course, nothing happened to him at all. He patted the dust off his body and continued the process, running at top speed, tearing down buildings with a single kick, stepping in the air. Then the ruined city met with disaster. After Jiangxi cultivated for a day, not a single tall building could be seen in ruin 0723. Furthermore, there were many large pits on the ground. As for the monsters in the ruins, they had long been scared away by Jiangxi's powerful aura. Those martial artists who came here to train even stayed far away, not daring to approach. Just like that, Jiangxi cultivated for a week. More than half of the ruined city near Paksun province had been destroyed by Jiangxi. Because of this, many warriors below D class complained that they could not find a place to hunt monsters. However, no one cared about their complaints, and no one dared to voice their opinions to Jiangxi. This was because many of the higher-ups in Paksun province's martial arts world had already acknowledged that Jiangxi was now the strongest person in Paksun province. From their point of view, Jiangxi wanted to cultivate and increase his strength. So what if he destroyed a few ruined cities? It would be best if he destroyed all the surrounding ruined cities and drove away all the monsters that were entrenched in them. In that case, he could take the opportunity to reclaim the land that was occupied by the monsters. Of course, Jiangxi did not return empty-handed after destroying so many cities. After a week of cultivation, he finally grasped the basics of using speed and the technique of flying. After that, he gained his own insights. Simply put, there is resistance in the air. Senior Li Bai's method is to use the air resistance to fly when one's speed reaches a certain level. Actually, the wind shadow steps that I cultivate is more suitable for this technique of flying. This is because when I use the wind shadow steps, there will be wind. I can completely use this wind to fly. If that's the case, the world is full of spiritual energy. In the end, I can even control the spiritual energy. If that's the case, I might be able to fly in the air. The more Jiangxi thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. He seemed to have touched upon something deep. In fact, Jiangxi later realized that what he thought was right. However, for now, he had to master the technique of flying first. After he figured it out, the progress of his cultivation became faster. Jiangxi combined Li Bai's technique of flying with his own wind shadow steps. After practicing for another 3 days, he successfully increased the time he could walk in the air to 10 seconds. He had basically mastered the technique of flying and gained one more technique. This technique did not seem to be very useful. However, Jiangxi knew that when fighting with others, especially when their strength was similar, the more techniques he had, the more he could gain the upper hand. Compared to the rapid improvement of the technique of flying, his improvement in visualization was not great, but he also found a way to improve it. He adjusted the visualization steps and no longer tried to visualize the whole person in one go. Instead, he visualized it in different parts, starting from the palm and then to the other parts of the body. Finally, he visualized the whole body. In this way, he visualized and cultivated for a period of time. That night, Jiangxi continued to visualize and cultivate in the practice room. Today was a critical moment of visualization. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing. His mind slowly fell into a state of emptiness. As he visualized, the right hand of the blurry figure in his mind gradually became clear. Skin, fingerprints, palm prints, fingernails, and so on appeared one by one. In the end, the entire right hand appeared in his mind. Finally, a part of the blurry figure was clearly visible. At the same time, Jiangxi felt that his spiritual consciousness had become stronger, his thoughts were smoother, and his spiritual sense was sharper. Success. Jiangxi was pleasantly surprised. This success proved that his method of adjusting the visualization steps was feasible. Just by completely visualizing the right hand, I feel that the strength of my right hand has nearly doubled. Jiang Xi gently clenched his fist. He could feel that in addition to the strength of his body, there was also a very shallow spiritual pressure that permeated between his fingers. This was the initial condensation of spiritual consciousness, but the manifestation of spiritual consciousness, if he succeeded in condensing spiritual consciousness and refining spiritual power, how powerful would he be? Jiang Xi was full of expectations. He looked at the time. It was already 6:00 in the morning. He was a little surprised that this cultivation actually took a full 6 hours, and he was in the middle of visualization and did not notice the passage of time at all. After successfully visualizing the first step, my whole body spirit has become better. Even if I didn't sleep all night, I'm still full of energy. Riverward stretched lazily, got up, and prepared to head to the wilderness to practice his flight technique. But before he walked out of the underground practice room, he heard Jiang Daodu calling him. "Brother, someone is looking for you." Jiang Xi was puzzled. "Who is it?" "A visit early in the morning." Chapter 154. Ever since Jiang Daodu had become a C-class martial artist, she had been practicing hard every day. She no longer lazed around in bed in the morning, and her schedule was the same as Jiang Xi's. She woke up at 6 in the morning and went to bed at 12 at night. When he heard Jiang Daodu calling him, Jiang Xi washed up briefly and rushed to the living room to meet the visitors. Two of them were wearing military martial artist uniforms, which revealed their identities. "Major General Jiang Xi, do you still recognize me?" One of them, a strong man with a resolute face, laughed loudly. "Congratulations, Commander Zhao." Jiang Xi chuckled. The man was Zhao Yin, the deputy commander of the Northern Mountains Army. He was the one who had supervised his batch of prospective martial artist combat assessment last year. After the assessment, Zhao Yin had invited him to join the Northern Mountains Army. The reason for his congratulations was very simple. It was because he could tell at a glance that Zhao Yin had been promoted from B class to A class. Jiang Xi had also learned in advance that Zhao Yin had been promoted and was now the commander of the Northern Mountains Army. "Haha, Major General Jiang Xi is really amazing." Zhao Yin laughed loudly. Then he suddenly said seriously, "I'm here for no other reason than to greet Major General Jiang Xi in advance. If the military encounters any difficulties in the future, I hope that Major General Jiang Xi can help us." Jiang Xi nodded and said, "Don't worry, Commander Zhao. I promised Elder Huang before. As long as I can help, I'll do my best." A moment later, Zhao Yin left Jiang Xi's house with his deputy. On the way back, the deputy couldn't help but ask, "Commander, you and Major General Jiang Xi are both A-class martial artists. Is he worth your attention?" "Of course. The martial arts world is very deep. If I'm not wrong, he should have touched the threshold of the spirit gathering stage by now. That's the real peak of martial arts. I'm still far from him." Zhao Yin sighed. When he was talking to Jiang Xi just now, he noticed that there was a faint spiritual pressure on Jiang Xi's body. That was the characteristic of a Yunling stage martial artist. The deputy general was speechless. He had only heard that Jiang Xi was a genius A-class martial artist, but he did not know that Jiang Xi was actually so strong. Spirit nourishment stage. That was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of humanity. After the deputy general came back to his senses, he hurriedly asked, "Commander, you still want to scheme against such an expert? Aren't you afraid of offending him?" "How is this a scheme? I'm just going with the flow. If he really bears a grudge against me, then I, Zhao Yin, can only blame myself for being blind and misjudging him. However, I believe that Major General Jiang Xi is a hot-blooded man. Before I came here, Elder Huang told me about his achievements. He once killed many foreign A-class martial artists in a mysterious place." Zhao Yin said with a smile, his eyes filled with confidence. The deputy general became even more shocked. Clearly, This was the first time he had heard of Jiang Si's glorious battle record. All right, you just have to follow the arrangements made by me and the higher-ups. Now we just have to wait for the show to begin. Zhao Yin instructed seriously. New Moon Era, March, September 30th. Cloud Top Building, Pak Sun Province's most luxurious hotel. On this day, the security of the Cloud Top Building was raised to the highest level. Of course, the security today was just for show. This was because most of the guests today were powerful martial artists in Pak Sun Province. No one dared to cause trouble here. In the evening, important people from all walks of life in Pak Sun Province gathered here to celebrate the new fifth elder of Jinten Budokan. As the main character of the banquet, he had to be the last to appear. Others were already waiting here, especially those with lower status and strength who were the earliest to arrive. Wang Qi arrived in the afternoon. With his status as a D-class martial artist, he did not have the qualifications to attend this banquet. However, the deputy principal of Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo, Yin Gang, decided to bring him along. This was because Wang Qi and Jiang Xi were in the same batch of people who participated in the prospective martial artist combat assessment. Yin Gang wanted to use this relationship to build a relationship with Jiang Xi. Bullshit friendship. Wang Qi was in a bad mood. During last year's prospective martial artist combat assessment, he treated Jiang Xi as a competitor. In the end, his results were better than Jiang Xi's. However, he did not expect that Jiang Xi would progress faster and faster, leaving him in the dust. Now that Jiang Xi was already an A-class martial artist, even the deputy principal of Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo had to do his best to befriend him. In fact, if he did not compare himself to Jiang Xi, his talent would definitely be top-notch for being able to become a D-class martial artist in a year and a half. However, what people liked to do the most was to compare. Wang Qi followed behind Yin Gang. When Yin Gang chatted with other people at the banquet, Wang Qi would reveal a bright smile and hide his displeasure well. He received a lot of praise. Everyone said that he would definitely become an A-class martial artist in 10 years. This kind of praise made Wang Qi even more displeased. 10 years? Who the hell wants to wait 10 years? Soon, Wang Qi saw a young man who was about the same age as him. As the saying goes, people of the same nature appreciate each other. The two of them looked at each other. Bosom friends. He and the young man could feel the displeasure and unwillingness in each other's hearts. However, what made Wang Qi puzzled was that he could not see through the young man's strength. Could it be that the young man was stronger than him? Thus, Wang Qi became even more displeased at this time. Yin Gang was talking to the young man's elder. Congratulations, patriarch of the Han family. Your son's talent is comparable to Elder Zhang's. Yin Gang congratulated Han Chuan. The young man was Han Lei. The person who brought him here was his father, Han Chuan, the current patriarch of the Han family. The reason why Yin Gang congratulated him was because Han Lei's aura was that of an A-class martial artist. Han Lei had reached A-class in his early 20s. He was definitely a first-rate genius. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Yin. I don't dare to compare myself to Elder Jiang. Han Chuan shook his head and smiled. He felt helpless in his heart. He was the clearest about his own family matters. His two children, regardless of whether it was Han Lei or Han Yingxue, had taken advantage of the third awakening of spiritual energy to forcefully raise their strength to A-class using the vitality pills that had been passed down in the family. If not for Jiang Xi, perhaps this kind of increase could be flaunted. But now, a poor boy from an ordinary background, without any help, had grown to become a top-notch A-class martial artist in just a year and a half with his own talent. Comparing the two, Han Chuan was too embarrassed to flaunt his achievements. Han Lei's displeasure stemmed from this. A long time ago, he had looked down on Jiang Xi. Not only Jiang Xi, but he had also looked down on the strong martial artists in the outside world. However, he did not expect Jiang Xi to grow to such a height. Although he and Jiang Xi were both A-class martial artists, he was only a fourth-tier A-class martial artist. On the other hand, Jiang Xi was one of the top A-class martial artists. The fifth elder of Jinten Budokan was an existence that one had to look up to. Just look at the banquet that was specially organized for Jiangxi. The important people from all walks of life in Pak Sun province came with the intention of making friends or even currying favor with them. When he had become an A-class martial artist, everyone had come to congratulate his father. Very few people had come to congratulate him. For the past half a month, every time Han Lei thought of this, he felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Chapter 155. Yin Gang and Han Chuan chatted for a while before they left with their juniors. Xiao Wang, when Elder Jiang arrives later, you have to keep your eyes open and your mouth sweet when I talk to him. Remember to tell Elder Jiang about your combat assessment. Okay? Yin Gang whispered to Wang Qi. Got it. Wang Qi squeezed out a smile. On the other side, Han Chuan looked around and said, Why isn't Ing Shui here yet? Your cousin said that Ing Shui likes Jiangxi, and this is a good opportunity. She's the key to winning over Jiangxi. Hurry up and tell her. Han Lei's cousin was naturally Shu Qiqi. Is there a need to do this? Han Lei frowned. Han Chuan smiled bitterly. Do you think I want to do this? However, the ancestors of the upper echelons miscalculated and thought that they didn't need to care about these martial artists. However, they only recently discovered that the geniuses who rose after the spiritual Qi awakening were all born with luck. Xian Tan, Li Bai, and now Jiangxi are all existences that can't be ignored. It's impossible to win people like Xian Tian and Li Bai over, but Jiangxi has just grown up. There's still a chance to win him over. This way, we can continue to have the upper hand in the future. Seeing that Han Lei was still silent, Han Chuan smiled helplessly. I'm not trying to harm Ing Shui. Doesn't she like Jiangxi? They're both single, and I didn't mistreat her. Han Lei sighed. He understood what his father was saying. In fact, he just couldn't put down his pride. After a while, Han Shui arrived. She was dressed simply and neatly. Unlike the other young ladies at the banquet, all of them were dressed to the nines. Why are you dressed like this? Didn't I get someone to prepare a dress for you? Han Chuan was confused. I'm not used to it. Ing Shui shook her head. I gave you a chance, but you didn't even fight for it. Han Chuan sighed. Dad, you don't have to worry about this. Don't listen to my cousin's nonsense. It's nothing. Ing Shui smiled faintly. Han Chuan let out a long sigh. At this time, someone shouted from the entrance of the banquet hall. Elder Jiangxi is here. Everyone's gazes turned in that direction. He saw Jiangxi, who was wearing a warrior's combat uniform, holding a young girl's hand as they walked in through the door. Behind them were Chun Yuan, Lu Shan, and other Jinten Budokan warriors. He Chongqing, the organizer of this banquet and the president of the Warrior Association, went up to greet them. Uncle He. Jiangxi nodded and saluted. Jiang Dudu did the same. You, the main character, are finally here. Let's start the banquet. He Chongqing laughed. Jiangxi nodded. The celebration banquet officially began. The banquet hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Under He Chongqing's lead, Jiangxi went to meet the important people of Pak Sun province. During this process, Jiangxi held Jiangdu's hand, and Jiangdu was unusually quiet, like a lady. The two of them followed He Chongqing and arrived in front of the Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo's vice principal, Yin Gang. Yin Gang gave Wang Qi a look. Then, with a smile on his face, he was about to greet them. At this time, He Chongqing frowned and asked Yin Gang, Little Yin, where's your principal? Yin Gang was stunned, and his expression changed. He looked around the large banquet hall, but didn't see his principal. He thought to himself, oh no. The three major martial arts dojos in the Xia Empire, Jinten Budokan, Tsukishin Budokan, and Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo, each had a branch in each of the 7 major prefectures. Under normal circumstances, the Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo was ranked 3rd among the 3 major martial arts dojo's branches. But in the past 10 years, the Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo was ranked 2nd in Pak Sun province, even surpassing the Jinten Budokan's branch by a head. The one who affected this balance was the principal of Pak Sun province's Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo, Zhang Mengbei. Zhang Mengbei was a famous genius martial artist in the Xia Empire. His strength was tyrannical, and he was known as the most promising martial artist to reach the spirit nurture stage. Under his leadership, the Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo's branch in Paksun Province was ranked second. Their overall strength was very close to that of Jinten Budokan's branch in Paksun Province. If it wasn't for Jinten Budokan's title as the world's #1, perhaps Zhang Mengbei would have led the Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo in Paksun Province to the #1 position. Yan Gang knew his principal very well. He was a very arrogant person who would never admit defeat. The celebration banquet had already started, but Zhang Mengbei still hadn't arrived. This kind of behavior was self-evident. It was a slap in the face to Jiang Ci and Jinten Budokan. President, our principal should be in the wilderness and didn't make it back in time. Yan Gang was a little embarrassed. I sent out the invitation letter half a month ago. How busy is he? He can't even spare a night? Is he looking down on me, He Changxing? He Changxing said coldly. Zhang Mengbei's behavior was not only a slap in the face to Jiang Ci, but also a slap in the face to him, the organizer of the banquet. He Changxing's words were also meant to protect Jiang Ci and shift the focus to him. Uncle maybe Principal Zhang really has something to do. Jiang Ci smiled. Oomph. He Changxing snorted and left with Jiang Ci. Yan Gang's face was full of bitterness. He had been thinking about building a good relationship with Jiang Ci, but he had neglected the whereabouts of his principal. It was over. He had offended someone. Next to him, Wang Qi had mixed feelings. This was because Jiang Ci didn't even look at him just now. It was as if he was a stranger. This kind of attitude that bordered on contempt made him very angry. At the same time, he was secretly happy because his principal had slapped Jiang Ci's face. Not far away, the commander of the Northern Mountain Army, Zhao Yan, and his deputy general looked at each other. The deputy general said worriedly, Commander, Principal Zhang is not giving face to President He and Major General Jiang Ci. What we're do next will directly ruin this banquet. Won't that offend the two of them? Zhao Yan pondered and said, Now that things have come to this, we can't care so much. After the third spiritual Qi revival, the situation has become more and more tense. The longer we delay, the more dangerous it will be. Why don't we trigger this crisis in advance? It's not easy for the powerhouses of Paksun Province's martial arts world to gather together. It would be a pity if we don't take advantage of it. I hope Major General Jiang Ci and the others can understand. If they don't, then let them hate me. The deputy general nodded. He was full of admiration for Zhao Yan's choice. On the other side, He Changxing brought Jiang Ci to Han Chuan. He Changxing laughed and said, Patriarch Han, it's my honor that you took the time to come. I'm not doing this for your honor, old he. I'm doing this for Major General Jiang Ci's power. Han Chuan laughed while the two of them were talking. Jiang Ci smiled and nodded at Han Ningxue, who was standing behind Han Chuan. Han Ningxue also smiled and did not say anything. Jiang Ci, on the other hand, felt a little pain when he held Jiang Daodu's hand. Jiang Daodu pinched him. He Changxing then introduced him to Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci, this is Han Chuan, the patriarch of the Han family. You can call him Uncle. Hello, Uncle Han. Jiang Ci greeted him politely. Han Chuan smiled. Just as he was about to speak, there was a commotion at the entrance of the banquet hall, interrupting him. Ha, I'm not late, am I? A very arrogant laugh rang throughout the banquet hall, drowning out all other sounds. Many people frowned. It was a bald, middle-aged man. He was wearing a warrior's combat uniform and had 2 large bronze hammers hanging from his waist. He walked in from outside the door. He did not restrain his aura. Instead, he let his powerful aura spread out without any restraint. Many of the weaker females turned pale because of this. Chapter 156. Jiang Ci frowned. He was displeased by this rude behavior. Uncle is he Zhang Mengbei? Yes, he's really powerful. Jiang Ci nodded gently. He felt a layer of spiritual pressure from Zhang Mengbei, which was a sign that his spiritual sense was about to condense. Moreover, Zhang Mengbei's spiritual pressure was much stronger than the one he condensed 2 days ago. From this point of comparison, Zhang Mengbei seemed to have reached the spirit vessel stage earlier than him. Haha, where's Jiang Xi? Where is he? Let me meet the young genius of Pak Sun Province. Zhang Mengbei strode into the banquet hall. His tone directly put Jiang Xi in the position of a junior. Jiang Xi's brows relaxed. He smiled and stepped forward. He was now the highest-ranking person in the Jinten Budokan in Pak Sun Province. Zhang Mengbei's move was not just a slap in the face. He also wanted to use him to suppress the Jinten Budokan in Pak Sun Province. At this time, he couldn't think about keeping a low profile. Just do it. What's there to be afraid of? Zhang Mengbei, you're so powerful. But someone was one step ahead of him. He came in front of Zhang Mengbei and snorted. It was Han Chuan. He was just talking with Jiang Xi, but was interrupted by Zhang Mengbei. In this case, Han Chuan was also angry. Of course, his actions also had the intention of getting closer to Jiang Xi. Zhang Mengbei's face changed slightly. He restrained his smile and said in a deep voice, "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? May I ask, when did Headmaster Zhang learn to bully the weak?" "When did I bully the weak? Look at the women here." In the banquet hall, many of the weaker women turned pale because of Zhang Mengbei's aura and spiritual pressure. Zhang Mengbei's face darkened. He obediently withdrew his aura and spiritual pressure. This action made Jiang Xi look at Han Chuan a few more times. Han Chuan was only a third-tier A-class martial artist, but he was able to make Zhang Mengbei, who was about to reach the spirit-nurturing stage, obey him with just a few simple words. Was this the power of the hidden families? He recalled Xian Tian's warning before he left the heaven-level training camp, telling him to be careful of the hidden families. Jiang Xi was even more curious about the hidden families. When the atmosphere turned cold, Jiang Xi smiled and said, "Hall Master Zhang, right? I'm Jiang Xi. I heard that you want to know me, but I'm very sorry. I'm chatting with Uncle Han right now. I think we should get to know each other next time." Jiang Xi's words were neither servile nor overbearing. He used Han Chuan's name to make Zhang Mengbei speechless. "Haha, I'll leave you to it then." Zhang Mengbei laughed dryly and turned to Yin Gang. As soon as he turned around, his smile disappeared. It wasn't because he was humiliated in front of Han Chuan and Jiang Xi. This scene was nothing. In his mind, martial artists who cared about their face were not good martial artists. The main reason was that he also felt a faint spiritual pressure from Riverward's body. This was the most shocking thing. Zhang Mengbei learned from the intelligence that Jiang Xi had reached A-class last month. How long had he been cultivating? Now, his spiritual consciousness had begun to condense. However, he was only shocked. It was impossible for him to admit defeat to Jiang Xi. There's still a long way to go. Let's see who reaches the spirit-nurturing stage first. After Zhang Mengbei left, Jiang Xi and Han Chuan continued to chat. The atmosphere was very harmonious. The two were like old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. They chatted happily. This scene made Han Lei and Han Yingxue a little confused. He Changxing smiled and shook his head. He had already experienced Jiang Xi's ability to chat with ease. This kid was not only talented in martial arts, but his communication skills were also far better than his peers. Today's celebration banquet was because of Zhang Mengbei's accident. So far, everything had been going smoothly. Everyone was chatting in small groups. The atmosphere was very warm. Everyone came here to make friends with Jiang Xi. On the other hand, they could use this occasion to get to know each other better. After all, they were usually very busy and rarely had the chance to gather together. Halfway through the banquet, He Changxing walked to the stage and coughed a few times to signal everyone to be quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. He Changxing was the president of Kitasanfa Martial Artists Association. Putting aside his strength, in terms of status, he was the real leader of the martial arts world in Pak Sun Province. Everyone paid close attention to his every move. He Changxing smiled and said, "Today, I brought a new friend to everyone. You've all met him just now. Now, let me introduce him to everyone. He was born in poverty, but he never gave up on his pursuit of martial arts. He made a name for himself in the college entrance examination and became the first person in history to get full marks in martial arts. During the invasion, he fought with all his might and killed 8 A-class martial artists in one battle. He's the star of tonight's banquet, Jiang Ci. Please give him a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. The banquet hall was instantly filled with enthusiastic applause. Jiang Ci walked to the stage with a smile. He was very calm. After the applause died down, he smiled and said, "First of all, I'd like to thank President He for organizing this banquet. I'd also like to thank everyone for taking time out of their busy schedules to attend this banquet. To be honest, without everyone's support, Jiang Ci wouldn't be where he is today." Why do you say that? That's because every expert starts off as a weakling. After the Spirit Qi revival, monsters were everywhere, and humans were trapped in various cities. I'm sure I don't need to tell you about the dangers of the wilderness. Without a peaceful environment, it would be very difficult for a weak, ordinary person to improve their strength step by relying on their talent. A peaceful environment is created by everyone's hard work. Therefore, all of us should be grateful for this peace and stability. At the same time, no matter who it is, after becoming a powerhouse, they should use their own hands to protect this peace and stability. Thank you, everyone. Clap, clap, clap. The banquet hall was filled with enthusiastic applause again. Everyone's impression of Jiang Ci went up another level. What a beautiful speech. The person who was most surprised was Zhao Yan, the commander of the Northern Mountain Army. Because of Jiang Ci's speech, the success rate of his next plan increased by at least 20%. On the other side, the 3 Han family members had different expressions. Han Chuan felt that it was a pity because just now, Han Ningxue had confessed to him that she was obsessed with martial arts and would not consider emotional issues. In fact, he also realized that his daughter seemed to have changed after returning from the heaven-level training camp. He did not know whether this change was good or bad. Han lay silently. He let go of the last trace of superiority in his heart. He acknowledged Jiang Ci's excellence. Beside the two of them, Han Ningxue just looked at Jiang Ci indifferently. Her emotions did not change at all. She had indeed given up on emotional relationships. This change began when she swung her knife and cut Qin Feng's throat. That experience woke her up from her fantasy and made her realize some of the reality. Compared to them, Zhang Lungbei's face was gloomy. He regarded Jiang Ci as a competitor. Naturally, he was unhappy that Jiang Ci was in the limelight. Jiang Ci did not know about the various reactions of the crowd, but he did not care, because there was a premise behind what he had just said. Before protecting this peace and stability, he would protect Jiang Daodu and his own life first. Nothing was more important than this. However, these words could not be said out loud. Jiang Ci walked down from the stage and held Jiang Daodu's hand again. The two of them looked at each other and knew what the other was thinking. The atmosphere of the banquet became livelier because of Jiang Ci's speech. Near midnight, the situation suddenly changed. Chapter 157. What? Suddenly, someone spoke loudly in a grave tone. Everyone turned to look. It was Zhao Yan, the commander of the Northern Mountains Army. He was talking to someone with a serious expression. Jiang Ci and He Chongqing realized that something big must have happened, so they walked over together. Okay, I got it. I'll summon the military martial artists immediately. Zhao Yan hung up the phone. He said to Jiang Ci and He Chongqing, "President He, Major General Jiang Ci, I'm really sorry, but I have to leave early. The commander of the E Army just called. The monsters on E Mountain and Ruin 09 are rioting. The monster horde is gathering and attacking the E Army. The situation is urgent. I have to go back and organize the Northern Mountains Army to reinforce them." His voice was very loud. So many people heard him. Everyone's expression changed. E Mountain was the legendary place where the Yellow Emperor refined pills and became an immortal. In the eyes of ordinary martial artists, myths were mostly illusory. However, Many powerhouses present knew that many magical things had happened there after the revival of spirit Qi. It was an important strategic location in the martial arts world of Great Xia. The Yi army is responsible for guarding Yi Mountain. We can't afford to lose it. Since everyone is here today, let's go and reinforce them together. He Chongqing said solemnly. Jiang Xi also nodded and agreed with He Chongqing's suggestion. Moreover, he had the military rank of Major General. Under such circumstances, he had to go. Thank you, everyone. Zhao Yan thanked them solemnly. Then he asked everyone to gather at the Northern Mountains Army's barracks outside the city. Because no one had brought their combat equipment to the banquet, they had to go back to get it first. Commander Zhao, let's go there first, Jiang Xi said. He had come in combat equipment. When he said this, he felt Jiang Dao's hand grab him tightly. Jiang Xi smiled and held her hand tightly to reassure her. Count me in. At this time, Zhang Mingbei also walked over. He was also fully armed. He and Jiang Xi were competitors, but they had the same attitude when dealing with foreign enemies and monsters. Zhao Yan did not waste time and immediately left with the two of them. With their departure, the banquet ended. The martial artists who were preparing to participate in the battle went back to retrieve their equipment as quickly as possible. As for the female family members, they were all worried about their families and wished them well. Brother, you have to come back safely. Otherwise, even if I have to kill my way to the king of Hell's palace, I will find you and bring you back. Jiang Dudu looked at their departing backs with an inexplicable expression in her eyes. Jiang Xi, Zhang Mingbei, and Zhao Yan were all A-class martial artists. With their strength and speed, they arrived at the Northern Mountains Army's barracks outside the city in just 2 to 3 minutes. At this time, the martial artists of the Northern Mountain Army had already assembled. Jiang Xi also boarded the transport plane with them. 10 transport aircrafts carrying nearly 10,000 military martial artists roared as they left. 15 minutes later, they were close to their destination. Roar! Wah wah. Before they even landed, everyone could already hear the roars of various beasts reverberating between heaven and earth. The 2 moons hung in the sky. Under the bright moonlight, the surroundings could be seen clearly. Further away, clouds and mist lingered, and a green mountain range loomed. It was the legendary Yi Mountain. All they could see were monsters roaring and pouncing toward the Jinni army's barracks. Not only on the ground, but also in the sky, there were huge bird-type monsters attacking the barracks. Boom, boom, boom. The Jinni army opened fire with all their might. The huge barracks were like a large war machine armed to the teeth. Huge cannons were constantly firing with astonishing power. The martial artists of the army were scattered in all directions, fighting and killing the monsters that had pounced on them. Quick, suppress those bird-type monsters from the air. A valiant middle-aged female martial artist saw the Northern Mountains Army's transport plane and quickly commanded loudly to disperse the bird-type monsters so that the transport plane could land. She was Fang Yu, the commander of the Jinni army. She was a very famous A-class martial artist in the Xia Kingdom. The Northern Mountains Army's transport plane successfully landed. Nearly 10,000 martial artists quickly joined the battle, providing support to the Jinni army and relieving the pressure. Zhao Yan briefly introduced Jiang Xi and Zhang Mingbei to Fang Yu. Fang Yu said to them, "Thank you for coming to support us. I won't stand on ceremony. The current situation is indeed not good. 2 A-class martial artists from the Jinni army are 30 kilometers away, blocking a few A-class monsters coming from ruin number 09. Please go and support us." The overall strength of the Jinni army was much stronger than that of the Northern Mountains Army. It could be seen from their high-end strength that they had 3 A-class martial artists. No problem. Jiang Xi nodded immediately. Me too, Zhang Mingbei said in a deep voice. Then the two of them leaped and rushed out of the barracks. Zhao Yan gave Fang Yu a look, nodded, and rushed out as well. 3 powerful figures landed in the middle of the monster horde with a boom. Jiang Xi used a sword. Zhao Yan used a knife. Zhang Mingbei used a hammer. The 3 of them attacked in the middle of the monster horde. Because of their attacks, a large part of the monster horde was suddenly emptied. However, They did not stay there and quickly ran 30 kilometers away. Compared to killing the weaker monsters, it was more important to stop the A-class monsters. With their speed, the distance of 30 kilometers was covered in an instant. Roar! A wolf! Hiss! In the wasteland between the Genie army camp and ruin number 09, the earth trembled and cracks appeared. Under the moonlight, 5 huge A-class monsters were attacking 2 A-class martial artists. Through his training in the training camp, Riverward recognized the species of the 5 monsters at a glance. Two-headed demonic wolf, blood-eyed demonic ape, silver-striped fire python, cave flame dragon, and iron-armored mystic bull. The two-headed demonic wolf was the one he saw when he first came to ruin number 09. The monster roared and used its powerful body to attack the 2 A-class martial artists of the Genie army. The appearance of Jiang Ci and the other 2 changed the situation of the battle. "Ha, our men are here." The 2 A-class martial artists were injured. Their breathing was unstable. At this moment, they regained some of their energy and strength. The situation was urgent, so the 3 of them did not talk nonsense. Jiang Ci shouted, "I'm fast. Leave the two-headed demonic wolf to me." Zhang Mengbei and Zhao Yin did not refuse, and each faced a monster. The two-headed demonic wolf had 2 heads and was the strongest of the 5 monsters. It was also the most difficult to deal with. Jiang Ci specialized in speed, so he could deal with it. "Last time, you were the one chasing me. This time, it's the other way around." Jiang Ci looked at the two-headed demonic wolf expressionlessly. He stomped on the ground and dashed out, leaving a large hole in the ground. "Oh!" The two-headed demonic wolf roared. The intelligence of an A-class monster was not much different from a human. Its intelligent eyes were filled with anger. Obviously, it recognized Jiang Ci. It was this thief who had stolen the spirit item in its nest. Chapter 158. The two-headed demon wolf was furious. If that 100-year spiritual item was still there, it could take advantage of the 3rd spirit chi awakening to consume that 100-year spiritual item and reach the spirit vessel realm. A spirit vessel realm monster was the king of monsters. No, at that time, it would no longer be a monster, but a legendary demon. Oh, the two-headed demon wolf was unable to restrain its anger. It pounced over, wanting to tear Jiang Ci to shreds. Jiang Ci snorted and swung his killing shadow sword, causing a sword beam to appear. Last time, he had almost died in the mouth of the two-headed demon wolf. Now he had to get back at it. Shio! Jiang Ci used his body to lead the sword, using the wind shadow, step to the extreme. With the speed of his movement technique, the long sword seemed to pierce through the air, bringing along a strong shockwave as it crossed 1,000 meters in an instant. Dang! The long sword and the two-headed demon wolf's sturdy claws collided, causing sparks to fly. Oh! At the same time, one of the two-headed demon wolf's huge heads opened its bloody mouth, biting towards Jiang Ci with its sharp fangs. Wishful thinking. Jiang Ci's heart was as calm as still water. With a light tap of his feet, his figure flickered as he dodged to the side. The great circle of unity realm wind shadow step was like the wind, perfectly dodging. Kill! Jiang Ci made full use of his agility, surrounding the two-headed demon wolf and continuously attacking. His fast sword was also displayed to the extreme. Chi-Chi! The sharp blade brought along a sword beam as it continuously pierced into the two-headed demon wolf's body. Oh! The two-headed demon wolf angrily roared, but it couldn't do anything to Jiang Ci. The strength of both sides had long been reversed. Now, Jiang Ci had the absolute advantage. After attacking over 1,000 times, Jiang Ci coldly shouted slash. In an instant, he mobilized the mental pressure that he had just condensed a few days ago and covered the sword. The power of the killing shadow sword, which was a spirit weapon, instantly increased by 50%. Seeing that the situation was not good, the two-headed demon wolf turned around to escape Hu. As if cutting through the air, the long sword fell with a strange speed. Suddenly, Jiang Ci caught up with the two-headed demon wolf. Voila! One of the two-headed demonic wolf's large head was directly chopped off by the long sword and the invisible sword aura on the sword. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain from the wound. Oh! The two-headed demonic wolf howled miserably. It didn't dare to stay any longer and frantically fled. Can you escape? Jiang Ci snorted lightly and sped up, turning into a series of afterimages as he caught up with the two-headed demonic wolf. Again, a sword slashed out. The other head also fell to the ground. You have killed a rank A two-headed demon wolf. EXP plus 110 rumble. The headless two-headed demon wolf's enormous body was like a small mountain. It continued to run wildly across the wasteland for a distance before crashing to the ground. It took him less than 3 minutes to kill the two-headed demonic wolf, which was one of the strongest A-class monsters in the world. Good. Zhao Yin and the two A-ranked martial artists from the Jinni army were both surprised and delighted. They were shocked by Jiang Ci's strength, but at the same time, they were excited to have such a strong ally. Zhang Mengbei snorted and wildly waved his two large hammers, increasing the power of his attacks. His opponent was the blood-eyed demonic ape. My mental consciousness is clearly more condensed than his, so why is his combat power so much stronger? Zhang Mengbei wasn't convinced and wanted to quickly kill the blood-eyed demonic ape. Both sides were proficient in strength, but the blood-eyed demonic ape was also proficient in defense. It wasn't easy to kill it in a short period of time. On the other side, after Jiang Ci killed the two-headed demonic wolf, his figure flashed and appeared in front of an A-ranked martial artist from the Jinni army. This person had just been attacked by 5 monsters and was heavily injured. He was in the most dangerous situation. In front of him was an A-class armored mystic bull. Jiang Ci's helped relieve the pressure on him. He smiled gratefully at Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci lightly nodded and cooperated with him to kill the armored mystic bull from the name. One could tell that this was a monster that was proficient in defense. It was very strong and difficult to kill it. It took a full 10 minutes for Jiang Ci to stab his sword into its eye and shatter its brain. You killed an A-class armored mystic bull. Experience points plus 110. Following the notification on the panel, the armored mystic bull fell to the ground. Zhao Yin and the rest were shocked again. Was this Jiang Ci's strength? No wonder the Jinten Budokan appointed Jiang Ci as the 5th elder. With such strength, no one would object if he said that he was the strongest person below the spirit realm. Zhang Mengbei snorted again. He was a little anxious. Jiang Ci had already killed 2 A-class monsters, but he hadn't even killed one. Was he going to admit defeat just like that? Impossible. Unlike Zhang Mengbei, Zhao Yin and the rest were very happy. Out of the 5 monsters, 2 had already been killed by Jiang Ci. The remaining 3 weren't that difficult. Just when they thought that victory was in their hands. Suddenly, a giant bird flew out from the depths of the clouds under the moonlight in the distance. It was as if it wanted to block out the moonlight. Its bare wings were more than 100 meters wide when they were spread out. Caw-caw! The giant bird let out an ear-piercing screech and flew toward the Jinni army. It was extremely fast. In just 10 seconds, it had flown dozens of kilometers. "Oh no!" Zhao Yin exclaimed. In the direction the giant bird was flying, a Northern Mountain Army transport plane was streaking across the sky and rapidly approaching the Jinni army. It was a martial artist who had just arrived from Pak Sun province. The giant bird was ferocious, and its aura was even stronger than the two-headed demonic wolf. Once it collided with the transport plane, the martial artist who had come to help would be in danger. "I'll leave this to you." Jiang Ci did not even think and chased in that direction. "It's over." Zhao Yan's face was ashen. Both the giant bird and the transport plane were in the air. Jiang Ci could not fly. No matter how strong he was, what was the use of him going there? These martial artists who had come to help were the elites of the martial arts world in Pak Sun province. If all of them died here, the North Mountains Prefecture would suffer a huge blow, and they might not be able to recover from it. "I'm going to be a sinner." Zhao Yan's heart was filled with bitterness. Ever since the third awakening of spiritual energy, the monsters in Mountain and Ruin 09 had been restless for more than a month. There was a hidden danger. That was why he and Feng Yu, the commander of the Genie army, had planned to detonate the hidden danger and let the monsters attack in advance. They had wanted to use the opportunity when Jiang Xi returned to Pak Sun Province to gather the strength of the martial arts world in Pak Sun Province. With the help of the Northern Mountain Army and the Genie army, they could eliminate most of the monsters in one fell swoop. However, man proposes, God disposes. Who would have thought that such a huge A-class flying monster was hiding in the depths of Mountain? Humans could not fly, but giant birds could fly. If they were of the same level, it was obvious that this giant bird had the upper hand. At the same time, Jiang Xi, who was sprinting on the ground, crossed nearly 5,000 meters with each step. He was as fast as lightning and caught up with the giant bird in the air. Rise! Suddenly, Jiang Xi shouted. Zhao Yan and the others were attracted to him. They saw Jiang Xi stomping on the ground. The explosive force caused the ground around him to sink nearly a meter. Jiang Xi used this force to leap into the air and reached a height of more than 1,000 meters. Then, they saw something that shocked them. Jiang Xi's footsteps created a strong wind as he sprinted in the air and quickly approached the giant bird. He was flying. When Zhao Yan, Zhang Mengbei, and the others saw this, they were shocked and then overjoyed. They were saved. Chapter 159. Jiang Xi's mood was not relaxed. Instead, it was very dignified. Because he could only walk in the air for 10 seconds, time was limited. As long as I could stop the giant bird and let the transport plane land. Jiang Xi was very calm and knew what he had to do. The transport plane had just decelerated and landed. At this time, it was impossible to pick up the speed again. If he didn't stop the giant bird, the transport plane would be torn apart by the giant bird in the air. On that transport plane, there were his friends and many other people he had just met at the dinner party. There was no room for failure. Jiang Xi stepped on the mysterious footwork of the wind shadow step. His speed was extremely fast, and a burst of wind circled under his feet. Using the wind to travel, his speed in the air was not much slower than on the ground. Quack! The giant bird found Jiang Xi chasing behind it, but it ignored him and continued to rush to the transport plane that was circling to escape. 3 seconds. Jiang Xi caught up with the giant bird. In the air, it was like walking on flat ground. With the help of the wind, he stabbed his sword. Whoosh! The giant bird's wide, fleshy wings swept towards riverward. Jiang Xi was not afraid and increased the speed and strength of his sword. Whoosh! The sword's shadow danced wildly, and hundreds of holes were instantly pierced on the giant bird's wing. Quack! The giant bird's voice changed. It was angry and suddenly stopped in the air and turned to pounce on Jiang Xi. The giant beak opened and made a sharp whistling sound, shaking the air, making people who heard it dizzy. There is also spiritual pressure. This giant bird is about to reach the spirit accumulation stage. Jiang Xi was shocked. The giant bird's realm was almost the same as his. I can't fight in the air, I can only fight. Jiang Xi's mind turned sharply, adjusting his fighting style, using speed and flexibility, constantly circling the giant bird. Quack! The giant bird screamed angrily, and its wings of more than 100 meters rolled up a gust of wind. However, it did not expect that these strong winds would provide sufficient wind power for Jiang Xi to fly through the air. With Jiang Xi's current ability to fly, he could only stay in the air for 10 seconds at most before falling down due to the lack of support. Now that there was sufficient wind power, Jiang Xi was naturally pleasantly surprised, and the fight became even more smooth. Wind shadow step, like the wind and shadow. With the wind, it was as if the heavens were helping. Huh! Jiang Xi laughed heartily. It was as if he could really fly in the air. His figure kept flashing in the sky. He had actually gained the upper hand in an instant. As for the transport plane, It had taken the opportunity to safely land in the Jin army camp town. At this moment, everyone was shocked to see Jiang Xi running in the air like a mythical figure. This is Jiang Xi's strength? Zhang Ming Beiyao looked at the unbelievable scene and felt a sense of powerlessness. He felt that he had chosen the wrong competitor. Both sides were not on the same level at all. While he was still running on the ground, Jiang Xi could already fly. Jie, Jie. The giant bird roared angrily, and the wind suddenly flashed. Its ferocity was monstrous, but couldn't do anything to Jiang Xi. This was because Jiang Xi's speed in the air was even faster and more agile than it. The slaughtering shadow sword, which was a spirit weapon, left wounds on its body. A large amount of blood sprinkled down from the sky like raindrops. Soon, the giant bird was afraid. It stirred up a gust of wind and wanted to fly away. It didn't dare to continue fighting. You want to leave after showing off? Jiang Xi snorted coldly and followed the wind created by the giant bird. He continuously stepped on the wind shadow step, like a shadow. The giant bird couldn't escape. Poochie, Poochie. A large piece of the giant bird's huge wings was cut off by the spirit weapon killing shadow sword. Its speed was affected. If this continued, it will be killed by Jiang Xi in a moment. Roar! It let out a long cry and stretched its neck to roar. Its extremely penetrating voice spread for dozens of kilometers. A deathbed struggle. Jiang Xi was very calm. At most, he could kill this giant bird with 3 sword strikes. He was about to swing his sword. Suddenly, the world changed color. Dark clouds quickly gathered in the originally clear night sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Roar! A terrifying demon-like figure rose from the distant mountain. Its roar was like thunder, resounding through the world. Under the cover of the dark clouds, the terrifying figure couldn't be seen clearly. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, the dark clouds surged wildly. The figure soared into the sky as if it was roaming the world. In an instant, it flew above the Jin army. Roar! A black breath similar to spirit energy shot out from the dark clouds and attacked Jiang Xi. Danger! Jiang Xi was shocked. He only felt a stabbing pain all over his body. His sharp spirit perception told him that this was a life and death crisis. If he was hit by this energy breath, he might be directly melted and not even his bones would be left. Jiang Xi didn't even think. He used the wind shadow step and turned to run. However, the speed of the energy breath was too fast. It was far faster than his speed. The terrifying figure hidden in the dark clouds gave him the feeling that it was second only to the tiger skeleton that Xian Tian killed in the battle of the Tongtian Mountain. In other words, it had the strength to crush him. Damn it, why can't I remember? Jiang Xi scolded himself in his heart. In fact, Jiang Xi couldn't be blamed. Who knew that such a terrifying existence was hidden in the depths of a mountain? Dragon Python, how dare you? At the critical moment, there was a sudden roar. At the same time, a shocking saber shadow slashed wildly from afar. In just an instant, it collided with the energy breath that was chasing Jiang Xi. Boom! The terrifying energy exploded in the air, setting off waves of air. Good chance. Jiang Xi used the force of the explosion to fly down and return to the ground. Then, he turned around and observed the sudden change. A young man with a cold face walked over from afar. Covering 10,000 meters with each step, he exuded a powerful aura. He held a spiritual weapon in his hand and pointed at the dark clouds in the sky. Dragon Python, you violated the agreement, the young man said coldly. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the dark clouds quickly dissipated. On the ground, everyone was shocked. They saw a huge python with wings on its back and black scales on its body. It hovered in the air and looked down at the ground. What was even more shocking was that this python had a single horn on its head that shot towards the sky. The young man's words also revealed its identity, Dragon Python, a legendary creature. Roar! The dragon python roared at the young man. I don't care what you said. No matter who started this war, based on our agreement, no one above class, regardless of whether they're humans or monsters, is allowed to interfere in the war between humans and monsters. The cold young man did not back down. He could actually understand the dragon python's meaning. Roar! The dragon python roared again. You didn't look after your child. How can you blame us human warriors? Besides, your child isn't dead. The young man sneered. The dragon python's child? Jiang Xi glanced at the giant bird that was almost killed by him. It was in a sorry state with a large piece of its wings cut off. It looked somewhat similar to the dragon python. Bird? Dragon python? A cross-species transaction. Monsters were indeed powerful. Chapter 160. Roar! The young man's words enraged the dragon python. If you don't retreat, don't blame me for being rude. The young man shouted coldly. A layer of pure spiritual energy instantly covered his long saber. Roar! The dragon python roared at the sky. This roar was filled with anger and unwillingness. Even Riverward could hear it. The dark clouds gathered again. The dragon python rolled up the dark clouds and flew towards E Mountain with the scarred giant bird. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the mountains shrouded in clouds. As the dragon python and the giant bird retreated, the beast horde that was besieging the E army also began to retreat. The scene of the beasts fleeing in a frenzy was spectacular. Monsters above class C already had spirituality and were quite intelligent. They sensed great danger and wanted to escape. Oomph! The young man waved his saber and slashed dozens of times. The shocking saber shadows landed in the midst of the beast horde and exploded. Tens of thousands of beasts were instantly blown to pieces. Roar! The dragon python's roar could be heard from the depths of E Mountain. Oomph! I'm just collecting some interest. The young man sheathed his saber elegantly. Fuck! Jiang Xi was envious. If he had this skill, he could slash dozens of times, and his experience points would skyrocket. Then, he became curious. Who was this young man? It seemed that his skills and strength were not much inferior to Xian Tian and Li Bai. At this time, Zhao Yin and the others returned from the distant wilderness. In the end, Zhang Mengbei killed the blood-eyed, demonic ape. The remaining two had escaped because of the unforeseen event. Greetings, Senior Qin. Zhao Yin, Zhang Mengbei, Fang Yu, Hichang Xing, Chun Yuan, and a few other Class A martial artists who had rushed over from Pak Sun Province came over to salute the young man. You did well. The young man nodded lightly. Zhao Yin and the others were like primary school students who had been praised by their teacher. They were overjoyed and quickly said, "Thank you for the praise, Senior Qin. Are you Jiang Xi?" The young man with the surname Qin turned his gaze towards Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi greets Senior Qin. Jiang Xi also bowed respectfully. Are you willing to join my Qin clan? The young man, surnamed Qin, suddenly asked. Jiang Xi was stunned. So direct? Senior, I've already joined Jinten Budokan. It doesn't matter. I have a granddaughter who is about the same age as you. Her beauty is unparalleled in Shuntian Prefecture. I can marry her to you and let her join my Qin family through marriage. Xian Tian won't say anything. Senior, that's not a good idea. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. Whether the melon is sweet or not has nothing to do with how it was picked. What a reasonable explanation. Jiang Xi remained silent, expressing his refusal. Humph! The young man with the surname Qin snorted and disappeared in a flash. Those A-rank martial artists all revealed looks of pity, feeling pity for Jiang Xi's rejection. Jiang Xi, your rejection was too direct. Senior Qin's granddaughter is Sai. Zhao Yin sighed. Who is Senior Qin? Jiang Xi asked, puzzled. He Changxing smiled and explained. Senior Qin's name is Qin Qi. He comes from the Qin clan of Shuntian Prefecture. He is one of the top 10 martial artists in the world and is in charge of guarding E Mountain. Jiang Xi's expression was indifferent. Wasn't that Qin Feng's senior? The Qin clan had such a domineering expert like Qin Qi. How could they have taught a junior like Qin Feng who had a mental problem? Everyone still felt pity for Jiang Xi. However, when they saw that Jiang Ci did not want to talk about this matter, they could only let it go and disperse. Jiang Ci's shocking performance of easily killing the A-rank monster and flying in the air had shocked them no less than Qin Shi's. They did not dare to say anything to Jiang Ci, afraid that they would make Jiang Ci unhappy. Of course, Jiang Ci was not so narrow-minded. He just did not like to decide a person's feelings with a few words. Moreover, he was very loyal to one woman. Jiang Ci, these are the monster materials from the two-headed demon wolf and the armored mystic bull. I brought them back for you. Zhao Yan did not leave. He handed a large backpack to Jiang Ci. Thank you, Commander Zhao. Jiang Ci smiled. This could be considered a bonus. The value of an A-rank monster's materials started from 10 billion. The two-headed demon wolf he had just killed was worth at least 50 billion new moon coins. However, to him, this was already considered a small amount of money. Any one of the few spiritual items he had obtained from Tongtian Mountain was worth thousands or even trillions. A 1,000-year-old spiritual item could not be measured by its price. In Jiang Ci's opinion, money was secondary. The biggest gain from this support was that he had a deeper understanding of this world. Monster. Qin Shi had mentioned this word just now. This world is getting more and more interesting. Jiang Ci looked at Mount E. Then, Jiang Ci began to reflect. This time, he had really been a little reckless. If Qin Shi had not appeared in time, he would have been melted by that fatal energy breath. This world was very mysterious. It was hard to say where fatal dangers were hidden. Except this time, he recalled that he had fled in panic along the Exine and River when he had come to ruin number 09 last year. Downstream, he had almost been sucked into a terrifying whirlpool at the bottom of the river. Now that he thought about it, the existence in the whirlpool gave him a feeling that was very similar to the dragon python. Be careful. Be careful. Be more careful. Jiang Ci warned himself again and again in his heart. The crisis of the Genie army suddenly ended because of the appearance of Qin Shi and the dragon python. Originally, because of the third recovery of spiritual energy, the overall strength of the monsters in Mount E and Ruin number 09 had increased by a level, bringing a great crisis to the Dixia kingdom and the Genie army. However, in this battle, they had suffered heavy losses, especially the death of the two-headed demonic wolf, the armored mystic bull, and the blood-eyed demonic ape. The death of the three Class A monsters had caused their overall strength to decrease by a lot. The hidden crisis caused by the third awakening of spiritual qi was thus resolved. The warriors who had rushed over from Pak Sun province to provide support also embarked on their return journey. No matter what had happened this moonlit night, Jiang Ci's flight, Qin Shi's domineering attack, and the mysterious dragon python was etched in everyone's mind. It was deeply engraved in everyone's minds. After this battle, no one doubted Jiang Ci's strength anymore. The fifth elder of Jinten Budokan was indeed powerful. There were even more warriors and forces who wanted to befriend Jiang Ci. However, after returning to Pak Sun province, Jiang Ci cut off all contact and focused on cultivation. Even if these people wanted to befriend him, they could not find a way. His recent experiences made Riverward feel very anxious in his heart. This was because after the third recovery of spiritual energy, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had increased greatly. In the future, there would definitely be more and more Spirit Yin stage warriors. He had to reach the Spirit Yin stage as soon as possible. Next, he put all his energy into the Genie technique and visualization cultivation. It was worth mentioning that Jiang Ci had a deeper understanding of the Genie technique in the battle with the giant bird in the air. Therefore, the improvement of the Genie technique was very fast. Chapter 161. After returning from E Mountain, Jiang Ci only took a week to increase the time he could fly from 10 seconds to 20 seconds. Then, it took another month to increase it to 25 seconds. 3 months later, at the end of the 93rd year of the New Moon era, this time became 30 seconds. Although the increase was getting smaller and smaller, the time he could fly was getting longer and longer. In a battle between experts, the outcome could often be decided in 1 or 2 seconds. In 30 seconds, he could do a lot of things in the air. In the future, when he fought with others, whether it was to fight or escape, he would have room to choose. At the same time, the progress of visualization cultivation also made Jiang Ci quite satisfied. At first, he could only clearly visualize a palm. Now, he could visualize himself in his mind. Except for the head, which was still blurry, everything below the neck had become extremely clear. The changes brought by this kind of improvement were also very obvious. He was much stronger than he was 3 months ago. If he faced that giant bird again, Jiang Ci was confident that he could easily kill it, because his spiritual consciousness was already extremely condensed, and he was only 1 step away from condensing spiritual consciousness. He even couldn't control the skyrocketing spiritual pressure. Because of this, Jiang Daodu had complained many times recently, saying that Jiang Ci was always suppressing her. New Moon Era 94, January 1st, the Spring Festival of the Xia Kingdom. At the beginning of the new spring, everything was renewed. Paksun Province was bustling with noise and excitement. Jiang Ci and Jiang Daodu wandered aimlessly in the city. From New Moon Era 92 to 94, their lives had undergone earth-shaking changes. In the past, when they lived in the so-called slum, Apricot Garden of Looming District, the two of them would definitely not come out at night. Because in this era, even in the city, it was not safe at night. Now, it didn't matter. Jiang Ci was only 1 step away from becoming a martial artist of the spirit accumulation stage, and was about to stand at the peak of human martial arts. Jiang Daodu was also a sea-level martial artist. In terms of strength, she was definitely ranked in the top 1,000 in the martial arts world of Paksun Province. If there was anyone who dared to be presumptuous in front of them, they would definitely beat him up until his parents couldn't recognize him. The sun rose and the moon set. The two of them walked from midnight to dawn. It would be great if we could continue like this. Jiang Du raised her hand and looked at the dazzling morning sun on the horizon. What nonsense are you talking about? We can definitely go on forever. Jiang Ci rubbed her head. You said it. Pinky swear. A child's game. I am a child. A 15-year-old child. Although Jiang Ci said so, he stretched out his little finger and hooked it with Jing Dudu's cold little finger. Pinky swear 100 years, 10,000 years. No, never change. Jiang Dudu said with a smile. Never change. The two of them pressed their thumbs together. Laughter echoed through the streets. After returning to Villa number 92 in Tongtian District, Jiang Ci received a message. The sender and the content of the message surprised him. The sender was Xian Tian. The content of the message was, the entrance to the Heavenly Lake in the Jade Lake's secret realm has been discovered. Get ready to meet at the headquarters on January 5th. Jiang Ci turned off the communication and fell into deep thought. This news was somewhat out of his expectations. Because when the Heavenly Lake in the Jade Lake's secret realm was discovered, the A-level martial artists all tacitly agreed that this opportunity belonged to Xian Tian and other spirit-gathering stage martial artists. The A-level martial artists were not qualified to compete for it. Jiang Ci also thought so at that time. He didn't expect that Xian Tian would inform him. Did Xian Tian really discover that the Heavenly Lake has an inexplicable attraction to me? Jiang Ci shook his head gently again. It was useless to think too much. He just had to go. Moreover, he also wanted to find out what the inexplicable attraction was. Then he told Jing Dudu about it. Jiang Dudu surprisingly didn't have any big reaction. She just smiled and said, "Then come back early. You promised me that you can't leave for so long again." "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Jiang Ci patted his chest and made a promise again. New Moon Era 94, January 5th. The weather was gloomy and there was no wind. Jiang Ci carried a long sword on his back and was fully armed. He waved goodbye to Jiang Dudu and stepped on the transport plane. This transport plane was assigned to him by Jinten Budokan when he became the 5th elder. It was a personal plane and had been parked in the square of Jinten Budokan in Paksun Province. The black transport plane whistled into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jane Dudu watched the transport plane leave. She looked at the empty sky for a long time before she turned around and went home. Then, she cultivated in the underground training room of Villa 92. When Jiang Xi returned from the training camp, he prepared a full set of high-level martial arts secret manuals for her. There was a method of drawing qi, offensive martial arts, and movement martial arts. In addition to these, there was also a B-level and A-level spirit medicine. These things were enough to support her cultivation until she reached A-level. On the other side, Jiangxi's transport plane arrived at the Jinten Budokan headquarters in just over half an hour. Xian Tian and White Cloud were already waiting there. When the two saw Jiang Xi, their eyes lit up and they looked a little surprised. They were both spirit nurture martial artists and had spiritual senses. They were still far away, but they could acutely sense the spiritual pressure emitted from Jiang Xi's body. Jiang Xi, have you succeeded in your visualization? Xian Tian asked directly. Only succeeded in my visualization. I'm still a little short of condensing my spiritual sense. Jiang Xi nodded. A little short? I think you're just a step away. You're really abnormal. Back then, I had to visualize for 3 years to condense my spiritual sense. White Cloud shook her head. Maybe I'm just lucky. Jiang Xi smiled. Looking at things or looking at yourself? Xian Tian suddenly asked. Jiang Xi didn't hide and smiled. Looking at myself, I'm just short of my head. Haha, White Cloud is right. You're really abnormal. Xian Tian laughed. Jiang Xi smiled helplessly. It felt like the two of them were scolding him. Then, the three of them took the transport plane again and set off for Kunlun's Death Valley. On the transport plane, Jiang Xi asked the question in his heart. Chief, I haven't reached the spirit nurture stage yet. Am I qualified to go to the Sky Lake? Xian Tian and White Cloud looked at each other and smiled. Then, Xian Tian explained the reason. Do you still remember the origin of the Wind Shadow Step? Xian Tian asked. Wind Shadow Step. Of course, Jiang Xi remembered. It was from last year. At that time, he had just signed a genius contract with Jinten Budokan of Paksun Province. After he became a martial artist, he went to Xian Tian's store to buy secret manuals. First, he used the free quota to choose the 9 elemental sword technique. When he went to choose an advanced movement technique, he was dissuaded by the high numbers. Just as he was about to take a step back and choose the beginner and intermediate movement techniques, he didn't expect that the Xian Tian store would automatically pop up an advanced movement technique at a super low price. It was the Wind Shadow Step. Jiang Xi clearly remembered that under the introduction of the technique, there was a reminder. A powerhouse obtained it from the ancient mystic realm. It was known as the most difficult technique to learn. So far, only 3 people have mastered it. The Wind Shadow Step came from the Jade Lake mystic realm. Jiang Xi looked at Xian Tian in surprise. Chapter 162. That's right. When we discovered Ling Wan Road and Wondrous Stone Mountain, there was actually a nameless ancient book placed on the 9th step of Ling Wan Road. After I comprehended its contents, I named it Wind Shadow Steps. Later, when you were shopping for secret manuals in Xian Tian's store, I happened to be online, so I added Wind Shadow Steps to it. The price of 30 million is really cheap for you, Xian Tian said with a smile. Jiang Xi was suddenly enlightened. The doubts hidden in his heart were finally solved. No wonder such a profound movement technique like Wind Shadow Steps was only sold for 30 million. Jiang Xi also understood the reason why Xian Tian sold the secret manual to him at such a low price. It must be because of his perfect martial arts talent. Sure enough, Xian Tian said with a smile, I wrote in the reminder that only 3 people have entered the entry level. It's not an exaggeration. Before you only bye-bye, hey too, and I have reached the entry level. But after that, it was very difficult to improve, so we gave up. In fact, I taught you Wind Shadow Steps just to try it out. I didn't expect your talent to be so abnormal. In just 1 year, you've practiced wind shadow steps to perfection. Now, you should understand why I brought you there, right? Xian Tian's eyes were meaningful. It was the same as the last time at the top of Mount Tontian. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. Mount Tontian was the core of Jade Lake Secret Realm. Lingwan Road was discovered at the top of Mount Tontian, and Wind Shadow Steps was placed on the 9th step of Lingwan Road. In this case, the importance of Wind Shadow Steps was self-evident. After he mastered Wind Shadow Steps, he had an inexplicable connection with Jade Lake Secret Realm. Now that he thought about it, there were actually signs before, except for the inexplicable attraction from the lake in the sky. When he went to Jade Lake's Secret Realm last time, the lightning at the lower half of Mount Tontian was so dense, but strangely, it didn't fall on him. In addition, when he defeated Feng Xian, Sam, and the others at the top of the mountain to collect the remaining 3 spiritual items, he encountered the 5 skeletal undead creatures blocking his way. Just as he was about to attack, the 5 undead creatures strangely retreated. In these 2 scenes, he used the Wind Shadow Step with all his strength. Wind Shadow Step, Jade Lake's Secret Realm. Jiang Xi muttered to himself. Now that he knew the origin of the Wind Shadow Step, he was even more curious about the Jade Lake's Secret Realm after the transport plane landed at the edge of Death Valley. The 3 of them directly entered the Jade Lake's Secret Realm through the mysterious teleportation power in the Mist Barrier. 15 minutes later, the 3 of them arrived at the peak of the Heavenly Mountain. After the lightning and fog disappeared last time, they never appeared again. Only the lake in the sky, which was 100 times larger than the lake at the top of the mountain, was still reflected in the sky. It was vast and boundless. The surface of the lake was filled with a thick mist, making it look like a celestial pond in the heavens. Within the mist, there seemed to be a lofty pavilion standing on the surface of the lake. Once again, he saw this fairyland-like scene. Jiang Xi was still shocked. At the same time, he had a question in his heart. In such a mythical place, not a single living creature could be seen. There were only skeletal undead. Where did the powerful existence that built this place go? Was it long gone with time? Or did it abandon this place? Jiang Xi shook his head gently. With his current strength, he was not qualified to pursue these questions. At this time, Li Bai, Huang Kuan, and He Tu were already waiting by the lake. This time, only the 6 of them entered the lake in the sky. The entrance is in a stone cave at the bottom of the lake. There is a stone door made of the same material as Lingwan Road, Huang Kuan said. This underwater exploration was done by the military. Then let's go down now and find out. Xian Tian laughed. Everyone also laughed. Their hearts were filled with anticipation as they jumped into the lake. With Huang Kuan and He Tu leading the way, they swam in the water. With their strength, it would not be a problem for them to stay in the water for 3 days. Jiang Xi observed in the water. As expected, there were no living creatures at the bottom of the lake. It was dead silent. There was not even a single water plant. How could such an environment nurture those 1,000-year-old lotus seeds? The 6 of them moved quickly in the water. After a short while, they arrived at a dark underwater stone cave. Through the night vision device, they could see the environment inside clearly. Surprisingly, the cave was empty and dry. There was not a single drop of water. On the surrounding stone walls, they could vaguely see some vague carvings. In the deepest part, there was an ancient stone door. Above the stone door, there were 2 ancient words that clearly did not belong to this era. The structure of the ancient words was similar to the words on the stone tablet at the foot of Mt. Tontian, as if it was a message conveyed through their spiritual consciousness. The meaning of the 2 ancient words was understood by everyone. Jade Lake. Apart from Huang Kuan and He Tu, they had already seen it. Jiang Xi and the rest were shocked. There was no need to guess anymore. The lake in the sky was the legendary Jade Lake. Xian Tian was the strongest. He took a step forward and pushed the stone door open. Inside the stone door, what entered their eyes was the dark green lake water. Miraculously, this stone door seemed to have a mysterious power that blocked the lake water outside. Not a single drop of water flowed into this stone cave. It was clearly separated. It was truly an uncanny workmanship. Everyone, be careful, Xian Tian said solemnly, then took the lead and stepped into the dark green lake water. Indeed, they had to be careful. In a lake at the top of the mountain, there was a tiger skeleton that could reach the spirit vessel level through body transformation. What kind of danger could be hidden in the famous Jade Lake in front of him? Jiang Xi and the rest also followed Xian Tian and stepped into the Jade Lake. The Jade Lake's lake water was very warm, like a hot spring. It even emitted a faint floral fragrance. No one carefully felt the strange lake water. Instead, they followed the pre-agreement. After entering the Jade Lake, they immediately floated up and swam to the surface. Soon, as they continued to float up, everyone became more and more alarmed. Because the Jade Lake's lake water was also dead silent. There were no living things in it, and they had already floated up 1,000 meters, but they had not reached the surface yet. Suddenly, Jiangxi's expression changed drastically. He was horrified. The other 5 had the same expression. From the surrounding dark green lake water, crystal white skeletons emerged one after another. The appearance of these skeletons was similar to the tiger skeleton in the lake at the top of the mountain, but they were a size smaller. Correspondingly, their strength was also a level lower. But no matter how weak they were still at the spirit vessel level. And the tiger skeletons that appeared here were densely packed. They did not know how many of them there were. Danger. Everyone used their fastest movement technique. Jiang Xi even used the wind shadow step to the extreme. Swim desperately. Upstream, the waves of the lake water became stronger and stronger. It began to roll, and a whirlpool swept over. Splash! Everyone swam up 1,000 meters again and finally reached the surface. They broke out of the water. On the surface of the water, hazy fog flowed slowly, like a fairyland. One could vaguely see a pavilion hidden in the fog far away. But everyone did not have time to appreciate this beautiful scenery. They immediately stepped on the water and rushed toward the pavilion. Needless to say, that pavilion must be the core of the Jade Lake. Chapter 163. Roar! An earth-shattering tiger roar came from behind. Those tiger skeletons also came to the surface of the water and chased closely. Whoosh, 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 rays of white light shot out from their skeleton-like mouths and attacked the group. Clang, clang, clang. The 6 of them waved their hands to meet the attack and then continued to run wildly, not wanting to fight. Roar! A few larger tiger skeletons caught up to them and pounced on them. Get lost! Xian Tian shouted angrily, and his spiritual sense and spiritual energy condensed on the blade. Heaven and earth's spiritual energy gathered and instantly condensed into 100-meter-long blade shadow. It did not stop. At the same time, a shocking blade intent rose from Xian Tian's body. The blade shadow expanded 10 times again, reaching 1,000 meters long. Boom! He slashed out. A dazzling light appeared, and a large number of tiger skeletons dissipated. Jiang Xi and the others did not have time to exclaim, because there was still an endless stream of tiger skeletons rushing out of the water. With a clear goal in mind, everyone rushed towards the lofty pavilion. They ran for hundreds of kilometers. They finally arrived in front of the pavilion. A golden plaque hung in the middle of the tall pavilion that pierced through the clouds. The plaque was also written with the same ancient words: Heaven-reaching tower, heaven-reaching mountain, heaven-reaching tower. Could it be the sky palace above the jade pool? Jiang Xi subconsciously looked up at the sky. The mist covered the sky, and the scene above could not be seen. Go in quickly! Xian Tian's shout came. Behind him, the green water of the jade pool seemed to have turned into a sea of skeletons. The densely packed tiger tribe skeletons pounced over like a tidal wave. How many skeletons were hidden under the water? The door of the heaven-reaching tower was open, and the 6 of them flashed in. The next moment, boom! Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed. The mist above the jade pool surged endlessly and waves of black wind appeared from the void like a wind of destruction. The countless tiger tribe skeletons on the surface of the lake were blown away by the black wind and turned into ashes in an instant. And this majestic heaven-reaching tower was like a shelter. Neither the white bone undead nor the black wind of annihilation could get close to this place. Everyone stood in Heaven-Span Pavilion, looking back at the apocalyptic scene. The shock in their hearts took a long time to calm down. Riverward's heart thumped wildly, and he was also filled with lingering fear. It was too terrifying. If he was a step slower, he would be gone. White bones like a sea, black wind destroying the world. The black wind swept past and then disappeared without a trace. The jade-green water surface reappeared. It was as if those tiger tribe skeletons had never appeared. This doesn't feel like the legendary celestial pool, but more like a devil's pool. Huang Kuan shook his head and sighed. In front of such an environment, everyone felt exceptionally small. Even if there really are immortals, they must have climbed up step by step from being weak. This is our era. We just need to charge forward. Xian Tian laughed with boundless heroism. That's right, this heaven-reaching pavilion has a profound meaning. Perhaps it's our fortunate encounter. Li Baibai let out a confident smile. Jiang Xi, White Cloud, and He Tu didn't say anything, but their eyes were filled with determination. That's right, this was their era. Everyone turned around and observed the environment in Heaven-Span Pavilion. The area was huge, but the scene in front of them was a little strange. Such a tall pavilion, but there were no stairs. There were only 6 dark passageways on the wall facing them. They couldn't see the inside of the passageways. It was as if it was specially prepared for them. The number of passageways was exactly the same as their number. There's a stone tablet over there. Jiang Xi had the habit of observing the environment whenever he arrived at a new place. The moment he entered, he carefully observed the place. He quickly saw a stone tablet erected in a corner far away. They hurriedly walked over. On the stone tablet, there were a few lines of ancient words. After taking a look, the ancient words conveyed the message to their consciousness. Each trial passageway is limited to 1 person at a time. Those who violate the rules die. Those who destroy the passageways die. Those who are not of the human race die. The 3 words die seemed to carry a mental attack, causing Jiang Xi and the rest to feel as if their minds were struck by lightning. They could feel the deterrence hidden in the ancient words. The 6 of them looked at each other and took a deep breath. After calming down, Xian Tian smiled and said, "Since the trial passageways were left behind by the ancestors of the human race, there must be generous rewards. I'll go in first." He walked straight to the first trial passageway on the far left. Those who practice martial arts should not fear danger. Li Baibai chose the second trial passageway. Next, Huang Kuan, White Cloud, and He Tu each chose a passageway and entered. Only Jiang Xi and the 6th trial passageway were left. He was the weakest, so he was the last to choose. Phew! I wonder if everyone's trial is the same. Jiang Xi thought to himself. Jiang Xi walked towards the 6th trial passageway. However, at this moment, he stopped in his tracks and looked at the 6 trial passageways in front of him in shock. He saw that the rightmost side of the 6 trial passageways suddenly changed, and the 7th trial passageway appeared out of thin air. This is... Jiang Xi's breathing stagnated and then became rapid again. The inexplicable attraction that had been lingering in his heart became extremely intense at this moment. The attraction came from the 7th trial passageway. Calm down, calm down. Jiang Xi continued to take deep breaths, and when his emotions had truly calmed down, he walked towards the 7th trial passageway. The closer he got to the passageway, the stronger the inexplicable attraction became. Standing in front of the dark passageway, he could not see what was inside. Since he was already here, Jiang Xi did not hesitate and stepped in. After entering, he finally saw a glimmer of light coming from the end of the passageway. Facing the light, he walked forward. What Jiang Xi did not know was that the moment he stepped into the passageway, the 7th trial passageway disappeared without a trace from Tong Tian building, and only the original 6 trial passageways were left in the darkness. As if he had walked for 10,000 meters, Jiang Xi finally approached the light. Then, his vision suddenly widened. A bright and boundless space appeared in front of Jiang Xi's eyes. Although Tong Tian Building was majestic and spectacular, it was obviously impossible to fit such a large space. Needless to say, it was definitely another great magical technique. However, this was not what surprised Jiang Xi the most. His gaze was locked on a huge white jade stone staircase in front of him. The staircase was huge. This was a staircase made up of 9 huge stone staircases, and each staircase was nearly 30 meters high. It was incomparably magnificent, as if it was specially prepared for giants. The top of the staircase was covered by the light, and it was unknown where it led to. Trial taker, please accept the inheritance trial. At this moment, a clear female voice sounded in this space. Ling Wan wrote. Jiang Xi's eyes widened in shock. This clear female voice was exactly the same as the prompt in Ling Wan Road's Illusory Realm trial. He suddenly realized that if the staircase in front of him was reduced by 100 times, wouldn't it be Ling Wan Road? The difference was that this larger update in front of him had no traces of erosion by time. Chapter 164. Could it be that this was also Ling Wan Road? Jiang Xi suppressed the shock in his heart and tried to shout, "Excuse me, are there any requirements for the inheritance trial?" No response. At this moment, beside the large Ling Wan Road, a white jade stone tablet appeared from the ground. The ancient words were also engraved on it. Jiang Xi quickly understood, and his expression changed. It was even somewhat ugly, because the inheritance trial's requirements were very deceptive. So this giant stone staircase is also Ling Wan Road, but belongs to the second section of Ling Wan Road. On the second section of Ling Wan Road, there is a set of cultivation technique manuals called the Wind God Escape. The Wind God Escape is divided into 9 levels and is hidden in the Illusory Realm trial of the 9 steps. After passing the Illusory Realm trial, the trial taker can obtain 1 level of the Wind God Escape. However, the Wind God Escape is not the true inheritance of the inheritance trial. The inheritance trial's requirement is for the trial taker to comprehend the true inheritance through the Wind God Escape. The more levels of the Wind God Escape obtained, the easier it is to comprehend. However, the stone tablet did not tell what the true inheritance was. This was not the most deceptive thing. What made Jiang Xi's heart sink was that the inheritance trial had a time limit. Within 10 years, if you don't comprehend the true inheritance, the final result is death. Jiang Xi surveyed his surroundings. The passageway he had just entered had already disappeared. In other words, he had to accept this inheritance trial 10 years. Before he left this time, he had even promised Jiang Daodu that he would not leave for too long. Let's not talk about whether he could comprehend this inheritance first. Even if he could comprehend it, he would definitely need to spend a certain amount of time. Otherwise, this inheritance trial would not be limited to 10 years. If the worst-case scenario were to fail the trial and fail to comprehend the true inheritance, then only death would await him. Jiang Xi did not doubt the methods of the person who left behind the inheritance trial. The deterrence of the 3 words death on the stone tablet in Heavenly Tower was still imprinted in his mind. How long did the person who comprehended the inheritance the fastest take? Jiang Xi asked again. You can call me the Spirit of Illusion. Ling Wan Road has been built for countless years. The fastest person to comprehend the inheritance only took 1 year and 3 days. Don't worry, during the inheritance period, I will provide you with a vitality-nurturing pill every day. I guarantee that you won't starve to death. This time, the clear and melodious female voice gave a response, and it even carried some emotion. Spirit of Illusion? However, what Jiang Xi was concerned about was not whether he would starve to death. Even the person who comprehended it the fastest took a year. Jiang Xi's expression changed. In such a legendary place, There must have been countless geniuses born in the past. 1 year? Can I comprehend it in 1 year? If the head hall master and the others find that I haven't come out after their trial, they might think that I've died here. There's no way we can keep this a secret. Jiangdudu will eventually get wind of this. No, I have to get out as soon as possible. Moreover, he had made quite a number of enemies since he embarked on the path of martial arts. If he was trapped here for a long time, some people might take revenge on the people around him. Jiang Xi was extremely anxious. However, he knew that there was no other way. He could only risk his life to pass the inheritance trial. At this time, he did not consider failure. He would not allow himself to fail. Now, he could not waste even a second. The first step is to obtain the Wind God escape technique. Jiang Xi took a step forward and stepped onto the first stone step of the second section of Lingwan Road. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered the illusory realm for the trial. The second section of Lingwan Road was slightly different from the first section. The illusory realm trial here did not have a limit on the number of times in time. He could keep trying until he passed. As long as he passed, he would be able to obtain the Wind God escape technique. Trial taker, please kill 100 wind demon white tigers. On the grassland of the illusory realm space, 100 ferocious A-class wind demon white tigers appeared. Every one of them was equivalent to an A-class second-tier martial artist kill. Jiang Xi's killing intent was boiling. He instantly unleashed all his strength. Wind Shadow Step, 9 elements sword technique. Accompanied by the earth-shattering roars of the tigers, a torrential storm of attacks was unleashed. Jiang Xi's figure flashed among the group of wind demon white tigers. Kill, kill, kill. His speed completely crushed these wind fiend white tigers. The first stage of the illusory realm trial was surprisingly simple. In less than an hour, he had killed all 100 wind demon white tigers. Congratulations, you have passed the trial. You have obtained the first level of the Wind God escape technique. The voice of the illusory realm spirit sounded again. The first level of the Wind God escape technique. Where was it? Jiang Xi looked around. Just as he was puzzled, the 100 wind demon white tiger corpses in front of him instantly transformed into streaks of white light and gathered around his body. A large amount of martial arts comprehension appeared in his mind and merged into his memory. It was very profound, as if he had already learned it and was very familiar with it. No, this is obviously the Wind Shadow Step. In his mind, the comprehension of the first level of the Wind God escape technique was slightly different from the Wind Shadow Step. The various combinations of footwork were almost exactly the same. Wind Shadow Step, first level of the Wind God escape technique. You have comprehended the first level of the Wind God escape technique. Experience points plus 2,000. The prompt of the experience panel suddenly sounded, which made Jiang Xi slightly surprised. Something different seemed to have appeared. Comprehension? He quickly opened the experience panel to check. Level, pulse opening stage, A, 259002-5900, cultivation technique, 9 elements heart technique martial arts, 9 elements sword technique, combination, 300-003-0000, Wind God escape technique, first level, 400-005-0000, force exertion, 10 experience points, 240585. As expected, the Wind Shadow Step has become the Wind God escape technique. No wonder. Jiang Xi finally confirmed that the inexplicable attraction that had been lingering in his mind was really caused by the Wind Shadow Step. When Xian Tian told him the origin of the Wind Shadow Step, he already had this guess. Now, he was completely sure that the Wind Shadow Step was not only an important item in the Sky Connecting Mountain, but also a part of the Legacy Trial. However, the first level of the Wind God escape technique was not exactly the same as the Wind Shadow Step. There were still some differences. Looking at the experience points, he knew that to fully comprehend the first level of the Wind God escape technique, he needed 50,000 experience points, which was 10,000 more than the wind shadow step. Therefore, in the status bar of the wind god escape technique, he still needed 10,000 experience points to fully comprehend the first level. 10,000 experience points, according to my current daily increment of 250 experience points, I need 40 days to fully comprehend it. Just the first level required 40 days, and this was under the condition that he had already comprehended 80% of the wind shadow step. If he did not comprehend the wind shadow step in advance, he would need 200 days to fully comprehend the first level of the wind god escape technique. There were still 8 levels after that. How long would it take? Although Jiang Xi was anxious, he still maintained a sense of calmness. He exited the illusion trial. You have passed the trial of the 10th level of the Lingwan Road. Experience points plus 50,000. This notification from the experience panel surprised Jiang Xi once again. The 10th level of the Lingwan Road. It seemed that the experience panel had assumed that the first and second levels of the Lingwan Road were continuous. Chapter 165. The first and second sections of Lingwan Road were continuous. Although it was surprising, it was not the main point of Jiang Xi's attention. Next, he sat cross-legged on the first step, wanting to comprehend the true inheritance through the first level of wind god escape. After a long time, Jiang Xi opened his eyes helplessly, because he had gone through the first level of wind god escape in his mind over 100 times, but there was nothing. He did not even comprehend a single hair of the true inheritance. The more levels of wind god escape obtained, the easier it is to comprehend the true inheritance. Only the first level, the probability of comprehending the inheritance is very, very small. Jiang Xi shook his head, jumped up, and stepped on the second step, preparing to obtain the second level of wind god escape. In just half a day, he frowned and exited the illusion trial. The second step of the illusion trial was still the wind demon white tiger, but the speed was faster. He tried for 6 to 7 hours, all of which failed. The speed is still a bit off. Looks like only by fully comprehending the first level of wind god escape will I have a chance to pass the second illusion trial. Jiang Xi's thoughts were clear. From the backpack behind him, he took out 100-year spirit fruit. When he went out this morning, for the sake of caution, he brought all the spirit fruits that he obtained from the Sky Span Mountain last time. 3,000-year spirit fruits, peach, dragon fruit, lotus seed 200-year spirit fruits, apricot, dragon mark spirit fruit. The spirit energy provided by 100-year spirit fruit is almost enough for me to consume 30,000 experience points. The last time at the Sky Span Mountain, he had consumed 100-year spirit fruit and had a rough estimate of the spirit energy contained in it. The first level of wind god escape is still 10,000 experience points away. It's too wasteful to use the spirit fruit now. Jiang Xi shook his head gently and kept the fruit. At this time, he noticed that on the huge white jade steps in front of him, a simple and unadorned small tray had appeared at some point in time. There was a small blue pill on it. Jiang Xi's face darkened. This was the essence augmenting pill. Although he was conflicted, he was hungry. There was no choice, he had to eat it. According to the spirit of the illusion, one essence augmenting pill a day would not be hungry. I wonder how it tastes? Jiang Xi picked up the soul-nurturing pill and stuffed it into his mouth. The next moment, his eyes lit up. The taste was actually very good. Chicken flavor. However, before he had the time to savor it, a voice suddenly rang out. The soul-augmenting pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. Almost instantly, it transformed into a dense spiritual energy that rapidly circulated throughout his body. What a surprise! He had originally thought that the soul-nurturing pill was used to allay his hunger. Unexpectedly, it actually contained a large amount of spiritual energy. This spirit chi energy is almost equivalent to a C-grade Fey potion. A C-grade Fey potion was priced at 8 billion new moon dollars in the Xiantian's shopping center. The spirit of the illusory realm was truly generous. After the pleasant surprise, Jiang Xi hurriedly used the experience panel to level up the first level of the wind god escape art. This was because two conditions had to be met in order to use the EXP panel to increase one's strength: experience points and aura energy. Now, he had them all. Wind God's Escape technique increased by 1,000 experience points. After upgrading once, the spiritual energy of the soul augmenting pill was completely depleted. As expected, it was the amount of a C-grade Fey potion. This discovery allowed Jiangxi to breathe a sigh of relief. One soul augmenting pill a day could save him a lot of time. Just like that, 10 days later, he had successfully upgraded the first level of the Wind God Escape art to perfection. In terms of speed, it was 20% faster than when he was in the state of Wind Shadow art. The faster he was, the stronger he was. Then he went to the second step of the second section of Lingwan Road, which was the 11th step of Lingwan Road. This time, he only tried 3 times and passed the illusory realm trial and obtained the second level of the Wind God Escape art. You have comprehended the second level of the Wind God Escape art. Experience points plus 3,000. You have passed the 11th step of Lingwan Road. Experience points plus 55,000. The experience panel sounded with a pleasant prompt. If it was a normal day, Jiang Xi would definitely be pleasantly surprised. But now, these gains did not bring him any surprise, because next, he once again used the first 2 levels of the Wind God Escape art to comprehend, but he still did not comprehend a trace of the so-called inheritance. There was no other way. He could only continue to work hard. He could not be trapped here forever, in case others mistakenly thought that he died here. If Jiang Daodu did something stupid because of this, then it would be too late for him to regret. Go, go, go. Jiang Xi used most of his time to comprehend the Wind God Escape art, trying to comprehend the real inheritance. Then he used the soul augmenting pill every day to increase the experience of the Wind God Escape art. After this level of the Wind God Escape art was completed, he would go to the next illusory realm trial on Lingwan Road to obtain the next level of the Wind God Escape art. The rest of the time, he used to visualize and cultivate. Level was the foundation. After breaking through to the spirit-nurturing realm and having spiritual sense, there might be a turning point, and he could comprehend the inheritance. Inside Tong Tian building, Xian Tian and the others stood in front of the trial passages. Although they had gained something in the trial, they did not have any happy mood at this moment, because Jiang Xi had disappeared. It's been a month. Our trial will end in 7 days at most. Jiang Xi, White Cloud sighed and shook his head. He didn't finish his words, but the meaning was obvious. Among the 5 of them, Xian Tian took the longest time, a full 7 days. The second was Li Bai Bai, who took 5 days. But they were spirit-nurturing realm martial artists. Relying on the spiritual power in their body, they could go 3 months without eating or drinking. As for level A martial artists, without any food, they would starve to death after a month at most. They had waited here for a whole month, but Jiang Xi had not come out of the 6th trial passage. Li Bai Bai, Huang Kuan, and He Tu, the 3 of them had a complicated expression. They were sad, and regretful. They all attached great importance to Jiang Xi's development and had great hopes for Jiang Xi's future. Some time ago, when Xian Tian proposed to bring Jiang Xi in, they immediately agreed. But they did not expect that Jiang Xi would fall here. Obviously, there was no danger in the trial. You guys go back first. I'll wait here for another month. Xian Tian only said one sentence, then directly sat cross-legged facing the trial passage, closed his eyes, and cultivated. The others sighed and shook their heads as they left. They were important forces into Xia country's martial arts world. Usually, they had their own missions and could not leave for a long time. Otherwise, other countries and forces would take advantage of the situation. As the white-boned spirits in the Jade Lake had already been annihilated by the Black Wind, they did not encounter any danger on their return journey. After Li Bai Bai and the others left, Xian Tian opened his eyes. His expression was complicated as he looked at the 6th trial passage. It shouldn't be. I saw that your wind shadow step had reached perfection, so I brought you here. Although this trial will be difficult, it won't be life-threatening. Jiangxi, what did you encounter? The wind shadow step is closely related to the Jade Lake secret realm. Even if we encounter danger, it won't be your turn. Chapter 166. The trials of the five of them were different, but none of them were too difficult. Xiantian suddenly realized that the trial here was not dangerous for the spirit-gathering stage. But for the A-level martial artist, it may be fatal. He shook his head and waited alone for another month. However, there was still no movement. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe that with Jiangxi's talent, he would fail here. So, he waited for another month. At the end of the third month, Xiantian sighed and gave up the last bit of persistence in his heart. 3 months without eating or drinking is already the limit of a spirit-gathering stage martial artist. Even with his strength, after meditating here for 3 months, his physical strength has been consumed by more than half. Xiantian stood up with a wry smile. He didn't know how to tell Jiangxi's family about this. Jiangxi seems to only have one younger sister whom he relies on. He left Tong Tian Building, but that long sigh still echoed in Tong Tian Building. New Moon Year 94, April 15th. Pak Sun Province, Jinten Budokan, Tong Tian District, Villa 92. Jinten Budokan, 2nd Elder Tang He, Pak Sun Province Branch Master Qin Yuan, and Deputy Master Lu Shan. The three of them stood in front of the villa's door, hesitating for a while, with a difficult expression. "Sai, let me be the bad guy." Tang, he stepped forward and pressed the doorbell. Soon, Jiang Daodu, wearing a training suit, ran out of the villa. After seeing them, she politely invited the three of them to the living room. In her view, since Jiangxi is not at home, she must take on the responsibility of the head of the family. But she didn't expect that such a move would make Tang He and the other two feel like they're sitting on pins and needles. Jiang Daoda made tea for them and asked, "Uncle Chun, Uncle Lu, who is this senior?" Chun Yuan introduced. "This is Elder Tang from the dojo's headquarters." Elder Tang from the headquarters? Jiang Dudu's eyes lit up. Then, he hurriedly asked Tang, "Elder Tang, do you know where my brother went?" "I asked Uncle Chun and Uncle Lu, but they didn't know." Tang, he gritted his teeth and did not beat around the bush. His voice was heavy as he said, "Miss Jiang, I'm very sorry." According to the tavern master's confirmation, Elder Jiangxi went missing in a mysterious place. There should be no hope for him to survive. Before he could finish his sentence, bang! Jiangdu threw the teapot to the ground, and the broken glass flew everywhere. Her explosive aura was also very shocking. "Go! All of you leave. My brother can't be dead. I won't allow you to curse my brother. Even if everyone in this world dies, my brother won't die." Jiang Du said coldly. Tang He, Chun Yuan, and Lu Shan looked at each other and felt very awkward. They were all A-class warriors, but in front of a little girl like Jiang Du, they couldn't raise their temper. They left Jiangxi's house in a somewhat embarrassing state. The three of them stood in the distance of the villa and sighed. Tang He pondered for a moment and said, "If I didn't feel wrong, the aura that Miss Jiang released should be the aura of a C-class warrior. You didn't notice it after so long?" Qin Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I didn't have much contact with the siblings, so I didn't notice it." Lu Shan sighed. "I know them quite well. The feeling that the siblings give me is a bit strange. The two of them are like a whole, and it's very difficult for others to interfere in their lives. Moreover, Jiangxi is cautious by nature and is very guarded against others. I think that he should be the one who asked Jiang Dudu to hide her strength. That's why we didn't notice that Jiang Dudu has actually reached C-class. She is only cultivated for less than a year, and such talent is second only to Jiangxi." Tang He's expression became serious, and he reminded the two of them, no matter what, Miss Jiang is Elder Jiangxi's only relative. We must protect her. Although Elder Jiangxi hasn't cultivated for long, he has killed many strong people. When he's alive, those enemies may not dare to make a move. However, if news of him getting into trouble spreads, then these people may have some evil thoughts and focus their hatred on Miss Jiang. Therefore, the matter of Elder Jiang's CI must not be spread. It's best to delay it until Jiang Dudu grows up and is able to deal with these dangers. Chen Yuan and Lu Shan both agreed with this point and nodded solemnly. However, they also understood that as the fifth elder of Jinten Budokan, Jiang CI was such a prominent figure. If he didn't appear for a long time, people would definitely suspect him. At that time, as long as they probed a little, they would be able to find out how Jiang CI was doing. Sigh. The three of them sighed again. Jiang Dudu stood in the living room of the villa in a daze and didn't move for a long time. After standing for a day and a night, she walked to the underground training room expressionlessly. She saw the area where Jiang CI usually sat cross-legged. She walked over and curled up like a baby, wanting to feel the aura left behind by Jiang CI. However, 3 months had already passed, and there was no trace of his aura left. Unknowingly, her tears had covered her small face as she muttered to herself, "Liar, you big liar." Even though she was asleep, she kept repeating this sentence. Tongtian Building, Legacy Trial Space. 3 months had passed, and Jiang CI had already become a burly man with a curly beard. His hair and beard had become very long. He didn't have time to care about his appearance. After all, no one was looking. For such a long time, he had used all his energy to comprehend the wind god's teleportation and visualization cultivation. However, on this day, he didn't comprehend the wind god's teleportation. Instead, he was visualizing cultivation. After 3 months of hard work, his visualization cultivation had finally reached the final critical moment. His visualization cultivation process was to visualize himself, which was many times more difficult than visualizing objects. Because the human body was extremely complex, it was very difficult to visualize it completely in one's mind. Counting the time, it had already been more than half a year since he started visualizing. Now, he only needed a pair of eyes to be able to visualize his complete self in his mind. The eyes could be said to be the most difficult part of the visualization process. Because the eyes were agile and hid a lot of emotions, they could express many emotions. It was not like the nose and mouth, which could be as it should be. He had been stuck at the stage of the eyes for nearly 2 months. Today, he was finally about to break through the transmission of emotions. Jiang CI sat cross-legged on the huge stone steps, his mind in a state of emptiness. In his mind, his visualization image was already extremely realistic. Only his eyes were empty. Imagine your deepest emotions and express them through your eyes. He slowly visualized and guided. Gradually, the eyes of the visualization image began to appear in his mind. Deep affection, care, doting, protection, worry, all kinds of emotions were clearly expressed through his eyes. At this moment, he was thinking of Jiang Dudu. Buzz. There seemed to be a soft sound in Jiang Ci's mind. The visualization of himself began to glow. Wisps of light gathered in his mind, condensed, and finally became solid. Spiritual consciousness appeared. Chapter 167. Boom. There seemed to be a big explosion in his mind, and the condensed spiritual sense suddenly shone brightly. Finally, it merged with the visualized image. The visualized version of himself seemed to have a life of its own. It was extremely agile. At the same time, Jiang CI felt that his whole person had been sublimated. He felt that he was closer to this world, and he could clearly perceive the slowly flowing spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Refined spiritual energy. Jiang CI grabbed 100-year-old spiritual fruit that had already been prepared next to him and swallowed it directly. The rich spiritual energy quickly flowed throughout his body. His current physical fitness was completely able to withstand such a huge amount of energy. 5 elements meditation deed, refine. Jiang CI ran the spirit gathering stage technique that he had already memorized and quickly refined the spiritual energy. In just a few breaths, the first spiritual energy appeared in his body. The experience value panel has been updated. Please check it in time. A melodious voice rang out in his mind. Jiang Xi was very surprised and quickly opened the experience value panel. Cultivation, spirit gathering, early stage 152800. Cultivation method, 5 elements meditation deed, peacock visualization martial arts, 9 elements sword art, combination 300,003,0000, wind god escape. Third level 30,000,60,000. Amplitude. 1 deduction. 10,000 experience points per time experience value. 319585. Amplitude. Is spiritual energy amplitude. 1 times spiritual energy amplitude equals 10 times force. Deduction. Can deduce. New martial arts and Taoist techniques according to existing martial arts and Taoist techniques. The success rate of deduction is determined by the grade and completeness of martial arts and Taoist techniques. The panel was very considerate to explain the new function for Jiang Xi. The force had changed, and it was updated to spiritual energy amplitude. The level had also changed, and it was updated to cultivation. Of course, these were not the main point. The main point was that he could finally use the experience value panel to improve his cultivation. Increase 3,000 cultivation experience points. Increase 3,000 cultivation experience points. In this way, after repeating 9 times, the spiritual energy in Jiang Xi's body was quickly refined. At the same time, a total of 27,000 experience points were consumed. What he got in return was a powerful spiritual energy flowing through his body. The foundation of a spirit gathering stage martial artist strength, spiritual sense, spiritual energy. Now he had everything. Cultivation base, spirit nurture, early stage 270-015-2800. Jiang Xi carefully sensed the increase in his cultivation base and shook his head, giving up on the idea of increasing it further. I've raised my cultivation too much in one go, causing me to find it a little difficult to control my current cultivation. I can't raise my cultivation any further. He needed to stabilize his realm and polish it carefully before he could continue to improve. A stable foundation was truly stable. Now, let's see if I can comprehend the true inheritance with my spiritual sense. Next, Jiang Xi began to comprehend the first 3 levels of the wind god escape technique in his mind, trying to comprehend the inheritance mentioned by the spirit of illusion. Half a day later, the results were disappointing. Even after gaining spiritual awareness, he still didn't gain anything. Jiang Xi opened his eyes and heaved a long sigh. He understood that the main reason should be that the wind god escape technique wasn't complete enough, lacking too much. In the past 3 months, he had passed the 10th, 11th, and 12th steps of the illusion trial of Ling Wan Road and collected the first 3 levels of the wind god escape technique. According to the spirit of illusion, the more complete the wind god escape technique was, the higher the possibility of successfully comprehending the inheritance. But it's been 3 months. Jiang Xi even felt some despair in his heart. This despair wasn't because he doubted whether he could comprehend the true inheritance, but he was worried that Jiang Dudu would have an accident because of the news of his disappearance. In this world, the two of them depended on each other. After so many years, they couldn't leave each other. No, I can't despair. Jiang Xi shook his head hard, and his expression became firm again. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. Right deduction. He remembered that when the panel was updated, there was a new function, deduction. He opened the panel, and sure enough, there was this item. Deduction, 10,000 experience points per time. There was another prompt below. You can deduce new martial arts techniques and Taoist techniques based on existing martial arts techniques and Taoist techniques. The success rate of deduction is determined by the level and completeness of the martial arts techniques and Taoist techniques. Jiang Xi's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he instantly thought of something. The experience points panel mentioned Taoist techniques. The true inheritance. Could it be that I can deduce some kind of Taoist technique through the wind god escape technique? It was very possible. This inheritance trial was so grand. If the true inheritance was just a martial arts technique, it would be too low-end and not in line with the grand style of the Jade Lake Secret Realm. Then, Jiang Ci began to try the deduction function and said in his heart, "Deduction with wind god escape technique once." He seemed to have comprehended the first 3 levels of the wind god escape technique countless times in an instant. The next moment, the prompt of the experience points panel sounded frowny face deduction failed. Jiang Ci didn't give up and repeated the deduction again. Deduction failed, deduction failed. After trying 3 times in a row, Jiang Ci's face was a little gloomy. His heart ached because he had consumed 30,000 experience points in an instant. He looked at the experience points, remaining frowny face experience points. 289,585. Originally, he thought that after his experience points exceeded 100,000, he would be able to create as much as he wanted. Now, he found that these experience points were simply not enough. If he really wanted to deduce, these experience points wouldn't even last for 30 seconds. It's still the problem that wind god escape technique is not complete enough, so the deduction success rate is too low. Continue to challenge Ling Wan Road and obtain the follow-up wind god escape technique. Jiang Ci understood what to do next. However, before that, he had to first upgrade the 3rd level of wind god escape technique to perfection and increase his speed again. Otherwise, the possibility of passing the next stage of the illusion trial was very small. Wind god escape technique, 3rd level, 300,006,0000. Next, he took another spiritual fruit. With the help of a large amount of spiritual energy through the experience points panel, the 3rd level of wind god escape technique was raised to 57,000 experience points. He was only 3,000 points away from perfection. The rest was also simple. 1 energy-enhancing pill a day could help him increase 1,000 experience points. Just like that, 3 days later, the 3rd level of wind god escape technique reached perfection, and his speed increased by another 20%. Jiang Ci's strength was focused on speed. If his speed was fast, his sword would be faster, and his strength would be stronger. This time, he only tried twice in the illusion trial on the 13th step of Ling Wan Road and successfully passed it, obtaining the 4th level of wind god escape technique. Then he used the first 4 levels of wind god escape technique and tried to deduce it again. However, after trying 3 times, he still failed. Jiang Ci's face was dark, and he did not deduce anymore. Because in this inheritance space, the fastest way to obtain experience points was to challenge Ling Wan Road. The problem was that the number of experience points obtained in each illusion trial on Ling Wan Road was limited to 1 time. Therefore, the experience points could not be used carelessly anymore. It's best to get all 9 levels of wind god escape technique before deducing. This way, the risk is the least. Jiang Ci thought about this decision with the most cautious attitude. Although he was anxious to go out, he told himself not to panic. Once he made a wrong decision, if he failed to successfully comprehend the true inheritance in the end, then it would be too late for regrets. Chapter 168. Jiang Ci had not appeared in front of the public for half a year. In the beginning, many people thought that he was cultivating in seclusion. However, as time went by, some people started to have doubts, especially some martial art organizations with strong intelligence. Through some clues, such as whether some of Jiang Ci's friends behaved abnormally, they came to a conclusion. In the end, they concluded that Jiang Ci might have gone missing. Some people even guessed that Jiang Ci might have died somewhere. This was because Jiang Ci's sister had not smiled in the past half a year. Then, these guesses were spread by some people and quickly spread to the entire martial arts world. Some people became restless because of this. This was because Jiang Ci had killed too many A-class martial artists. Many veteran A-class martial artists had not killed more than a few opponents of the same level for decades. Jiang Xiai, on the other hand, had killed 8 of them in the Battle of Mount Tongtian. Nordic City, located north of the Holy Alliance, was a large city independent of the 5 major countries. It was very famous in the new era. The organization of the forces here was very complicated. It was a place where exiled martial artists and vicious people yearned for. At this time, in a classical manner on a snowy mountain in Nordic City, Feng Xian stood in front of the window, overlooking the snowy mountain. He held a glass of red wine and sipped it in satisfaction. Such scenery, such a life. It's indeed leisurely. Compared to here, life in Mingxin Mountain is too depressing. I have to be careful all day and guard against the surveillance of the Great Xia Kingdom. He seemed to be talking to himself. The leader of the guards, Old Yuan, stood respectfully behind him and did not say anything. Although the scenery here is good, I still miss Mingxin Mountain. After all, I'm from the Great Xia Kingdom. That's my home. Feng Xian's tone was complicated. Then, he gulped down the rest of the red wine. After sighing with emotion, he returned to his usual indifference and asked, "Has the news been spread?" "Almost all the major cities in the world know about it," Old Yuan replied. "What about the Ma family of Chang'an?" "According to your request, I sent the information to Ma Yu's mother." "That's good." Feng Xian nodded slightly, his eyes cold. "Regardless of whether you're dead or not, I can't do it myself. I can only use someone else to avenge my son." It wasn't that he couldn't. In fact, he didn't dare to. The difference in strength between him and Jiang Xiai had been reversed. If they were to meet again, Feng Xian believed that he might not be able to withstand 3 strikes from Jiang Xiai. Although it was rumored that Jiang Xiai was dead, he still decided to hide behind the scenes for the sake of caution. In the Ma clan of the Chang, in prefecture in the Great Xia Kingdom, the Ma family played a huge role in the fact that the Chang and local government could stand firm despite being besieged by monsters during the first revival of Spirit Qi. As a hidden family with thousands of years of history, the Ma family's foundation was not to be underestimated. However, since they were reclusive families, they were naturally not well known. Only the higher-ups of the martial arts world knew of their existence. The head of the Ma family, Ma Jinhai, was a very low-profile warrior. He had been the head of the family for more than 50 years, but he rarely appeared in public. The only thing that left a deep impression on people about Ma Jinhai was that he had a son 24 years ago when he was 100 years old. It was said that he had married more than 30 wives before he had this one son, who was very precious. He named his son Mayu, implying that he had a bright future. Mayu also lived up to expectations. When he was 20 years old, he relied on his own strength to enter the sky-level training camp opened by Jinten Budokan. In the 3rd year of entering the training camp, he possessed Class A combat strength. Last year, during the 3rd revival of Spirit Qi, he became a Class A warrior in one fell swoop. With such talent, he was among the top of the younger generation of the reclusive families. Ma Jinhai was proud of this. This was his only son, the hope of the Ma family's future. However, Ma Yu died in the Jade Pool secret realm. After Ma Yu's death, Ma Jinhai learned that Ma Yu had secretly joined the Liberal Alliance a long time ago without telling him. However, Ma Yu did not know that his father, Ma Jinhai, was actually one of the people who established the Liberal Alliance. However, in order to hide his identity, Ma Jinhai basically did not interfere with the operations of the Liberal Alliance. "Little Yu, I know that you have great ambitions and want to control this force that is known to have the most warriors. But why didn't you tell me? If you wanted it, I could have given it to you directly." Ma Jinhai stood in front of Ma Yu's grave. Although he was more than 100 years old, he still looked like a middle-aged man. His expression was sorrowful as he looked at Ma Yu's photo on the tombstone. There were only clothes in the grave, and Ma Yu's body was not there. This was because Jinten Budokan's response was that there was no corpse left, and they did not give the cause of death. However, Ma Jinhai was very clear about the real cause of Ma Yu's death. Previously, during the Liberal Alliance's council meeting, he had already learned from Feng Xian that Ma Yu was killed by Jinten Budokan's 5th elder, Jiang Xiai. What's the use of cultivating? What's the use of being number 1 in the world? I can't even avenge you with my own hands." Ma Jinhai seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. After a while, calmness was restored. "Wait, at most one more year. Once the plan is completed, I won't be afraid of the Xiantian anymore. Even if I don't have the chance to personally end Jiangxi's life, I will still kill everyone around him." Ma Jinhai's eyes were cold. Different from the news circulating outside, he had already confirmed that Jiang Xi was dead. He knew that Jiang Xi had entered the Jade Lake's secret realm half a year ago and had not come out yet. No one could live for more than half a year without eating or drinking. At the same time, at Ma Yu's mother's residence. Ma Yu's mother's name was Hu Zhen, and she was Ma Jinhai's 36th wife. When she was 20 years old, she married Ma Jinhai, who was already 99 years old. Unexpectedly, she got pregnant in the second year, so Ma Jinhai did not have no children. Because of that, she became the matriarch of the Ma family. With the help of the Ma family's resources, she had also reached Class A. Hu Zhen's face was gloomy as she browsed through an anonymous message. A lot of information appeared in the holographic projection in front of her little Yu, so little Yu didn't die in an accident. He was killed by the Jinten Budokan's Jiang Xi. Why? Why didn't Jinhai tell me this? Xian Tian. It must be because of Xian Tian. Jiang Xi is the 5th elder of Jinten Budokan. Even if the Ma family has a deep foundation, they wouldn't dare to offend Xian Tian. Images flashed in the holographic projection. Finally, it stopped at an image of Jiang Xi holding Jiang Daodu's hand as they walked into the banquet hall. The time shown on the image was last year, when Yi Changxing held a celebratory banquet for Jiang Xi. Hu Zhen looked at the image and saw Jiang Xi smiling confidently. Her expression gradually turned vicious. "The person who sent me this message said that you might be dead. But how can a mere death appease the hatred in my heart? I want the people around you to live a life worse than death." The image flashed again. In a holographic projection, besides Jiang Xi, there was also information about the people who knew Jiang Xi. "But I can't act rashly now. Let's wait. Let's wait." Although Hu Zhen's heart was filled with hatred, she didn't act rashly. She hadn't been the matriarch of the Ma family for 25 years for nothing. Her vision and methods were extremely strong. As the 5th elder of Jinten Budokan, Jiang Xi's death had just been announced. If someone were to make a move on the people around Jiang Xi, it was conceivable that the people of Jinten Budokan wouldn't let it go. No one dared to ignore the deterrence of Xian Tian. So, they had to wait a little longer. They had to wait until fewer people were paying attention to this matter before making a move. Chapter 169. Jiang Xi had disappeared for more than a year. Jiang Sheng was very concerned about Jiang Daodu. After all, he was her martial arts teacher and treated Jiang Daodu as his own child. Ever since the news of Jiang Xi's disappearance spread throughout the martial arts world, he would take time to visit Jiang Xi's house every day to check on Jiang Daodu. He was worried that the little girl would do something stupid because of this. Jiang Daodu did not like it at first. She hated it when people other than Jiang Xi cared about her. But she knew that this was the concern of an elder. Slowly, she got used to it. On this day, Jiang Daodu was practicing in the underground practice room. When the doorbell rang, she showed a helpless expression. She knew that Uncle Jiang was here again. When she opened the door, she found that it was not Jiang Sheng, but Zhang Wei. "Where's Uncle Jiang?" "Uncle Jiang was seriously injured last night. He's in the hospital now." Zhang Wei's expression was a little ugly. "Take me to see him." Jiang Daoda's expression turned cold. She closed the door and rushed to the hospital with Zhang Wei. She had grown a lot in this year and was less willful. On the way to the hospital, Zhang Wei drove. Jiang Daodu sat in the back and frowned. How did Uncle Jiang get injured? She felt that something was wrong. Jiang Sheng was a D-class martial artist and a law enforcer. The possibility of him getting injured in Pak Sun province was very low. Uncle Jiang was leading a team on a mission last night when he was attacked. If he did not meet the deputy head of Tsukishin Budokan, He might have died. Where's the attacker? He committed suicide. Suicide soldiers. The feeling that something was wrong in Jiang Daodu's heart grew stronger and stronger. Be careful. Suddenly, Jiang Daodu sensed a dangerous aura approaching at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! A high-explosive bomb that could kill a D-class martial artist came from a tall building in the distance and hit their car. Boom! Boom! There was a huge explosion on the street. The pedestrians panicked and screamed as they fled in all directions. A petite figure carrying a person jumped out from the explosion and landed on the side of the street, leaning against the wall stand behind me. Jiang Daodu shielded Zhang Wei behind her. Daodu, she is the same as Jiang Ci. She's also an expert. Zhang Wei cut a sorry figure. More than half of his hair was burnt. He was shocked and scared. If it wasn't for Jiang Daodu's timely palm strike to disperse the deadly shockwave caused by the explosion, he might have died. Jiang Daodu held a dagger in her hand and cautiously looked around at the panicking crowd. Suddenly, 3 cold lights shot out from the panicked crowd. With a speed close to the speed of sound, it arrived in front of them almost instantly. "You're courting death," Jiang Daodu shouted coldly. The petite figure flickered in the narrow area. At the same time, he continuously brandished his dagger. Puff! Puff! 3 soft sounds were heard. The 3 C-class martial artists clutched their necks and fell to the ground with an expression of disbelief. In an instant, Jiang Daodu severed their necks. This was the strength of a top-notch C-class martial artist. "Daodu, be careful," Zhang Wei exclaimed. He saw a pedestrian who was fleeing in a panic suddenly stab at them while they were facing the 3 attackers. The speed of the sword was so fast that it was impossible to guard against it. Jiang Daodu didn't even think and quickly dodged. Chi! The blade finally pierced through her left shoulder. It was only 2 or 3 centimeters away from her heart. Scram! Jiang Daodu was furious and swung her dagger. The head of the attacker flew into the sky. The battle came quickly and ended quickly. The police siren sounded and the law enforcement team arrived immediately. They quickly cleared the area and the panicked pedestrians were sent to other places. The danger was over. On this day, He Changxing, the president of Kitasinfa Martial Artists Association, and Chen Yuan, the president of Jindan Budokan in Paksun Province, as well as the vice president, Liu Shan, were all furious. The Law Enforcement Bureau of Paksun Province was mobilized and investigated all the martial artists with criminal records in Paksun Province. Many criminals were caught because of this. For a time, the martial arts world in Paksun Province was in a state of panic. The Xia country, Ma family of Chang'an. Ma Jinhai looked at his 36th wife coldly. "Who told you to do this?" Hu Zhen pretended to be confused. "I don't understand what you are talking about." Last night, the law enforcement team of Paksun Province was attacked. There were 2 men of sacrifice from the Ma family at the scene. This morning, there was an explosion in Paksun Province. There were 4 men of sacrifice from the Ma family at the scene. Ma Jinhai's face was gloomy. The men of sacrifice of the Ma family could only be mobilized by the family head. Hu Zhen was silent for a while, then suddenly shouted, "Can't I avenge Xiaoyu? If you don't do it, can I do it?" She was a little hysterical. Stupid. Ma Jinhai did not want to talk to her anymore. He turned and left. After taking a few steps, he stopped and said coldly, "From today onwards, if I find out that you do it without permission again, your current treatment will be revoked." After saying that, he left without looking back. Hu Zhen looked at his back and cursed him for being a coward. Then, she turned her gaze in the direction of Paksun Province and sneered, "Count yourselves lucky. There won't be a chance like this next time." She did not take Ma Jinhai's words to heart. So what if she was treated as the matriarch of the Ma family? Hu Zhen knew very well that with Ma Yu dead, she, as the matriarch of the Ma family, was just a decoration. In order to ensure the continuation of the Ma family, Ma Jinhai married 3 more wives within this year. There would definitely be more in the future. New Moon Year 95, February 2nd. Sky Tower, Space of Inheritance. Jiang Ci sat cross-legged in front of Lingwan Road. His eyes were shining. I have mastered all 9 levels of the Wind God's escape technique. I will definitely succeed this time. Then he said in his heart, use the Wind God's escape technique to deduce once. Deduction failed. The experience bar notification sounded. At the same time, his experience bar decreased by 10,000 points. What the fuck? Jiangxi's eyes twitched. He held back his anger. It was like he had finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. In the end, he was told that he had failed to summon the Dragon God. He had spent a whole year and a month here. He was going crazy from boredom. Fine. I don't believe it. Use the Wind God's escape technique to deduce once. Deduction failed 10 times in a row. It was as if he had been cheated for 10 consecutive draws. 100,000 experience bar was gone. Jiangxi's face darkened. He looked at his experience bar. Experience bar, 182585. He could deduce another 18 times. Again, use the Wind God's escape technique to deduce once. Deduction successful. You have comprehended the true meaning of Gale. Experience bar plus 100,000. The experience bar has been updated. Please check it in time. There were 3 consecutive notifications on the interface. Jiangxi was stunned. He succeeded? The true meaning of Gale. But before he could be surprised, his spiritual sense fell into emptiness. In a trance, his spiritual sense seemed to be connected to something, and the distance between heaven and earth was closer, especially the wind. There was originally no wind in this space of inheritance. But at this time, wisps of breeze appeared around Jiangxi and kept circling. The breeze that was like the end of green duckweed gradually turned into a gale, then a gale, and it became faster and faster. The gale whistled. Chapter 170. In the Tongtian Building's inheritance space. When the wind blew, the top of the second section of Lingwan Road, which was built with white jade, emitted beams of colorful light. Finally, they converged into a faintly discernible figure of a lady. The lady was like a fairy from a painting. She wore a rainbow-colored feather dress and descended with the wind. She took light steps and walked in front of Jiangxi, who was comprehending the true intent of Gale. Then, she curiously observed Jiangxi's appearance. You look so ordinary. Why did you suddenly comprehend it? Seems like you have quite a big secret. Suddenly, the gale dissipated. Jiangxi woke up from his trance and saw the lady in front of him, who he instinctively dodged, but did not control his speed well. He was gone 10 kilometers away. Riverward's expression was stunned. His speed just now was too fast, and he did not use much strength. With a thought, he appeared here like a gale. Hey, why are you running? Just as Jiangxi was stunned, a beam of light appeared in front of him. The lady appeared again. Are you a human or a ghost? Jiangxi asked an old question. It was also the most reasonable question under such circumstances. I'm a ghost. Awu, awu. Instantly, the lady turned into a green-faced ghost with fangs. She opened her bloody mouth. If you didn't make 2 awu sounds, I would really believe it. You're the spirit of the illusion? After Jiangxi calmed down, he guessed the lady's identity. Boring. The lady turned back from her green-faced and fangs. She was not extremely beautiful, but she was pleasing to the eye and unforgettable. I'm in Aishang, the spirit of the illusion here. You passed the inheritance trial, so I can come out to meet you, she said with a smile. First of all, congratulations, Jiangxi. You used 1 year and 28 days to comprehend the Jade Lake's inheritance, true intent of Gale. This result is ranked 9th in the history of Lingwan Road. Is there a reward? No. The Jade Pool has been abandoned for many years. If it was 100,000 years ago, with your talent, the Jade Pool would definitely focus on nurturing you. If nothing goes wrong, you might have a chance to touch the immortal path. And Aishang's expression was very gloomy. Riverward, however, was incomparably shocked. And Aishang's words revealed too much shocking information. The Jade Lake had been abandoned for many years. 100,000 years ago, Immortal Tao. Big Sister Nick Hang, the immortal Tao? Could there really be immortals? Or are you an immortal? Jiang Si suppressed the shock in his heart and hurriedly asked. Ha! And I Shang was amused by Jiang Si's words and laughed. I'm not an immortal. I don't know if there are still immortals. When I was born, there were no immortals in the Jade Pool, but there were always legends of the immortal path. And I Shang smiled. Jiang Si was silent for a long time before he completely digested the information contained in this sentence. What he could confirm was that Enai Shang was neither an immortal nor a human. All right, you're just a small cultivator who hasn't even formed a golden core. Don't think about this. If there really are immortals, you're not even an ant in front of them. Jiang Si realized that this sister was really good at mocking people. However, what was a golden core? It sounded like something from a Xianxian novel. Sister Enai Shang, what's a golden core? Has the orthodoxy of the human world declined to such a state? You've already formed a spirit, but you don't even know what a golden core is? And I Shang was very surprised. Jiang Si shook his head. All right, the ignorant are fearless. No wonder you little fellows who haven't even reached the golden core stage have the guts to enter the Jade Pool. And I Shang was a little speechless. Then, she explained, in the path of cultivation, you can only be considered a cultivator after forming your spiritual consciousness. Spirit formation, golden core, nascent soul, essence soul, and Tao integration are the 5 stages of cultivation. You've just entered the spirit formation stage. If it were in the past, you wouldn't even be qualified to enter the Jade Pool. These words made Jiang Si speechless. So, before the spirit formation stage, he couldn't even be considered a cultivator. However, he wasn't frightened by Enai Shang's words. With the experience points panel, as long as he had enough time and experience points, he could fight his way up no matter how high the stage was. At this moment, Enai Shang changed the topic and said with a smile, "But speaking of which, you little fellows have top-notch talent and comprehension. Especially the one called Xian Tian. He's the one with the best comprehension ability among all of you. Even without the help of any inheritance, he managed to comprehend the pinnacle of saber-true intent. If it were 100,000 years ago, he would have definitely become a saint of some orthodoxy. Unfortunately, he's not suitable for the Jade Pool's wind inheritance. Otherwise, the sword intent of Gale wouldn't be yours." Jiang Si was silent. This sister's dictionary didn't have the word tactful. However, the sword intent that Enai Shang mentioned made Jiang Si very interested. It turned out that the shocking sword intent that Xian Tian displayed previously was the sword intent. Sister Enai Shang, what's the sword intent? I can't explain it clearly because I'm only an artifact spirit and can't comprehend these. In short, it's related to Tao. Under normal circumstances, if a golden core cultivator can comprehend the Tao intent, he's already considered a genius. Those who can comprehend the Tao intent in the spirit formation stage are few and far between. That's why I said that Xian Tian's comprehension is better than yours. And I Shang chuckled. Tao, it's getting more and more mysterious. Jiang Si remembered this word in his heart. As for Enai Shang saying that Xian Tian's comprehension was better than his, Jiang Si smiled. Xian Tian was the number 1 person in the Spirit Qi revival era. Jiang Si just smiled. How could it be a joke? He was not jealous because his path was different from Xian Tian's. Enai Shang nodded secretly, admiring Jiang Si's character very much. She knew that she did not find the wrong person for this legacy. Next, Jiang Si asked Enai Shang many questions about cultivation. For example, the difference between the sword intent and Gale intent, the cultivation method of golden core, and so on. Enai Shang answered him one by one, allowing him to gain a lot. After a long time, Jiang Si suddenly lost interest in chatting. Sister Enai Shang, if there's nothing else, I'll leave now. He had more or less understood what he needed to know. There was nothing to be reluctant to leave here, so he might as well go back. After leaving home for more than a year, he was especially homesick now. His longing and worry for Jingdudu also became even stronger. All right, But you have to remember that when your essence spirit condenses, you must make a trip here again. At that time, there'll be a big gift for you. And Aishang reminded, "Oh, can't you give it to me now?" Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. "No, with your current strength, you can't control it yet. It'll be harmful instead." And Aishang shook her head. Then she waved her sleeves, and a passage appeared in front of Jiang Xi. It was exactly the same as the trial passage when he first came in. Jiang Xi waved and walked into the passage. "Goodbye, sister and Aishang." "Goodbye." After Jiang Xi left, the entrance also disappeared. And Aishang sighed. "Sister Feng, there's finally someone who comprehended your legacy. But where are you now?" With a faint voice, she turned into a five-colored light again and disappeared in the inheritance space. At the same time, the heaven-reaching tower that had existed for many years slowly disappeared into the fog of the Jade Pool. Chapter 171. At the lake at the summit of Mount Tongtian, near the entrance of a jade lake, there was a new military camp. This military camp was jointly built by the military of Xia Kingdom and Jinten Budokan. Its purpose was to guard everything in the Jade Pool secret realm. Of course, the most important thing was to prevent anyone from discovering the entrance to the Jade Pool. In a sentry post by the lake, a military martial artist who was monitoring the lake suddenly changed his expression and quickly sounded the alarm. "Attention all units! Attention all units! There is an abnormal situation on the lake. There is an abnormal situation on the lake." Swoosh! Swoosh! Two A-level martial artists from the military of the Xia Kingdom and Jinten Budokan arrived at the same time. The A-level martial artist from Jinten Budokan was Jiang Xi's teacher in the training camp, Yulin. The military martial artists stationed here also quickly gathered and were ready for battle. They stared at the lake closely. A ripple grew bigger and bigger and eventually formed a whirlpool. Swoosh! A figure rolled up the whirlpool and broke out of the water, then landed lightly by the lake. This person's long hair covered his face, and his face was full of curly beard. It looked very sloppy. "Who are you?" Yu Lin shouted, and his long sword was ready to attack. "Teacher, you don't even recognize me?" "Jiang Xi," Yu Lin exclaimed, but he did not let down his guard. Jiang Xi shook his head and smiled. He waved his hand and used his spiritual power to clean his long hair and beard that he had not cut for more than a year. At this time, Yulin really let down his guard. Then his eyes quickly filled with tears. As he cried, he laughed heartily. "I knew it. I knew it. You, Jiang Xi, won't die so easily." Yulin had taken the initiative to apply to be stationed in the Jade Pool secret realm. Otherwise, with his strength, it would be a waste of talent to be stationed here. It was because he did not believe that Jiang Xi was dead. Now, the facts prove that he was right. Jiang Xi was really not dead. At the lakeside, other than Yulin who was laughing, the other military martial artists from the Great Xia Kingdom and the Jinten Budokan martial artists were all stunned by this scene in the past 6 months. The biggest news in the global martial arts world was the death of the 5th elder of Jinten Budokan, Jiang Xi. But now, Riverward had given them a live performance of a living person. "Teacher, long time no see." Jiang Xi waited for Yulin to laugh for a while before he said with a smile, "Haha, good, as long as you're alive." Yulin was still very excited. Then, he suddenly reacted and shook his head. "I won't take up any more of your time. Let's go home and take a look. There's a transport plane outside Death Valley." "Teacher, let's talk again next time." Jiang Xi nodded and left quickly. He didn't hide his speed. His figure flashed, and a gust of wind blew past, instantly disappearing from the military camp. So fast, Yu Lin and the other class, a martial artist, looked at each other in astonishment. With his speed, if you want to kill them, it would only take one move. "Quick, spread the news." "Ha! The martial arts world is going to be lively again." After regaining his senses, Yulin laughed heartily again. One of them notified the Jinten Budokan, while the other notified the higher-ups of the Great Xia Kingdom's military. Xiantian City. After listening to White Cloud's report, Xin Tian also laughed heartily. Ha ha, this kid always does things that surprise people. How did he survive for a year and a month? He must have encountered something that we didn't expect. White Cloud laughed. Wind shadow steps. It must be the wind shadow steps, Xin Tian said decisively. White Cloud nodded and agreed with this guess. Then, he said hesitantly, Teacher, there's one more thing. Jiangxi has returned to Pak Sun Province. Isn't it normal to go home? But yesterday, Jiangxi's sister and his teacher were attacked and almost lost their lives. What is Chun Yuan doing? Xin Tian frowned. He hadn't heard of this yet. The opponents were all men of sacrifice. Chun Yuan couldn't be on guard all the time. White Cloud shook his head. Xin Tian knew that this matter couldn't be blamed on Chun Yuan. He asked again, Did you find out who was behind this? The Ma family of Chang'an? White Cloud said in a serious tone. Xin Tian instantly understood. Jiangxi had killed the only son of the Ma family. With this layer of hatred, it was not difficult to understand why the other party would attack. He thought for a while and suddenly laughed. I've always wanted to test the waters of the reclusive families. This time, let Jiangxi make a scene. You go to Chang and guard it first. If they attack Jiangxi, you can come out. White Cloud smiled. He liked to join the fun. In a secret place in Shuntian Prefecture of the Great Xia Empire, Huang Kun laughed heartily after receiving the news that Jiangxi was still alive. At the same time, he also heard about what the Ma family had done. He was silent for a while and said to the guard beside him, With this kind of hatred, maybe Jiangxi will attack. Give me a call from the Qin family. I want to invite Qin Shi to Chang'an. Only he can protect Jiangxi. Xin Tian and Huang Kun's arrangement had one thing in common. In their opinion, Jiangxi's strength was far inferior to the Ma family. Therefore, they sent someone to protect Jiangxi's life. At this time, Jiangxi was on a transport plane back to Pak Sun Province. As soon as he took off, he used his tactical communications watch to call Jiang Daodu. Daodu will definitely scold me. Jiangxi thought to himself, If she wants to scold me, then so be it. It's my fault for standing her up. He said he would be back soon, but in the end, he disappeared for more than a year and a month. The call was picked up after a long time. Jiang Daodu's virtual shadow appeared in front of him. Then a sobbing voice came through. Liar, you big liar. Jiang Daodu just cried and kept repeating this sentence. This made Jiangxi's heart ache. After a long time, the crying subsided. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Jiangxi apologized honestly. Then hurry up and go home. Jiang Daodu was surprisingly understanding. I'll be home in 10 minutes. So fast. Yes, suddenly, Jiang Daodu's virtual shadow disappeared. Jiangxi didn't say anything and just shook his head. He had some doubts in his heart. He just noticed that Jiang Daodu's tone seemed to be a little weak. However, he couldn't find out the specific situation through the virtual shadow. Anyway, I'll be able to see her in 10 minutes. Jiangxi threw his doubts aside, closed his eyes to rest, and secretly opened the experience panel. Cultivation, Spirit Nurture, Early Stage 270-015-2800. Cultivation Technique, 5 Elements Deed of Thorough Comprehension, Peacock Visualization Martial Technique, 9 Elements Sword Technique, Combined 300-003-0000, Wind God Escape, Level 9900-009-0000, Tao Art, Gale True Intent, 1. 5 million, Amplitude, 1 Deduction, 10,000 experience points per time experience points, 272585. On the panel, there was a new Tao Art column. This made Jiangxi confirm that it was like what Spirit of the Illusion, Nick Hang, said. True Intent was indeed related to the so-called Tao. Gale True Intent requires 500,000 experience points to be perfected. There's still a long way to go. Of course, the benefits brought by the high difficulty level were obvious. Just the preliminary comprehension of the Gale's true intent had already made a qualitative leap in his strength. Chapter 172, Spirit Nurturing Stage. Jiang Xi was confident that if he was given more time, he would not be afraid of anyone other than Xian Tian. The reason why he excluded Xian Tian was very simple. According to Ni Shang, Xian Tian had already comprehended the saber intent, which was one grade higher than the Gale intent. In terms of combat power, Jiang Xi was not confident that he could defeat Xian Tian. Of course, although Xian Tian's saber intent was strong, Jiang Xi was not inferior to him. That was because the Gale intent was good at speed. In terms of speed, Jiang Xi believed that no one on Earth could beat him. In the past, Li Bai was the fastest in the world. Now it was him. Pak Sun Province, Jinten Budokan. It was a similar scene. Chun Yuan and Lu Shan arrived at the plaza in front of the three huge buildings at their fastest speed. When they arrived, Jiang Dudu was already waiting there. This time, there were only the three of them. Because of the sudden incident, they did not have time to inform the others. Even if they had informed them, they would not be able to make it in 10 minutes. Jiang Dudu was more sensible than before. She nodded at Chun Yuan and Lu Shan as a greeting. Then, she stood quietly in the plaza and waited without saying anything. She deliberately wore a black windbreaker to hide the injury on her left shoulder. Chun Yuan and Lu Shan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They also felt guilty and did not know how to explain to Jiang Xi later. They had promised to protect Jiang Dudu, but in the end, they still let Jiang Dudu get injured. In just a short while, a stream of light flashed across the sky. A transport plane flew over at high speed and landed in the plaza. He's here. Their expressions became serious as they welcomed him together with Jiang Dudu. The door of the transport plane opened, and Jiang Xi walked out with a smile. Whoosh! Jiang Dudu's eyes were red. She did not hide her strength. In a flash, she rushed in front of Jiang Xi and hugged him tightly. Then, she bit down. The sharp pain in his left shoulder made Jiang Xi grimace. He did not use his spiritual energy to defend himself. Otherwise, he would have broken Jiang Dudu's teeth after a while. Jiang Dudu finally relented. With tears on her face, she mumbled, "Why didn't you say it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt. It's sweet." Jiang Xi grinned. "It would be strange if it didn't hurt." "You don't feel pain, but I do." Jiang Dudu snorted. Jiang Xi smiled, then grabbed her left hand and looked at Chun Yuan and Lu Shan, who were not far away. Just as he was about to walk over to speak, he took a step forward. He then heard Jiang Dudu's barely detectable groan of pain. Jiang Xi looked over in confusion and immediately discovered the difference. Jiang Dudu never wore a black windbreaker before, nor did she use any cosmetics. But now, not only did Jiang Dudu wear a thick windbreaker, but she also smeared something on her face to cover her original complexion. Logically speaking, with his observant nature, he should have been able to discover these differences at the first moment. Because Jiang Dudu had taken the initiative to throw herself at him just now, he did not have time to observe. "You're injured?" Jiang Xi's face darkened. "No." Jiang Dudu hurriedly shook her head. "Don't lie to me." Jiang Xi scanned with a spiritual sense and found that Jiang Dudu's aura was unstable, and there was a near-fatal wound on her left shoulder. "Who is it?" Jiang Xi turned his gaze to Chun Yuan and Lu Shan. He exuded a shocking chill, which instantly enveloped the two, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Chun Yuan and Lu Shan were horrified. Now Jiang Xi had crushed them in strength. He was very strong. The feeling Jiang Xi gave them was the same feeling they felt from Xian Tian when they went to the headquarters to meet Xian Tian. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly, not daring to hide anything. Because with Jiang Xi's identity and status, he would find out later. Once they concealed it, they would offend Jiang Xi. It was Hu Zhen, the wife of the master of the Ma family in Chang'an. She sent men of sacrifice to attack Jiang Dudu. Jiang Sheng was also attacked, and is still in the hospital. Chen Yuan told the truth. Jiang Ci, don't be impulsive. The Ma family in Chong, and is a 1,000-year-old reclusive family. Even a master dares not offend them. Lu Shan advised. Jiang Ci was silent for a while. Wisps of breeze appeared around him, and the chill became stronger and stronger. The anger in his heart kept rising. A dragon had a reverse scale, and so did he, Jiang Ci. When Chen Yuan and Lu Shan were nervous, Jiang Ci suddenly sneered. The Ma family, how? What a Ma family? A 1,000-year-old reclusive family. I like to see how powerful the Ma family is. How dare they hurt the family of Jiang Ci? His tone was cold and full of killing intent. I'll be right back. Jiang Ci rubbed Jiang Dudu's head. Jiang Dudu nodded gently. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled and a gust of wind appeared. Jiang Ci's figure directly soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant with a boom. He flew away. Today, no one will have an easy time. Only Jiang Ci's voice was left, full of killing intent. Jiang Ci can actually fly. Chen Yuan and Lu Shan were stunned. This was different from the airwalk from before. This was flying directly in the air. Quick, inform the master. They were in a panic again. Jiang Dudu stood in the same place, looking in the direction of Jiang Ci's departure. Her slightly pale face bloomed with a smile. On this day, from Paksun Province to Luo City Prefecture, and then to Chong and City Prefecture, in a straight line of thousands of kilometers. Whether it was the people in the city or the monsters in the wilderness, they were all shocked by the sudden flash of light in the sky. The speed was too fast. It was fleeting. Jiang Ci turned into a gust of wind and lightning, flying rapidly in the air. This was one of the changes brought to him by the Gale True Will. His strength had a qualitative leap. Real airwalk. That was why he was confident that except for Xian Tian, he was not afraid of anyone. Even Xian Tian could not do anything to him. When others could not fly, Jiang Ci could fly, so he had the upper hand. From Paksun Province to Chong and City Prefecture, thousands of kilometers, flying in the air only took 10 minutes. Xian Tian and Huang Kuan probably did not expect Jiang Ci's speed to be so fast. This was also because Jiang Ci had slowed down many times during the flight. Otherwise, with his extreme speed, he could have arrived in 2 to 3 minutes. But that extreme speed would put a great burden on the body, and it would be easy to get injured. Whoosh, Jiang Ci came to the huge Chong and City Prefecture. He did not know the exact location of the Ma family. Easy. Now that he had the spiritual sense, although he did not have the ability to explore the whole city at once, he could always find them. His speed was fast, so was his exploration. Thus, a gust of wind and flowing light flashed continuously in the sky above Chong and City Prefecture. It was difficult to catch Jiang Ci's figure with just the eyes. He was like an unidentified flying object. For a moment, the senior members of the martial arts world in Chong and City Prefecture were all on alert and ready to defend themselves. Hundreds of fighter jets rose from the Chong, an army camp outside the city. But these fighter jets could not lock onto Jiang Ci's figure at all. Too fast. Jiang Ci did not care about these. In just a moment, his spiritual sense had found the destination. Found it. Jiang Ci's eyes were full of killing intent. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.